Welcome to Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Ryan West, along with Jordan Worth, Brendan Kazmarek, and JT Tammy. This is round 3 of the World Racing League season here in the Endurance Masters. World Racing League Endurance Masters is the name of this event. Gentlemen, I'm happy to be here this morning. What are you guys looking forward to? We'll start with Brendan.
I'm looking forward to a pure day of racing. Right, we're not doing safety cars today. We're all code 35s. We've got a tremendous grid of GT cars. We've got an excellent GP1 field, and that GP1 field in particular, and GP2, frankly, I think are kind of going to steal the show today. Really looking forward to watching how both of those races develop over, 8 hours of really just straightforward racing, endurance racing action.
Yeah, absolutely. This is shaping up to be, classic endurance sports car race. We have an excellent field today. This is an excellent track. This is very much a driver's track. Just a lot of fun here, and we're going to see a lot of tight, close racing all throughout the day. And it's going to be excellent and exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is arguably one of the premier events on the World Racing League Championship calendar. I think every time we have the opportunity to come down here to Barber, it really delivers. We've seen some of my favorite races here in the past, races decided by 5-10 seconds or less, varying pit and tire strategies that kind of turn the race on its head and then back again. You never run the same race twice here at Barber. It never really develops the same way. And that goes as compared to the other World Racing League events as well. With the Code 35, the general lack of safety cars really allows these strategies to develop and play out over long periods of time. So you really can't turn away because this race will take so many twists and turns, and it really takes the full 8 hours for the race as a whole to come together in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, very excited to watch that here. Brendan, do you want to run down the grid, or should I run down the grid?
I could do that. We saw qualifying yesterday broadcast here on DriversEye Live. It was a 30-minute session for the GT cars, GTO and GTU, and then another 30-minute session for the general production cars. We'll start up at the front of GTO, where we will see the GT4 cars lead, or GT4 adjacent cars lead the way to the green flag this morning. It's ACP Tangerine Associates number 2, ACP Tangerine as it is now, on the pole position alongside the 119, the first of the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra GT4 Evos. Second row of the grid will be the 282 from TCB Racing, alongside the number 120, the second AE Victory Racing Supra. It's all Supras there on the second row. Third row, the 678 lead Ligier. Stack Racing with Rapscallion, 133.299 was qualifying time there, alongside the number 410 ACP Tangerine BMW M4 GT4. The second of those two cars, remember that car set a quicker time yesterday to go second on the grid. That qualifying time was disallowed because the qualifying driver was not going to be able to start that car, being that he also set the time in the number 2. GTR 99 will start P7 in their BMW M4 GT4 Evo alongside the 669 Stack Racing with Rapscallion Ligier JS2R. Singler Racing Team, the number 13, alongside the number 54 888 Racing Porsche. That's a BMW and a Porsche GT3 991.2 Cup. TCB Racing 246 alongside the 316 from Skip Barber Racing School. That is Supra alongside Aston. 2 GTU cars will start behind them, coming to the green flag. Roberts Motorsports, who set the quickest time overall yesterday, will line up alongside the number 4048 competition. Both those cars, Sebeco NPO1 Evos. Your GP1 pole sitter in a split start this morning. It's the number 150 ASM Honda S2000, a new build for that car, looking resplendent in its black and green. That'll be alongside the other black and green car, the Edge Autosports number 26 BMW E46. That was a tremendous scrap between those two in qualifying yesterday. BRD Motorsports in the number 616, just about a tenth of a second off the back of the Edge Auto Sports car, will line up in P3. S Collective Racing, the Porsche came in there in P4, and then a pair of BMWs on row 3. Harrison Motorsports and El Diablo Motorsports. Jump down to GP2 as we get set to come to green here. Your GP2 pole sitter will be the Garage 66, number 214, Subaru BRZ, alongside the Palomar Racing E36. Fast Track Racing in the Toyota GR86, not a Cup car. That is with Dream Machine alongside Lunatic Racing, number 779. Third row of the grid is the HC Autosport 455, the 851 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Gentlemen.
What a move. Great job.
Like I've done this before.
Absolutely. You know, we're starting to be professionals at this kind of thing.
Almost. BMW and Supra on the front row. As colorful a grid as you will see in sports car racing. 2x2 down the front straightaway. Ryan, hand it over to you.
Green flag is out. The GTO field's going to get underway. The number 2 of ACP with Tangerine Associates is going to lead into turn 1 here. The TCB blue Supra right behind. I think that's going to stay pretty single file here through turn 1. They're going to go back up and then back down through turns 3 and 4. Everybody's staying nice and clean here. They're a little bit too wide here and there, but keeping it together. Here comes the start of the general production field. And they're going to fan out a little bit more parity. They're going to go 4 wide on the way into turn 1. We'll see if they can get this squared away nice and safely. As you see, just this gaggle of general production cars come through turn 1. Everybody's managed to keep it pretty clean. They're starting to sort themselves out there. HQ Autosport finds themselves on the outside of the pack, trying to find a way to get back in.
Yeah, much more frantic here in the GP1 and GP2 fields. More or less single file towards the back, but as we jump on board with the Garage 66 GP2 class lead, was the GP2 class leader. That's Palomar just up in front with the E36. So change in the GP2 lead and already beginning to work their way through some of the tail enders there in GP1.
Yeah, and they're just going to start to stretch the advantage here on the sort of middle straight on the way into the downhill right-left. Turn 7 here. Turn 7 to 8, which did we decide this was?
This is 7 and 8.
Okay.
7A and B, and then down the hill into 8. You unwind the car there, full throttle on the exit, let it drift all the way out to the curb.
I'm sorry, Brandon. We'll have to go back to turn number 1. The 119 is going to show the nose on the TCB car, not quite get there in time going into turn 1.
Yep, so BMW Supra, as it is now.
That 119 was right on the rear bumper of the blue TCB car coming across start-finish, so that's going to be a battle to watch, I reckon.
Yeah, let's give these tires a couple of laps to come up to temperature here. Usually we see the quickest laps around lap 3 to 6.
And that's one of the ACP cars going down the inside of the 120 into turn 5.
That'll be the 410, second place of the ACP Tangerine cars.
And not able to make it stick. The number 410 goes back around the outside on the exit of 5 here.
Pick them up as they get down towards turn number 7. Not really a passing zone here unless you're in between classes and somebody is letting you up the inside. Now a good single file line here, positions 1 through 6, getting back to the GTR 99, and then a gap with the Ligier JS2R of Stack Racing with Rapscallion. That's 678 leading that second pack, along with your GTU class leader. That's the Roberts Motorsports number 109.
So a lot of tight action here, not a ton of passing. Ooh, as I say that, one of the Dream Machine Eagles Canyons cars goes down the inside. Oh my, on the exit of turn 5. Did we just catch that? Jordan, there might be a replay available on that for the exit of turn 5 camera, but it looks like the Fast Track Racing car trying to go down the inside of one of the open throttle cars. A little bit of smoke at the rear of the car. Ends up losing it a bit. No harm, no foul, but I think a attempted pass not quite worked out there.
Yeah, that looked like the 989.
All right, and then that's the front of the general production field. That S Collective car, I think, starting to reel in the 2 leaders here. It's the 150 and the 120. The front of GP1. Unfortunately, it looks already like the Chattanooga Touring car not quite up to pace in GP1. I think this was something they expected, but that car a little bit too powerful for GP2, but not quite powerful enough to stay at the front in GP1. That's that beautiful-looking E36 there.
Yeah, it's a change for them, right, Ryan? That had been a GP2 car previously.
Well, I think this is another new car.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this car, I think, optimized to run with a different series, and they had to make some last-minute adjustments to get it in the window.
Right. The version 4, as it were.
Indeed.
So I do want to point out, as we did come out of the final corner last lap, that was Edge Autosports, who did pass ASM for the lead in GP1. So that Honda S2000 falling back to second at the moment.
Indeed.
The S Collective Porsche has caught up to them, so they're running nose to tail. We are showing Wyatt Gooden as on board that, so that does kind of check out. PC Racing is doing an excellent job catching up towards the front of the GP1 field. I do not believe they qualified at all yesterday. Showing Randy Mueller in the car at the moment.
Yep.
You see we have a standing yellow here at turn 11 as we go code 35.
Yep, so this is going to be our first code 35 of the weekend. So cars are going to have to turn on the pit limiter, as it were, if they have a pit limiter, and be around this speed, actually, indeed, this speed exactly, until the purple flags are brought back. This is a safety measure developed over in Europe, but used in certain tracks in North America now as well, to allow a little bit more safety for the safety crews who are working on the cars, getting them removed. As Brendan and I have talked about in the past, this to some degree preserves the spacing that you may have developed if you're talking about battles, etc. It throws in some other interesting curveballs in the strategy, of course, but in some ways it makes it a little bit more fair, I suppose.
Yeah. Let's talk about Code 35. We do this.
Yep. And we're going to go back to green.
Yes, and this is exactly the primary benefit of Code 35 here.
Yeah.
Is that you don't. Oh, that's a slow Roberts car. Has not gotten off the pit lane limiter, climbing the hill towards turn number 11, and that is the Rapscallion number 678 who jumps around your. Well, I suppose it's still the class leader in GTU. Yeah. Well up ahead of the 40-48 competition NPO1. So, bit of an awkward moment there, but it hasn't really cost them anything. Just back on that Code 35 issue, this is exactly the primary benefit, is it doesn't take, minutes and laps to gather the field up behind the safety car, open the pits. I mean, pits are always open in WRL, but in let's say the broader spectrum of racing, to go through the whole cycle of gathering the field up, do the pit lane thing, get everybody back around to start finish, turn the lights off on the safety car, make sure the course is clear, and send everybody back to green. This is an immediate neutralization. Oh, that's the 410.
That 410 had some problems yesterday in practice as well.
So to be clear, the 410 had some kind of impact in turn 5. And that was the reason for our Code 35. They were able to continue. That's why we were able to go back to green. But they have had to limp back to the pits.
That is Juan Arenas listed against that car at the moment. It was up into fourth place. It's the highest it got there, just up tucked behind the TCB number 282 and the AE Victory Racing number 119. That'll put AE Victory Racing third and fourth. Anyway, you saw that full course yellow Code 35 condition only lasted less than a minute. And we were straight back to green flag action. Nobody took the opportunity to come into the pit lane, which is quite right, especially at this stage. But yeah, the race is better off for it because, yes, it was an interruption, but as soon as things are over, we're right back to racing action.
The 109 has now gone around the 678. That car, the Roberts Motorsports NPO1, trying to make its way to the front of the overall field here today.
I think we may have an onboard for that Roberts number
109.
109.
Yeah.
The purple car. Kind of a maroon, I suppose.
Yeah, maroon red.
Boy, the 669 still haven't gotten that crack in the windshield fix, and it's actually gotten substantially worse, I think even since yesterday. I remember if...
quite possible.
No, this looks spot on.
Was it?
I was thinking about this during the qualifying.
I remember the chip and a little bit of crack there, but I didn't remember it going top to bottom. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Jump on board the TC Klein Racing number 112. This is the BMW M235 IR. The first generation of the BMW single-make Cup cars.
Well, some work done. Ooh, down into turn 5. We're going to see the 150 try to keep the lead here. Exit of 5. Going to take home the advantage. They'll have the lead going up towards 6 and 7.
I think that's
actually, I think, just sitting back here, waiting.
So that's now gone back and forth in GP1. ASM led from the green flag. Edge Autosports was able to get the class lead shortly thereafter. It's now gone back the way of the Honda S2000. That roll, the body roll there headed into turn number 8 really leans the car over, really generating a good amount of mechanical grip there, even with that big wing on the back. That should be a really quick car, and I think really well suited to Barber in particular as well. This is a track that really tends to suit the lighter weight cars. Having a little bit less power doesn't necessarily hurt you the way that it does at like a Daytona or a Road America. And now look at the margin from side by side at turn number 5 all the way out to, let's call it 10 car lengths descending the hill towards turn number 13.
Well, and you see that lack of power advantage, I think, playing out here as this second gaggle in GP1 is almost all BMWs that are a little bit higher power typically, but having a hard time trying to catch that lead group. I think the 48 getting a little bit impatient here. I think that's the fastest in the group. The 46 kind of the cork in the bottle for the 48 and the PC racing car. That's the green and the blue and white. RJ Till has joined me with a laptop.
Press on here. Our man Ryan steps aside. Nothing changed at the front of GTO at the moment. It's still ACP Tangerine from TCB Racing number 282, the first out of those TCB stables. Then the pair of AE Victory Racing Toyota Supras. GTR 99 rounds out your top 5 overall in there. GTO. GTU leader sits in P6 overall before you get back to the next group of GTO cars. It's Stack Racing with Rapscallion, 888 Racing, and the number 54, second TCB Racing Supra, and then the Singler Racing Team, number 13, rounds out your top 10 overall. Debris down there at the bottom of the hill at turn 13. I do wonder if that came off of the number 410, recovering back to the pit lane after the impact down there at turn number 5. We had actually pointed out, I think, JT, when we went to the Code 35, that we saw a standing yellow down there at turn 13 that we thought was going to be, or was the cause of the full course yellow. That wasn't the case, and I'm actually a little surprised they didn't go get that debris when we were stopped, which leads me to believe that the debris was dropped as the 410 was recovering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it was continuing on, but it had that impact, so it's not surprising to see, as it was trying to essentially pick up the pace to get back to the pits relatively quick, that you may have some debris falling off the car.
Yeah, we're into the GP traffic here for your GP1. Your GTO race leaders headed down towards turn number 1. I think we could pick up the AE Victory Racing number 119. Yep, just headed up towards 2 now. 99 to the inside here. Gonna take the position, but will they hold it through turn 2? And there we go. This is the battle for second here. They've just gotten through. Who is that orange 240?
That is the 120.
I think that's the Hairflight car.
Oh, it is. Yep. Oh, is it?
No, the Hairflight's the 247. My apologies.
Are you thinking the Super right there with the red note? Or the orange
I'm thinking the orange BMW that's just come through. That one. That is the one.
Oh, yeah, that is Hairflight. 247.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yep. New car. Not a new team, but definitely new car. You may remember the orange and black Sevico NP01 in GTU. They have put that car to the side and gone general production racing.
Those Supras are taking the whole curb at the top of 7 there.
Have to. I think with these GT4 adjacent cars, I mean, they are GT4 cars, those Toyota Supras. I think you really need to maximize your curb usage in corners like that. They are relatively soft as compared to, a GT3 car.
Yep.
Or a prototype for that matter. And because of that, and the way these corners compress and, where the grip comes in and goes away, it really does make sense to take as much advantage of those curbs as you can. And as a matter of fact, if you've been to Barber before, you may notice a little bit of extra curbing on the backside of turn 7B, the left-hander in the chicane.
Ooh, they're going to get split by some traffic here. They're going to try to clear on the way to turn 1.
Oh, 119 goes late up the inside there to try and follow the 282 through. Gets the job done on the Garage 66 Subaru, but they're tucked up behind the TC Klein 112, who's going to have the bird's eye view of this from on board as we head towards turn number 5. Through will go the 282. The 119 will probably get through on the brakes here. Yep, there go 2 Supras. And they set sail again. That is past the Porsche Cayman.
Yep.
Aftermath Motorsports.
The Aftermath number 17. Thank you.
I think we may hear from them sometime this weekend.
Very good.
Came and introduced themselves to me at the drivers' meeting.
Ryan.
Brendan.
I'm noticing a car on live timing we didn't see in qualifying yesterday.
Is that the 43?
It's the 43.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not crazy then, because Kurt is actually in that car. And I asked...
Can you be more specific?
Kurt Swearingen from
Very good, thank you.
ACI Motorsports.
Yes,
and
of course.
WRL fame.
Yes.
And Peter Chang, obviously. I thought I was crazy because Kurt came up and was going to look at some data, and I said, for what car? And he said, PC Racing, and with Peter Chang. I said, that's weird. I didn't see that car out there during qualifying.
They were not.
And he said, yeah, they were. Yeah. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
So that wasn't just me. Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
We would have noticed the 43 instead of 44. And PC Racing has run, I think it was 4 and 44. Like, those are the only numbers that they've ever used in the World Racing League. And, shifted down one. To go run. Is it still an E46?
It is. It appears to be the same car. My understanding is that they've done a lot of work on that car in the off-season.
Okay. Oh, Chattanooga into the pits.
Yes. I think they're going to be heading to the paddock because they have
looks like
gone well past where their pit stall is. Their pit stall is near the front of the grid.
Yeah,
or I guess the back of the grid.
Car was involved with a little bit of contact, so that's not surprising to see that they're unfortunately going to have to take it back for repairs.
And it looks like it is stalled on the pit lane. Oh my, the 247 is on fire on the way into turn 5, and then the Porsche has turned around the exit of turn 5.
That's a 54, recovering here. This is going to be a tricky operation to get that car.
And it's going to go right past our camera here, the on fire Roberts car.
Oh yeah, parked right up in front.
Well, I don't know about on fire, to be clear. There's a lot of smoke.
It's not Roberts. It's the
Heraflight. My apologies. Yep.
Yeah. This is almost genuinely unbelievable. Go ahead.
I was going to say, look at the color of the smoke.
It's white.
It's with a little hint of beige there, which is usually
can you take the track map away, Jordan?
No, we can't.
Oh, okay. Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, it
looks like it's
out the tailpipe.
There's
shooting.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit out the tailpipe there. This is almost genuinely unbelievable. When you think about all of the trouble that Heraflight has had with the Sebico NPO1, as we do now go code 35, all the trouble they've had in the NPO1, which has included fires, by the way.
Yep.
That they bring a new car to the picture. Go GP Racing, GP1 Racing in particular with this 240, or is it an M2? And almost exactly the same problem 20 minutes into the race. History repeats itself, but you would have hoped, dear viewer, that Heraflight could have left this particular history behind. Really tough.
It's all coming apart at the seams here, about 20 minutes in. I think, Brendan, we're now in the window for people to make a quick splash.
I think, yes. So, if I could channel my inner Scott Michaels here for a second.
Sure. You haven't been nearly condescending enough.
No, thank you. I'll get there. Don't worry. The general sort of reductive approach to Code 35 racing is if you think it's going to be anything more than just a split second Code 35 to go get some debris, you pit the car and top it off.
Yeah.
Right. If you have no other concerns about driver time, if you have no other
indeed,
concerns,
the 246 has taken to the pit lane. That's the white
right
DCR car.
And remember
TCB,
that.
Sorry.
Remember that Jason Marks is the one primarily responsible for the operation of those Toyota Supras and the general approach to racing there at TCB Racing. And Jason is one of the best when it comes to calling strategy.
Yeah. Well, and you've also got Laura Hayes in that tent as well,
right.
who has made unbelievable mileage out of a Supra.
The best of the best when it comes to calling these races and not shooting yourself in the foot, right? Making the best of all of these opportunities. I think this is going to be a minute. The fire does appear to be extinguished, but if we remember, when we go Code 35 here at Barber, the Code 35 lasts until the car is recovered. So this car will probably be taken through the cut here on camera right, back towards turn number 11 and then dragged back around to the paddock. That's going to be a few minutes, so you do have the opportunity on this lap or next to get yourself into the pit lane, even if you weren't ready. I would be surprised if we don't see more pit stops here, though, other than just the TCB cars.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, as Mike Anderson points out in our YouTube chat here, that there's quite a bit of oil going into 5. So it could be longer. Because as we kind of saw in the corner of the camera there when we were looking at the start finish, that was a lot of smoke.
Yes, and I mean, if this is going to be a longer cleanup process, there's nothing to say you can't pit multiple times here. Right. Generally, the theory is you want to go back to green with as much fuel as you can to minimize your chances of having to make a green flag pit stop. If we do the math, I think we've seen something like 16 or 17 Code 35s in these Saturday races, in particular when the field traffic density is at its highest. The math says you shouldn't have to make a green flag stop during the race today, on average. Right. And in order to minimize your chances of doing that, you do want to be going back to green with a full tank, because a green flag pit stop could be curtains for your chances at a class win or a race win.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on the pit lane there with our man Ryan West up in the tower. We may have a pit lane camera, much like we had for qualifying yesterday. We can see what that looks like as we come around. I know our man Chris has got some other obligations day as it relates to photography, but we will let this play out as it does. Let's do a quick Jordan, can we do this? Can we go say hello to our partners over at Continental Tire very briefly, and when we come back, we'll just give a quick recap of where things stand 23 minutes now into this Saturday 8-hour enduro here at the WRL Endurance Masters at Barber Motorsports Park. Back in a minute.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama, just outside of Leeds, Alabama, it turns out. The Buc-ee's capital of the state of Alabama, at the very least. Just right up the road. The WRL Endurance Masters rolls on. It's a Saturday 8-hour enduro, and happy to have everybody's company this morning as we work our second Code 35 of the day. TCB Racing leads in GTO, having made a its first pit stop of the day. ACP Tangerine, the number 2, also been into and out of the pit lane. Let's see where they cycle back through. The ACP car had pitted first, and it did drop them to second, but oh, that was awkward.
Yeah, the 40-48 just coming out just slightly quicker out of the corner and having to check up.
I think we've seen pit stops now from just about everybody, actually. TCB has been in, ACP has been in, AE Victory also into the pit lane. Have not seen the 678 Ligier JS2R into the pit lane yet, but the second AE Victory car, the 120, has already come through the pit lane. Singler Racing has not. GTR 99 has been in. They run P7, and then the second of the Stack Racing with their Rapscallion Ligier is there in P8. They have not pitted as well. Down to GP1, where we see PC Racing, El Diablo, and Ginger all together, leaving the screen there to the right-hand side. That class is being led by ASM, number 150. That's the Honda S2000.
Have any of them stopped yet in the GP1?
Doesn't look like it.
Especially when you're in a group like that, I feel like you should be taking the opportunity to do something different.
Agreed. Yeah, Edge, ASM, Edge, and S Collective are all split by just about the same margin distance-wise that they were under green.
PC, we're going to go back to green here.
Ginger, same situation. Looks like Open Throttle in the 62 is the first of the production cars to have made the stop. As Ryan says, back to Green Flag Racing.
And just joining us here as the 119 is trying to keep right on the back bumper of the 2 going down into turn 1. We have one of the drivers on the 119, Sarah Montgomery, with us today.
You'll never guess it.
Never would have guessed.
Nice.
I honestly have to say, I think I have more anxiety being out of the car than in the car. Like, I am sweating up a storm. Like, it's wild.
Is that a control situation, or is that what comes in that anxiety?
I think it's for sure a little bit of that, but also watching it. Like, do you get nervous watching racing like this?
Definitely.
Like, is this how it is outside of the car?
100%. Yeah. When you're clued in and you're watching the battles develop, you can start to see people plan passes 4 or 5 corners in advance, and it's like, ooh, I don't know if that's going to be the spot they're going to want to try that at.
Yeah, no doubt. It's very interesting being out of the car and watching. I definitely have nerves for her. It's probably a little bit of combination, you know.
And who is it in the car right now?
Ashley Freiberg.
Ashley Freiberg's in the car.
In the 119, and then Hannah Grisham is in the 120 car.
Okay, perfect.
But the best part is in the TCB car is Laura Hayes. So
perfect.
Top 4, it was 3 women, which is super cool.
3 women and Billy Johnson.
And Billy Johnson.
Right. Out the front.
Exactly. Poor guy.
Yeah. Well, he was doing all right. He had, got down and way through the field and had opened up quite a gap there. Is that the Billy Johnson factor, or is that a ACP prep factor? What goes into that, you think?
I think it's probably the combination.
Okay.
They've been in this series for quite a long time.
I mean,
so
you
they
guys
know
have
what
all
they're
too.
Doing. Yeah, very true. Very true. We're not rookies here, so
No.
the competition's going to be tough whenever you see those guys out there. So it's just a long race, but man, is it still nerve-wracking in the first, what is it, 27 minutes of this?
Yeah, 100%.
So
it's been really tight racing. We saw, in qualifying, I used the phrase, and Brendan hated it. I'm going to use it again.
That's fine.
All thriller, no filler.
Oh,
where
wow.
the front of the field, like the GTO field is just the front of most of the GTO fields.
Right.
The GP1 field's pretty stacked. The GP2 field, pretty stacked.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going to have exciting racing all weekend because you've got the caliber of car here at Barber this weekend is off the charts.
Yeah, I had to think for a second. I thought you meant filler, like women get injection
No.
filler. Because we don't have that
my
either,
goodness.
so it is.
Oh
no
my
filler,
goodness.
we're good.
Yeah, I'm going to make that faux pas on the air. My goodness.
I just had to call you out. It's
Oh,
okay.
boy. No, so the background on that was I went to the Red Bull F1 demonstration thing they did in San Francisco, and he said all thriller, no filler about 800 times.
Oh, okay.
And so now that's stuck in my head.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, to your same point, there is still no filler.
There is
so
no
we got
filler,
that
no.
going. You knew what you were talking about.
I try. I like to think I do anyway. Brendan thinks I know what I'm talking about just enough to let me do these by myself now. So
yeah.
That's correct.
So AE Victory back in the series for this season.
Yes.
Alana Carter having moved on to, I think, running like Radical Cup in Canada.
Yep.
But now you've got 2 cars.
Yeah.
With lots of
Big
shift
changes.
up now folks in them.
Yeah, so we actually had another shootout again this year, just like we did last year, and Brenna Schubert was our winner.
Okay.
And she is driving with Ashley and I in the 119 car, and she is awesome. She's so hungry. She's new to endurance racing, so like driver changes the past 2 days was all we worked on.
Right.
You know, how to get this down. Because it is intimidating. You know, you see Ashley in the top 5 right now, and then Brenna is probably nervous, like, oh God, I can't mess this up, especially when it comes to driver changes. But it's really the little things that matter in endurance racing. Like, yes, being fast on track is important, but if you mess up a pit stop, you're done for. So that's what we've really been working on with Brenna, and she is so hungry to learn. And then in our other car, 120, Hannah Grisham, who is no rookie to this by any means. And then we have Michelle Abate and Sally Mott, who you might recognize those names.
So Michelle big in Trans Am, right?
Yep, exactly. And then Sally, you know, her from MX5
Cup,
Yep, and she's doing some really cool things, but she hasn't announced this year, so that'll be super fun. Cool. But you know how I love doing that to you. We haven't announced it.
We have an announcement, but we're not going to talk about it yet. That's fine.
That's not mine to talk about, but
sure, that makes sense.
It's been really fun. Like, these are all some really good friends of mine, and it's just cool working together and giving Laura Hayes a bunch of, you know, a hard time because she's on our competing team, even though she's one of our good friends too. So
I gotcha. No, that whole group down there, because you guys have all been pitted together, it looks like. I'm sure that's on purpose, intentional.
I don't. Actually, it might be.
It might be.
Who knows? I can't. What's the saying? I just work here. But,
sure.
But yeah, we do like to give each other a hard time and talk smack the entire day.
Excellent.
So that's how that goes. Yeah.
Glad to hear it. So this season already starting off pretty well. I think both of these cars in really good shape. You've got the right people behind the cars. You've got the right car. And they're just passing going into turn 5. Took it 3 wide there to make that happen.
Yep, here we are.
Unfortunately, my entry of turn 5 camera is only one not playing ball right now. And so that's quite a bummer.
Well, at least you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. There's an exit of 5 camera, so you can see the aftermath. But that entry of 5 cameras really nice. I'm bummed about that.
Yeah.
And there's the 120, of course. And so you got the black nose versus the white nose to tell the difference between the 119 and the 120.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a play. The livery is somewhat a play off of last year's car.
Yep.
But it's a lot cleaner.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
This is probably the most favorite livery I think I've ever had in my entire racing career. It is so cool looking. I'm not a pink person.
Yep.
But like, you can't tell me that car doesn't look good.
No. Well, and it was the same thing that Laura Hayes told me about that 111 Thunder Bunny car that she had.
Yeah.
And that she was very insistent that, like, I'm not doing the girl pink and purple car.
No.
But that purple and white TBR car looked sick. Like,
you know,
it
Laura's
was
suit
really
is
cool.
pink this year, right?
I did. I saw that. I did see that.
Yeah, it's awesome. But I'm really excited to have brought Team One Logistics, one of my partners, on both of our cars.
Perfect.
So it's like great exposure. So when you see that, give those guys a follow on social media because those are my people. They help me out and keep me in the race car. So,
excellent.
Woohoo.
Hey, the more racing you can do, the better. Am I right?
Right. Yeah, I ain't mad about it.
Let's talk Barber, right? So how does this track compare in the Supra to, call it Coda or any of the other WRL heavy hitter tracks?
I think this track really fancies the Supra because the long straightaway tracks like Coda or Daytona is really suited for those a little bit higher horsepower, like the M4s, the Astons, things like that really pull on us. Even though there are a good bit of straightaways here, they're not as long, in which the Supra can keep up a little better. So I really, knock on wood, I'm not going to say it, but I really hope the Supras have a good chance of doing well this weekend.
Excellent. Well, there's strength in numbers with that at some point. I understand that Laura Hayes had some influence on the car last season.
Yeah.
And so I think her knowledge being contributed to that team because, they were at the tip of the spear running the Supra for a long time. I would venture to say, given what I had heard from other team owners with Supras, that the setup window is pretty tight on the Supra, regardless of the track. So I think it's fair to say the car's probably all set up pretty darn similar.
Yeah, it's wild because this is the first race that we've come to where the car has needed minimal adjustments to be fast and be comfortable. And that, whenever Ashley and I kind of got it dialed in, we looked at each other like, is this right? Are we doing this right? It's been less effort than any other weekend. And the cars are just so finicky, and they are very backwards from what you would expect. So if you like have a little bit of oversteer at the apex, you're like, we need to make this adjustment, but that's actually wrong for the Supra. You got to do it this way. So
excellent.
It's interesting figuring that out. Not my job, but I help as much as I can, you know?
Absolutely.
So
just while we were talking there, the 2 was going to get caught behind a gaggle of traffic going into turns, 1 through 3. And I think that was going to allow the 119 to draw ever closer.
What?
We'll see if they are.
And Ashley is going to take every advantage of that possible. So she is absolutely no rookie here as well.
Absolutely. No, the whole crew there, very experienced in the world of, especially GT racing, it seems like, as well. It's not like you got open wheeler people trying to learn for the first time how to make this work. It's people who've driven similar to, if not this car, for ages.
Yeah, well, and good for Sally, because I think this car handles very similar to an MX-5 Cup car, which I am very used to as well. It's very much darty, and it has to be driven on the edge and sideways for you to be fast, whereas the M4, it just like clants and drives, and you like sitting on a couch with a steering wheel, whereas the Supra, you are working your butt off. Yeah, you get out stressed, sweaty, and tired.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that the rule set here allows you to pick whichever version of that you'd prefer.
Yeah.
The 119 is much closer going into turn 1 this time around.
Yes,
they got to get around the 148. We'll just see there on the turn 1 camera. I think I'm going to adjust the turn 1 camera for tomorrow. It is cool, but you don't see much of the car because they're going so fast.
Little
there we go.
Smoke back there.
Ooh, yeah. I was noticing a lot of smoke off the back of the fast track racing. Yeah. I don't know if that's burning off extra oil, because I understand that, and I don't know if fast track does this, but I understand that there is advantage in longevity to running more oil in the 86s when you're doing track stuff. Or if that's locking up the rears as they're trying to get the car rotated.
No, it's definitely not a lockup issue.
You could sell me either direction, having seen it a few times. No?
It's been smoking since the green flag.
Yeah.
It may just be a little overfill situation. Just getting a little bit of that burned away.
There's nothing better than being behind a car that's leaking just a little bit of fuel or oil, and you have no choice but to be behind them. You're like, okay, well, I'll have to figure this out.
Guess we're stuck here. How many tear-offs does AE Victory put on their car for a weekend?
Honestly, we don't do tear-offs.
I
think we have some on the car just for safety's sake, but we still, it's good
just
old
clean it.
Wax on, wax off sort of cleaning the windshield still,
All right. So you don't get to pull into the pit lane and you're like, give me a tear-off.
No.
There's too much oil on this one.
No, we do not. So we'll see it at the end of the race, how crummy the windshield is for sure.
Sure.
And just the front end and the whole car in general with, rubber hitting the sides, and it's always a fun cleanup.
Absolutely.
Guys do a good job of that for sure.
Oh, we have this beautiful onboard with the GTR 99. You can see the steering wheel cam. Look at that.
See, remember, like I said, driving a couch, look how smooth their hands are. So calm.
Nice
and you get
relaxed.
a super cam. I'll find a cam for you and we can put it in, and I'll show you the difference between our hands and theirs.
Yeah, absolutely.
No doubt.
That looks very relaxed.
Sarah, can I ask a question?
I'll allow it.
Out of curiosity, have you driven the Supra on slicks?
I have not, actually.
Okay.
I have not.
So we've heard over the years since the Supra was introduced to WRL that it was a car that had a very positive front end, right? Almost kind of darty.
Yeah, for sure.
And I was curious if that is just a product of it running on 200 treadwear tires that the car just really wasn't fundamentally designed for, or if that's just the way the car is.
I think it's the way the car is. I know this is about to sound super bougie, but I swear I'm not. I am really close to the original developer of the Supra, and they had a hard time figuring out and nailing it down. Kind of like I was saying earlier, that window, or you said that window is very narrow. So it is just a very different driving style. Like I said, very close to the Mazda MX-5. It's very darty, and you have to be driving it sideways to be fast. And I think that's just how the car is. Slick tires probably would help a little bit,
right?
Which, it could never go wrong with slick tires.
Sure.
But I think that's really part of the car.
I was thinking earlier as well, Brendan, when we were talking about them running the curb. I want to talk to Sarah about that in a second as well, but I assume that on a 200 treadwear car, you're going to run it softer than you would on a car with slicks anyway. And I think that probably bakes in an advantage that if the car is softer because you have 200 treadwear, you can probably take more curb. Is that a fair assessment?
So I would say yes, but we are racing 8 hours, right? So the more curbs you take, the more aggressive it is on the suspension, and the more likely bolts can slowly start to come undone.
Sure.
And
you should tell Ashley
setup
that.
well, listen, I'm
was
gonna
just
say,
running the turn 7 curb.
Don't watch my in-car either, okay? Listen, I have to speak professionally because I am on the broadcast, and important people, aka Aaron Vogel, are probably listening. Aaron, I swear I don't run over the curbs, but yes, we do definitely hit curbs. This track here at Barber is a lot smoother curbs, whereas you go to some other tracks where they're so abrasive, and for 8 straight hours, it is not nice on the car. But yes, we take every bit of the track to our advantage.
Sure. I'm not implying that anything bad is going on. It's just, as a setup thing and endurance racing and all that, that all
I'm
matters.
just saying drivers in general, not necessarily us.
Sure.
So along those same lines, I think if we walk endurance racing back, let's say 25, 30 years into the late 90s and into the 2000s, we kind of slid along this spectrum of, okay, you have to take care of the car, drive it gently, take care of the gearbox, take care of the suspension, take care of the tires, take care of the engine, this, that. All of these elements of running the car, you had to drive below, let's say, 80 to 90% in order to make it last. As we went into the 2000s and cars became more reliable, you were able to push the car longer, up to where now you're not running at 100% all the time in a professional endurance race, but they're not very far off it. Right, and the car can handle that.
Yeah.
In WRL, you've been around for long enough, running the various teams
with your advanced age
and my no fillers. Right?
The word age did not come up. I would never. But
experience.
We have seen just like we have on the commentary side. We've seen this growth and development in the series of cars being run faster,
no doubt,
run harder, and taking more risks, not necessarily in traffic, but in the way the cars are driven. Where do you think on that, let's say like early 90s endurance racing approach to modern endurance racing approach, how hard can you really push one of these cars and reasonably expect it to get to the end of a race without problems?
Well, so if we even start back in my very first WRL race, which in the form I filled out for you yesterday was around 2018 or 2019, right?
Right.
And almost all of the cars here were all home-built race cars,
yep.
right? And now it's so different. And in every series you go in, they're all factory-built race cars, which are so different. To your point of how hard we can drive these cars, with WRL, we have our car detuned a little bit, meaning that we're not running the max horsepower that the Super actually has. So we're being a lot nicer on the equipment just from that aspect, not running it to its full potential. So that helps a lot. With us being able to push 10 out of 10 the entire race because the car is not allowing it to be at its full potential. So yes, we are absolutely able to run this car as hard as we want for as long as we want for, I'd say, a very reasonable chance that everything will succeed and not fail. Life happens sometimes, but it's definitely very different from back in the day, especially with technology, like you said, just coming up and being a little more better, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun back in the day having a full H pattern gearbox and having to rev match going into braking zones. Like, who doesn't love that?
Sure.
How do you in MX5 one time we used to have standing starts at a certain point. I would grill people on standing starts because they burn their clutch up from doing it wrong, and that was fun because that was the sweet advantages you could get if you were nice on equipment. And then now everyone it's foolproof,
right?
So it kind of takes the driver aspect out of it in certain things, whereas now the car is going to help take care of you. But it's very different, but they're both fun.
I think a good way in a series like WRL to run, it's not like an IMSA race or an SRO race where you've got to have the car making every possible bit of power you can get it to, and you've got your setup right on the limit, and you need to be going 100%. They've got much larger budgets to be able to do that kind of thing. But in WRL, where you're trying to be a little bit more grassroots, a little bit more approachable, having the car detuned and not having to worry about those things as much, I think probably helps a team like AE Victory be able to say, you know what, actually our running costs are not
Well,
terrible,
not having
and we
slicks.
can run the second car. No slicks. Yeah, I have to spend all the money on the tire.
Well, because we have Thursday and Friday test day, so if we had to have full slick tires for that too, I mean, the tire bill would be astronomical alone. So not that there aren't more mouths to feed and not 2 race cars to fuel, but but it is definitely a lot more manageable in this series and grassroots. And the whole point of this is for us to develop young, other female drivers, and this series allows us to do that. To bring people up, which is cool.
Perfect.
So, yeah, we're having fun.
Awesome. And we'll see you guys at AE Victory at Thunder Hill too, right?
We're at the rest of the season.
Rest of the
Which is
season.
wild for us. Yeah, we are in
Yes.
every race from here on out.
Yes, that's awesome.
Can I ask one more question? Sorry.
Oh, gosh.
No. So, AE Victory has been a number of things since its inception, right? But it is fundamentally, like at its core, it is a passion project of Aaron Vogel.
Correct.
Right. Aaron had the next up and coming racing star. Had her first child recently, right? In last season.
Yep. December.
Yep. So
the child is here.
Yes.
An extremely busy time in Aaron's life.
Yes.
At the same time, AE Victory Racing goes out and purchases a second car, does another driver shootout, brings in more racing talent, and is now fielding 2 cars fundamentally full-time in the World Racing League.
Yep.
This is not the way I think most people would make decisions.
Nope.
And I'm sure it takes more than just Aaron putting a lot of time and effort and frankly finances into a project in order to make it work. What has that transition been like from, okay, we're doing this with 1 car, you and Ashley, and we're bringing Alana in to kind of help kickstart her career, into now being a full 2-car team, engineering staff, right, pit crew, support staff, and now also trying to help grow and develop 2 drivers.
Yeah, for sure. I know this has probably been the most stressful part of her life, even though she, basically...
It would be anything.
Oh, right. Yeah, 100%. Been there.
So at the end of last year, we were like, are we sure that we can do all of this? But what she has done is hired the right people, has the right people in the right places to help her with those decisions, who have been there before. And everyone on this team meshes really well. We've all been there. We all want this to succeed. And we all want Aaron to be happy,
Right.
Keep the boss happy, right? And it's funny, I have hardly even seen Aaron this weekend because she's just, enjoying life and being a mom, and knows that everyone is in their place and getting their job done and being successful. Look at us, we're almost both in the top 5, right? So it's really special. I know she's happy where everything is, and she wants to continue to grow.
Perfect.
So it's really special. What a fun place to be.
As a closing thing, I want you to call your shot. What is the result AE Victory gets this weekend?
On.
Call your shot. Let's hear it.
That is such a way to jinx us, right?
Is it?
Yes.
No, it's about confidence.
It is. I 100% think we can put both cars on the podium both days.
Okay.
But now that I've said that, not everybody knock on wood. If you're at home, do me a favor and just cheer us on. We're out here having fun, trying to bring other women up in the sport, all while trying to win a race,
Absolutely.
So
100%.
stand on the top step of that podium.
Perfect. All right. Well, you heard it here first. If they don't both finish on the podium both days, it's Sarah's fault.
Right.
It's my fault. It's everyone's fault.
Ryan's fault.
It's all good. Okay, Sarah Montgomery, AE Victory Racing.
Thank you guys
for joining me. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you.
Just as a quick update here to the pace of the race and the flow of the race. If you haven't been watching live timing, you should take a peek and note that the 282 from TCB Racing has had to make a green flag pit stop. Now, whether or not they did pit under the full course yellow, Ryan had mentioned that he thought they did, although it didn't throw the marker on redmist.racing, where we follow live timing at the moment. They pitted 42.5 minutes into the race, 43 minutes into the race on lap number 23. That would never be a scheduled stop in a GTO car. Like, under no circumstances would that be something you would expect. So I don't know if it was a short-lived problem or if they're nursing something a little bit longer term on what was the leading TCB Racing Supra and the leading Supra period. It was up there right on the back of the number 2 ACP Tangerine car. That car has now slipped all the way to P9 in class and has promoted the 119 up into second and the 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion Ligier up into third.
I saw that too, and I wanted to make sure, but I was in the middle of talking to Sarah, obviously, but I was pretty sure that was the car that had already stopped.
You had said that it did, but it didn't bring the marker up in red mist, which is not uncommon, to be clear.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not...
I know the white one stopped, but I thought the blue one had stopped as well, so...
Yeah, I don't know, but like I just said to JT and the listener, there is no circumstance where a pit stop at 43 minutes for a GTO car would be correct.
Yeah.
So I think there's something else going on there.
Something is afoot.
I do want to mention one other thing here. We're 49 minutes into the race, and the race control log is being updated fast and frantically. This is the... Well, yes, comma, but, ... I think what we saw at Eagles Canyon is specific to tracks like Eagles Canyon, right? Where we don't have 40-plus cars on track, where we have a ton of runoff with nothing to hit, where we have a track that's relatively wide with obvious passing zones. Because we see this at High Plains, we're probably likely to see it again at Thunderhill, where we just have a clean... I think
Thunderhill's got a lot of funnels, man. You know as well as I do.
It does, and it is narrow, but it's still a relatively low-risk track when it comes to presenting yourself and making passes.
Yeah.
But when you get to places like Barber and Road America, and to an extent Daytona, it's not quite the same, but to an extent, and certainly like Road Atlanta, where you're packing a lot more cars on track, it's a track that's narrower, and at a place like Barber in particular, it's a lot of short straights with short braking zones.
Oh, did this resolve itself? It's not zoomed in the way it was, though.
Yeah, it has reset itself.
This is okay. Anyway,
I think this is just kind of a product of a combination of factors, but it's also not out of the ordinary for Barber.
Correct.
No, that's fair.
What we're seeing here is we're seeing a relatively tight and quick track with plenty of elevation. There is a bit of traffic density that you will be, having to deal with. And so it's unfortunately not uncommon to see a busy race log at the start of the Saturday event.
Yeah. Yes, and again, it's traffic density. It's just sheer number of cars, given the challenges we all have in terms of finding passing zones. Also, you know as well as I do, Ryan, when you're there, right? When you're in the paddock, when you're at the racetrack, you're taking in so much sensory information, right? And it really does push you. You feel like you have to get stuff done now.
Yes.
And as the weekend wears on and everybody starts to get a little bit more tired and looking a little bit more forward to going home, everybody becomes a little bit more patient and says, okay, I can let this breathe. I don't have to do this now. And unfortunately right now, where I think we're just at the peak of that, we're all a little bit overloaded. We're all feeling like whatever we're doing has to be done now, rather than saying, I can back out of this and not force the issue.
Right.
Whether it's passing a car, whether it's trying to, rush yourself through a pit stop or whatever. I think as the race wears on, even as just today wears on, this will very gradually start to slow itself down, and we'll get longer periods of green flag running, longer between instances of contact. Also, those 1-lap, 2-lap penalties for contact do a number on on people's desire to start making crazy passes or continue making crazy passes.
I do have a rules update that I at least want to mention.
Yeah.
Because it'll throw up another thing that we haven't seen before. I was made aware yesterday that any Code 35 violations will be penalized the same as a pit lane violation.
Interesting.
And that you get one warning, and then you get a drive-through, and then subsequently laps after that. But that they wanted to reduce the penalty because generally people have been pretty well-behaved recently. I think we should probably take a look at the PC racing car going up into turn 12, has now caught the back end of the S Collective Porsche. That's Randy Muller on board PC Racing BMW. Has made great strides. Brendan, can you do the lap time thing, the gap?
Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually not set up
go
for
back
that
to
at the
that
moment.
camera, Jordan, please. We have a off-track. I can't tell if that's open throttle or TC client. Oh, okay.
That
He
means
joins. That was Cherry.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was the 64, I believe.
All right,
Slightly
and
going
then
wide. Exit
turn
at
1,
12.
please, Jordan. We just see the S Collective car stretch the advantage here a little bit more. Interestingly, it looked like the S Collective car had more legs on the straight than the BMW did. So that S Collective car, a favorite from last race out, I think a favorite today too, but the Randy Muller in the PC Racing number 43, only half a second behind. That gap has come way down. Wyatt Gooden, of course, in the S Collective Porsche.
We love a Wyatt Gooden.
We do love a Wyatt Gooden.
My friend and yours. I'm not sure he remembers who we are.
That's okay. Somewhere I have access to the survey that went out. I'm just going to try to...
Confirmed, by the way, is the 64 that went on and off at turn 12, and just before that, the 99 did the same thing at turn 11. So tricky times up there. And the 54 off at turn 13. Tricky times up there in the last sector.
Is that like the tricky triangle? Tricky times, tricky triangle. No.
I refuse to acknowledge
the existence of
annoying racetrack marketing bits. What turn 4? The Monster Mile. The Magic Mile.
All right, let's see here. I'm going to open up this driver bio situation. Responses. Here we go. Are these in any kind of order? No. Wyatt Gooden, here we go, and Randy Muller right next to each other on the thing.
Yep, so the battle for, just to be clear, this is the battle for third place in GP1, last step on the podium.
Yeah, I'm going to have to develop a better way to access this.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you about Randy Muller, though. What was Randy Muller's first race with WRL, you think?
I mean, if you told me it was like 2018, I'd believe you.
Interesting. That is not correct.
Okay.
This is an early one. An early one. It was Brainerd 2015.
All right. Yeah, okay. Well, that
ASM?
might... into the pit lane. And again, this feels early. This is your GP1 class leader.
Yeah, I would say that's a little bit on the
57
other side
minutes
as well.
Yeah.
This could be a we don't know our fuel situation yet. Stop.
A short track with lots of off throttle time plus 2 code 35s should not equal 57 minutes, even if you're being conservative. That will promote the Edge Auto Sports number 26, which just left the shot up there at turn number 3 to the class lead there in GP1. S Collective now into second, PC Racing in third. Incidentally, your top 6, let's call it now, in GP1 still only separated by about 34 seconds. So things are still very much within reach there across the board in our top production class. GP2 we really haven't touched on very much today. Garage 66 leads the class, having gotten back past the number 83 Palomar BMW that took the advantage off the green flag. That margin is now 17.5 seconds from Jordan Musser back to Nick Romano. Fast track racing in the number 986. I've seen it smoking less, at least based on our trackside cameras, but it does still sit in third.
You may be confusing that with the 989.
You're absolutely right. I am confusing it with the 989. It's a lap down. Thank you.
Yes, the 989 unfortunately has been having some issues already today. We have seen that smoking since basically the green flag. Unfortunately, they've had a couple off spins and contact, so they are unfortunately a bit down the ways in GP2 currently 10th. HC Autosport did pass Lunatic about 5 to 10 minutes ago out on track. They initially did pull a bit more of a gap, but that has closed, quite a bit more. So now it's only a second difference here. So we'll have to keep an eye on as we go to the onboard, the Lunatic Subaru BRZ, I believe it is.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I came back and no one was talking, which is always scary. Don't love that.
I was a bit fascinated by the driver on board there, with the driver's racing suit. Just reminded me so much of like a high visibility jacket.
I think that's the best type of driving suit. And then you can really tell who's in the car. Speaking of driving suits, was that a good segue?
Sure.
Speaking of
we'll
driving
work on
suits,
it.
I have Aaron Vogel with me in the booth,
Hey,
in the
all
studio.
right.
Aaron, good afternoon. It's still 10. Not
Good
quite.
after morning.
Good after morning. Aaron, what's going on, man? Like, Brendan was just asking Sarah about this. You had a baby and doubled the size of your program in the same time frame. What's up with that?
Oh gosh, well, it's probably inadvisable. I wouldn't tell other people they should try it.
Sure.
But when we found out we were pregnant last year, I had already had the idea of going to a 2-car program in my head, and I went, I just can't let this stop me,
Right.
I'm too much of a I want it all and I want it all right now kind of a person. So
Gotcha.
we just figured it out, and I spent last year really working on bringing more people on board to help, knowing that I was not going to be as available this year and was going to need some help. So
Okay.
we got we borrowed some people from Thunder Bunny Racing since they're not here in the paddock all the time consistently anymore. So we kind of strong-armed them over with us.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then kind of poked the network and got some more people. So we've got a great crew this season, and I'm really excited about it.
Well, as we've talked about, fortunately, especially for WRL, the network of Supra adjacent team and crew seems like it would be pretty deep, no?
Yeah, definitely. It has been a good transition because we've been able to get a lot of good help and advice.
Good.
We sometimes still decide to do our things our own way, but
Right.
But yeah, it's been a really nice support system.
I gotcha. So there's one thing I wanted to touch on that I had asked this as a question probably 2 or 3 years ago at this point now. That Audi R8 that you guys are running here,
Yeah,
was that the same car that you ran at Thunderhill in like 2015?
it was
It
2018.
was 18. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
It was.
Perfect. I remember that car being there because we were covering Thunderhill. I think that was probably the
Oh.
last year.
Okay.
And it was with Flying Lizard, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So that's where I would stand because Flying Lizard was always right there at the cutout
Correct.
for the thing, and that's where I would hang out to do all of the pit reporting, quote unquote, which was me texting Brendan most times.
Okay.
But I remember that car, and then seeing the names that were named against it as AE Victory became a thing. I was like, I bet that's the same chassis.
Yep.
So that car, a long history, no longer with us, it seems.
It's in the shop. We still
in the
own
shop,
it.
okay.
Yeah, but just wasn't as competitive of a chassis here against all the little bit more modern GT4
Right.
cars. You kind of, I think, to be competitive in the GTO class these days, you have to have a turbocharged car.
Right.
They can just deliver the power in a different way than that big heavy V10.
Yeah. Well, a V10 especially that needs the air running through it to run the way it's intended. And if you're
Wasn't
getting it
getting
choked down a ton, that's not going to work out well for you. So, Aaron, I could sift through this bio thing and probably find it. What got you into racing to start with?
Oh, good question. You may not find it because I didn't fill out a driver bio
Okay.
since I'm still not driving yet, but
Sure,
I can
fair
if
enough.
you want me to.
Nah, hey, whatever.
But-
I'll take everybody and any of them.
We're hoping for Daytona. So, we'll need more drivers. So I'm like, that's
Okay.
kind of my goal. Can I be ready for Daytona?
Perfect.
But I got into racing with my family. We started going to track days. Well, they started going to track days when I was in my mid-20s, and I was busy doing other career things or pursuing other career things, and they sounded like they were having so much fun, like to the point where they had this whole new language that I didn't speak, and I was like, I'm never going to have a conversation with my family if I don't go to the racetrack.
Okay.
Like this is the only language I want to speak anymore. So started going to the racetrack and like immediately just loved it. Did a lot of HPDE, became an instructor there, and then realized I was not going to continue getting coaching if I became a coach.
Right.
So I thought, well, how can I go learn some more? So my dad and I went racing, did some stuff at a private track at Indy Motorsports Ranch out in Arizona, in some spec, GR86 cars. They would call it Spec 86 back then because it was not a factory-built car. It was a home-built car. And then did some stuff in Boxsters, Porsche Boxsters with POC and PCA out in California.
Yep.
And then
both DriversEye Live associated products.
Oh, really?
I have to mention, obviously.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah,
go ahead.
and then had that connection made to Flying Lizard when I was looking to move up from a Boxster to a Cayman, and then ended up doing some Audi stuff later, some Cayman stuff with them.
Okay.
Later we did some other programs together, McLaren in 2020, and then just sort of like bounced around in the SRO paddock a little bit at that point, which looking back, if I probably had been a little more consistent with what I was driving and who I was with, I probably would have had a little more success there. But lessons learned that I'm trying to teach to my young proteges here at AE Victory Racing.
You want to try to keep the same thing. It's interesting. I see that. I don't know if I see it more in racing, but I've noticed it happening at IMSA. And there's one team in particular that's like a fan favorite.
Yeah.
That seems like they chase the BOP every season. JT knows who I'm talking about. And they change the car every time. And I always can't help but think, like, I understand that the BOP and IMSA is a factor. But what if, hear me out, you just learned how to drive the one car and just figured it out? And so in WRL, I think it's more of a non-issue at this point because they've got that squared away pretty well. But I've never heard somebody actually come out and say, like, yeah, no, I probably should have stuck with, maybe one or two cars as opposed to cycling through. What advantages does that give you, though? Are you able to now know what those cars are capable of, and then that helps you, in like a passing situation, or how does that help?
Well, certainly, I think that helps. I think driving a whole bunch of different stuff can be good because it teaches you how to jump into something and acclimate quickly.
Right.
But I do think that staying in a platform, but more even just with a team, a group of people. If you can stay with a group of people long term, I think you grow together and you absorb more of what they have to teach you. And as somebody that was just coming into the sport in that way, I think that consistency would have been really helpful.
Gotcha.
And so that's, what I would like to work on providing, because I felt like looking back, it would have really helped me.
Okay.
But I mean, everybody I worked with everywhere I went was great, but I only got probably a bite-sized piece of what they knew, right? So, yeah.
Gotcha. What kind of preparation does AE Victory? Because we've heard about the shootout, obviously.
Yeah.
Are you doing lots of testing? Are you doing lots of sim time? What are you giving these ladies who come through who maybe haven't even done endurance racing or GT racing even before to get them prepared for a full season assault on this championship?
So that's something we're working on, actually. We don't have the time or budget to do a whole lot of testing on the racetrack. We did a bit with the Audi in year one because we needed to with that car to get it to be like even remotely competitive.
Sure.
But we're definitely taking advantage of the max track time test days before the WRL events. But the ladies, I'm relying a lot on Sarah and Ashley and Hannah as my coaches for to coach the other drivers, some of whom have done some cool things. Like I didn't realize had done like 6 seasons of Trans Am. And, Sally's got a couple seasons of the MX5 under her belt. But like you say, transitioning those drivers into an endurance setting, really leaning on my what I'm calling our coaches to help get them up to speed. And so we are doing sim sessions.
Okay,
I'm not participating in those yet, but if I come back to drive, I'm going to have to.
Sure.
I can't tell them all to do it and then not do it myself. So a lot of sim preparation, just getting on the phone, having a Zoom call before each race, and really going through the track and talking about each track and how how to approach that particular track, especially since we do have some drivers that maybe haven't been to all these tracks before.
Sure.
So we're trying to kind of come at it from a number of different angles. We also have performance coaching that's happening just from like a mindset perspective. We're trying to help them get in a correct mindset and learn how to, when things go wrong maybe at the racetrack or things get stressful, how to overcome that and kind of get back into a clear headspace. So I've got a friend of mine who's helping with that and actually is developing a whole program too, which is another part of what I kind of learned when I was in the pro paddock and want to help develop in other female racers is like how to be more than just a driver that's in the car, but how to be a driver that people want to work with because you have other skills and other knowledge and market yourself well, basically.
Well, and we hear more and more that that's what it takes to stay in, professional endurance racing is that you need to be marketable, you need to be friendly so that you can get those partners pulled onto the car to keep the whole process rolling. And so that makes a lot of sense. It's cool to hear that you're doing like a top to bottom. This is a holistic program. Now, is this a program that's going to stay kind of at this level to be a jumping board, or do you have designs or plans to like, well, we'll do this for a few years and then maybe we'll do an IMSA car, or what's kind of the next step for AE Victory?
Yeah. So, I mean, if I, like, if we remove the budget conversation from that question for a moment, like my ideal thing would be to continue to have a program here where we could get that crazy seat time that you get here. I mean, it's like unparalleled bang for your buck here at WRL with the seat time and that and the way that can translate into development, and just the practice with pit stops even for the crew and everything. It's it's different than the way you would do it at an SRO or IMSA level, but it translates, right?
Right.
And so being able to keep a program here to do development and then also be growing into other series, that is the ultimate dream, is to be able to do a little bit of both. But as the budgets in every series get greater and greater, our big mission for this year is to start going out and looking for partners and sponsors and trying to grow in that direction. Now that we've established ourselves as a team that kind of knows what they're doing and can can bring results. So the next big step is getting people on board to help us get to the next levels.
Awesome. Well, Aaron, is there anything else you want to mention? Anybody you want to say hi to at home? I understand that your husband is here at the track taking care of the baby right now. Parents, family, supporters, anything like that?
Oh man, I don't know who's watching today. My parents sometimes check in, so I'll say hi to my parents, Mo and Bill, if they're watching. Definitely Russell and Aaron back in the motorhome up the hill from here. And if any of my Audi Club or Porsche Club friends from back in the day are watching, thank you so much for following along, and enjoy your beautiful Saturdays. I hope it's as beautiful everywhere else as it is here at Barber this weekend.
I hope so. I really hope so. Erin Vocal, her name is on the door at AE Victory Racing. Thank you for coming up and chatting with me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
AE Victory Racing now running second and third in GTO, having disposed of the 120, having disposed of the stack racing with Rapscallion for 678 Ligier. That car has actually dropped back to P5 and promoted the GTR 99 up into fourth. So we go ACP Tangerine still leading by 8.3 seconds from the 119, from the 120, and then GTR 99 back in fourth. Now, we did have a pit stop under the last code 35 from the number 2 ACP Tangerine. BMW, I think we've actually had pit stops from all of the top 5 with the exception of that 678 Ligier. I don't think that car has been in yet. So keep an eye on the pit lane for that. Being an hour 12 minutes in now, I think we'd be expecting that just about any time. The 282 is recovering as well. Remember, that car pitted under green about the 45-minute mark, so getting on for half an hour ago, and is now recovering up into P7. I wonder if we could get some information there from Jason Marks. I actually don't have Jason's phone number, but if anybody down in the TCB camp is willing to pass that along, would love to know what the story was there on the 282. It's already passed its sister car, number 246, so making good progress there. Down at GP1, S Collective still chasing the Edge Autosports number 26. 17.5 seconds is the margin there, but it's just been really good, consistent laps out of the Edge Autosports team. Consistently well under the 1 minute 40 bracket to start growing that gap. And S Collective has gotten past the number 43 of PC Racing. Actually, I think it was in front when we last saw it. Yeah, so I take that back. But still having to defend. The margin there is only 1.2 seconds. PC, meanwhile, has its hands full with
Scott
the
Smith
chartreuse-colored number 48 El Diablo car driven by, as JT just said, Scott Smith. Half a second there on track. Jordan's picked it up here, climbing the hill through the left and right at turns 9 and 10. We'll get it here again into the shot. There is the 140. Then you've got the Palomar number 83, then the 43, and then the 48. Also, that's is that TC Klein? Yeah, they're a lap down. Harrison Motorsports is the next GP1 car in line. They're about 10 seconds further back with that BMW E990, 92, 90.
Yeah, that platform.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, that car rounds out the top 5 in GP1, just spreading itself out a little bit there in that part of the GP1 field. Drop back to Ginger Racing in P6, and then a good gaggle as well between being fought between Open Throttle Racing number 62, the Blitzkrieg Racing number 242, and the BRD Motorsports number 616. I think we have an onboard from the Blitzkrieg car, smack in the middle of that pack there in GP1. That's P780, of course. Unbelievable. Anyway, there go the other two protagonists out on track, 62 and 616, right in a row headed down the front straightaway. This will drop the Blitzkrieg car back to P9, at least for the time being. Potentially a little bit further back when Cajun Canuck comes through. They should take that next position. That is a stopped NPO1 in the pit lane with its rear engine cover off. That will be the 40-48 competition, number 148. On board the Stack Racing number 678. Thank you to whoever put the car number on the right-hand side of the screen in the graphics. Appreciate that. I think this second Stack Racing with Rapscallion Ligier has really raised the game of this program overall. We've seen these Ligiers be quick in the hands of Off-Leash Motorsports and the number 40 over the last couple of years, really developed that car well. Kind of being developed in parallel by Rapscallion and Stack Racing. But that 669, it just never really seemed to get the results that you would have anticipated out of a car that had the potential that this one did. And I think now having two cars to collect, twice the amount of data, do twice the amount of testing as far as setup work goes, and do longevity testing.
Right.
I think it's really just pushed that program forward and extended what that car is capable of. And I think we're poised for a couple of good results from that 678 squad in particular over the balance of the season. 669, I'm sure, won't be far behind.
It was here 2 years ago, Brendan, that they had, I think it was that 669 car tried to debut, and they had issues with water getting into the electrical system.
Oh,
like they had just recently acquired the car, and it was not set up in any way, shape, or form to be good in the rain, and they were like taping connectors together because the connectors weren't very good. And I don't know if it was a new car at that point or if they had bought it used, but I remember chatting with somebody about it, and they're like, yeah, no, it came, and like nothing's insulated, nothing's waterproof, so we have to fix it now. And they just work on that car. I remember walking by and seeing them just dive in and try to get it running. And so they've come a long way since then. I think that was the debut of that car here 2 years ago.
I think Off Leash had debuted it before that. If I recall back to Sebring in 2023. I think that was the first time we saw the Ligier.
Okay.
But it got into the hands of Rapscallion a little bit later than that.
Right.
And yeah, that would have been the first, let's say, abnormal weather weekend.
Yep.
I remember it being particularly damp and cloudy when we were here.
I remember my feet being just completely saturated.
Yeah, it only takes one of those weekends to go buy a good pair of boots and say, I am done with this.
I would usually agree, man, but as we've discussed before, my boots don't fit in my luggage.
Well, but you can check a bag now, can't you?
I mean, I can, but that's just an extra charge that I'm going to bill you for.
So
That's
hear
fine.
me up. Wear
okay.
the boots at the airport and put regular shoes in the luggage.
Yeah,
So
then you got to
that's-
fly in weatherproof.
Yeah, exactly. So what I've been doing is wearing my Tevas on the plane, because I usually have like a pretty hefty running shoe that I wear on the weekends that's very comfortable. But when you're as tall as I am, the extra 3/4 of an inch of foam on a size 15 really restricts your foot space under the seat in front of you. So I've been wearing Tevas, which are very low profile. You can loosen them easier as well, to get a little more comfortable, and I just try to stuff my shoes in my bag. But that's a challenge in and of itself. I did check a bag this weekend to put tripods in it. Did you know, Brendan, that one of our tripods doesn't fit perfectly in a standard carry-on size piece of luggage?
I would believe that. I'm surprised you took a carry-on size.
That's all I own. I only own carry-on. I have duffel bags and stuff, but like,
right.
I wanted them to be in a hard case thing so that nothing would happen as they're getting checked. And I can put them diagonally in the bag, so I can fit 3. And then I crammed 1 into my new backpack. So I was able to bring all 4.
Interesting. Personal item, I think.
Well,
Yeah, that's
not
what I
to
have
get
to do
too
with my
inside
monologue.
baseball on the travel here, but I bought a new backpack that's an Osprey travel backpack. And so my personal item clips onto the outside of like an actual duffel bag type backpack.
Slow PC, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I don't know if that's a recovering PC or if it's actually just slow, but it was right on the racing line. Yeah, 4 off drivers left at turn 11 and continued. Oh, that was 8 minutes ago. No, it's still slow climbing
still
the hill here
slow,
towards
and
turn number 5.
Going slow into 5,
Turn
yeah.
5, yeah. That's the HC car there, by the way, the 455. The other light blue E46 that's leaving the shot. Yeah, 43.
Trying to.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think this might result in, and I think they're going to pull off here.
It
Or at
looks
least
like
try to
the
get
car
the
still
car
has
rolling.
drive. Not much of it.
I think it's coasting down the hill more than it in drive.
That was it.
They'll
Went
just pick
the
up
hill
again.
relatively quickly. Yeah, I think this car is nursing something. We'll jump on board with TC Klein here and see if see what that 43 looks like.
It did get going when it got to about the bridge for the museum.
It came across the line a 10.5 behind the S Collective car, so near enough side by side, or at least nose to tail, I guess, with that Porsche Cayman. And then something happened there in the exit of turn 1 where it just stopped accelerating. Parked it, more or less, right on the racing line. Yeah, here it is still. So I think this will be into the pit lane for that number 43. Now, it is, I mean, we are getting to the point here in the cycle where I'd anticipate that car coming back to the pit lane.
For fuel, perhaps?
For fuel, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Hour and 23. But I don't think we had really any cars in GP1 make a pit stop under the last code 35.
No,
so
and we talked about that at the time,
them,
too, where they... I really thought that somebody should have, and nobody did.
And there it is into the lane.
410 is back out.
Very good. That'll be after its repairs from early contact. The first couple of laps.
I suspect, and I don't know if this is true or not, that the 410 potentially is the Bruce Innovations car.
Oh, is it an F82?
It has that livery on it, where it's the blue and greenish yellow.
I'm fairly sure ACP had that livery on the 52.
Oh, okay.
Is it an F82 or a G82?
I believe it is an... I'll have to see it now. I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's a G82.
It should be the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's the G82, then I think it'll be... I don't think it's a Bruce Innovations car. I think that Bruce livery, or that Bruce car, they only have the F82.
Right. Well, because it's the old JTR car.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to correct me. That is a new livery for that car. Going by what I could see yesterday during qualifying, it's a bunch of colors that are horizontally...
No, that's the 2.
stacked.
That's the 2.
Which, to be clear, is a new livery and does look good.
Okay, so the 410 is the dark blue with the yellow.
Yellow,
and white.
yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Brendan, how do you feel about this camera?
I can see it in the onboard camera, which makes me nervous. The reason I've never put a camera at turn 1 is because you just can't see. It's cool to see the cars up close, but
I was gonna say I like the sensation of speed it provides.
Yeah.
But you just cannot get enough of the car in the frame because of how the corner is sold. I played with that for a few minutes and never really arrived at something I wanted.
What if you were to go out in the gravel trap way to driver's right at turn 1?
I looked at that too, but you can either get the entry or the exit. Because if you aim it at the apex, the car is not going to be in the frame for very long.
Can you get that camera lower?
Yeah,
I can get it lower. That might... Yeah, you're right. Okay. I was told, quote, "Hey man, they're your cameras," end quote, with regards to whether or not I could place them where I
Good
placed
news.
them.
Every track is Chuck Walla now.
I love that attitude. Do whatever you want, dude. It's your stuff.
Yeah.
I think where we might run into some pushback is, like the apron at Daytona.
Yeah.
I think we might be out there, but
might be a problem at that one. I haven't yet considered where I'd put them at Daytona because all the places where I think you would use a tripod are all
you can't get to
a nightmare, or I haven't squared that circle yet. We'll see.
Or indeed circled that square.
Yes. It's all thrill or no filler.
I hate that so much. Which I realize the more I say that is just going to make you want to do it more. Like a toddler.
I'll pick some other bit later. I'll have to bring back some old bits.
Also,
These
like,
hallowed
just
grounds.
philosophically, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to entertain people, like if the sole purpose of what you're doing is not sporting and competitive, isn't it all filler?
Yes.
Like if you're going to a sports thing and there's no actual competition, then it literally really is all filler.
I would argue that if the thing is marketed around one particular driver and one particular car, and you're showing anything other than that driver and that car, that it is in fact filler. Which was the case at the Marina Green in San Francisco. S Collective has just pitted in.
Yep, these will be on-time pit stops for the GP1
and the 779.
Field. Yep, that's your GP2. Oh, it's not the GP2 leader.
The GP2, not a.
That is a pass for position.
Oh, that is the 99 at the inside of the 120.
Yeah.
Yeah. Change for third. They're now going to lap the 669 Ligier, who probably could be a little farther to driver's right there. It makes the 99 scoot up the last lane on the inside.
And that does look really smooth.
Past 65, up behind the Skip Barber Racing School, number 316, Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
I'm gonna show the nose. I was gonna say that's not really a passing zone, but they're gonna get right there.
I think the 316 actually braked a little earlier than the 99 was anticipating, and the 99 just shifted half a lane over as a bailout.
Yep.
Big
we're
lift
gonna
of the
get
throttle here.
Yeah,
timed this very badly. Watch the 120, who's going to go towards driver's right, but get stuck in behind the 316. That is the art of passing a slower class car defined. JT, you know as well as I do from years and years of multi-class sim racing, you time your pass so that you time your liftoff and your slowdown so that you are at the maximum speed where you're at your minimum speed, right? So the apex, you need to be at your car's maximum potential in order to make as much time as you can up on the straight. The 99 timed it quite badly. The 120 timed it perfectly.
Yeah, because you're behind, because you're having to check up yourself, you have the ability to try to time the exit right, where you're able to carry the most speed you can, get the most momentum out of the corner, and that was just unfortunately, I don't think they were expecting the Aston to be a bit that slow through 9 and 10, and they just unfortunately got the timing wrong there, but.
You could see the throttle position on the 99 lifted on the way into turn 9 as would be anticipated, and then just never got back in the throttle because it was closing on the back of that 316 all the way through the left and the right. By the time it was able to get back to the throttle, the Supra behind it, the number 120, had what looked to be a good 10 plus miles an hour advantage from being back in the throttle at the right place, climbing the hill. Unfortunately, it just got boxed in behind the Aston. Watch the throttle here. Quick lift of the throttle, and then immediately back at it at the apex of 10. Drifts the car out wide, but it's a good 10 to 15 miles an hour quicker at the apex when it's in clear air versus where it was stuck in behind the Aston.
Yep, that's Rob Jackowitz behind the wheel of the GTR 99.
Haven't seen that name in a while.
I saw a similar thing a little bit earlier going through this corner when they were catching up to the 83 at Palomar, getting really close to the bumper. As they turned in for 14A, and so that they were having to really back off and kind of compromise the exit on turn 15 a bit. And that was quite curious why that was the thought process.
Rob had a little bit of opposite lock there coming through the final couple of corners there, and then that allowed the 120 to close up a big portion of the gap that had been developed there. So,
yeah, Hannah Grisham's in the 120, incidentally. So this is Rob Jackowitz, Hannah Grisham. This, remember, just went the other way a couple of laps ago. I wouldn't be surprised if that was traffic induced as well.
Yeah.
Battle for the lead also developing, at least the GTO class lead. ACP Tangerine from AE Victory number 119. It's half a second as they come across start finish down into turn number 1.
There it is.
They are two very brightly colored GT4 cars, BMW from Supra. Having cleared a little bit of traffic the last time through. Number 2 just rotates so well off the exit. 119 has to square it off a little bit more. It's Ashley Freiberg behind the wheel of that car chasing Billy Johnson.
Now both drivers here experienced GT drivers, as we spoke about earlier. Lots, I think, evenly matched. It's probably fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, at the top of the ladder, let's say, what you have to choose between in terms of talent and execution is, fractions of a percent.
Yep.
So maybe Billy's a little bit quicker here, maybe Ashley's a little bit quicker there as we catch pit stop from the number 62.
And that is probably Matteo Seiderman getting out of the car as we do a little bit of a driver change here.
Yeah, we certainly had him qualify the car yesterday. We knew that.
And he was named against the car recently. Yeah, so that's him getting out.
Okay.
His name showed. Great stint there, able to haul that thing up to 4th position.
Some scuffing there on the left-hand side of that car, just behind
It'll happen.
Left front wheel arch. One more jug of fuel.
Fuel transferring.
Yeah.
This is way too arty of a camera for, DriversEye Live. With the focus, you get the soft focus in the foreground, and look at that.
Bit rate on it.
Yeah.
Previously, we were allowed to do this on pit road itself. Is that just not a thing at Barber?
I just haven't coordinated that.
Yeah, it's not coordinated at this time. Yeah. GTR 99 into the pit lane. So that's going to have allowed the 120 to go through. I did see that earlier. The 120 was nowhere near the 99 on track. Last time they came by start-finish.
We can go pick that up.
And thus, the end of the good bit rate. Oh, that might have been on my end.
No, it's on the camera. Anyway.
Oh, it is on the camera. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Through all of that, by the way, Ashley and Billy at the front have extended the lead gap back to that, what was the battle for third, now just is third, to almost a minute. So we were, it's a second to choose between the leaders and then a minute gap back to the next little group.
This is Garage 66 heading back out.
Yeah.
It was Jordan Musser behind the wheel. Did they do a driver change? Unclear. Guess we'll see. That now promotes the number 83 of Palomar Racing with Nick Romano at the wheel. Promotes him to the lead. Palomar Racing, we talked about yesterday, has 2 really strong drivers, especially for a GP2 car. I mean, I believe it's 4 drivers in the car total. Got Nick Romano and Matt Millian.
Be interesting to see here if the 282 is able to cycle through back up into the class lead when the top 4 make their next pit stops in GTO. Remember that 282 was into the pit lane under green 45 minutes into the race. Laura Hayes has been on board that car. The pace has been good. It's just not obvious as to whether or not they'll get enough back here in the middle part of their stint when everybody else is forced to pit under green. The interval peek down at the Continental tires there on the number 392.
little bit of smoke coming off the brakes there, to be expected with the big, heavy E92.
Yeah.
New livery on this car,
right? Yes. Not making it terribly easy to differentiate it from the Ginger Racing number 46, it has to be said.
Not at all. More fuel in there as well. Now, that car was in second place in class, has now pitted. I don't think the 48 has stopped yet, have they?
No, nobody ahead of S Collective has. So it actually means S Collective, I think, has jumped Edge. Let's let that cycle through one more time just to confirm that, because I think that was not convinced they've come through on the outlap yet. But yes, they have. So that is a change for the effective lead of GP1. S Collective is through. Yeah, 2 minutes 56 on the pit lap, 3 minutes 2 on the pit lap for Edge. So let's call that 6-second swing. So from about a 1.5 second differential in favor of Edge is now 4.5 seconds in favor of S Collective. So Harrison will cycle through back behind that battle, and once El Diablo and BRD Motorsports make their pit stops, should put the S Collective Racing Porsche Cayman up into the class lead in GP1.
I just closed red fence.
Okay, it was probably due for a refresh anyway.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you all for joining us on this fine Saturday morning from Birmingham, Alabama.
Nary a cloud in sight.
Indeed. Looked very much like a good humid southern day yesterday with all the puffy white clouds up in the air and a low layer, but very clear today. And I hear headed for the high 70s, Ryan.
I believe so.
Yeah.
The forecast I looked at before traveling out here showed that today and tomorrow we're supposed to be a little bit on the gloomy side. Not quite raining, but certainly not sunny like we've seen. So
yeah.
I'll take it.
So between you and me, this weekend at Barber, my next weekend, which will be down at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, I'll be down there on Thursday, are my two of my favorite weather weekends of the year. It is you get just enough daylight to get some nice lighting at the end of the day. It cools down very nicely. You're in the low 70s during the day. Nice and crisp in the mornings with a decent breeze. Very comfortable to be out in the old shorts and a hoodie type of weather.
Sure.
I really enjoy this time of year for sports car racing, grassroots sports car racing in this country, in this part of the country in particular.
I was going to say, which other country do you enjoy grassroots motorsports racing in, and have opinions
literally
about
all of them, Ryan.
Have opinions about the weather?
I was watching action from that's an off. Is that one of the open throttle cars, or is that TC Line?
No, that was open throttle. I think that was the 64 again.
Lost some body work there in the excursion as well. I was up watching racing from New Zealand last night.
Oh, okay. Was it the Toyota Race Series or whatever they call it?
It was their weekend at Mansfield, but it was in particular I was watching the Porsche Series and I guess they call it the Touring Series.
Okay.
With a host of slightly higher prep.
Gotcha.
Porsches and other things.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I do have the two gentlemen from Aftermath Motorsports up here with me. Gentlemen, I'll have you introduce yourselves so the listener can hear the voice and associate it.
My name is Randy Rhino.
Brock Hill.
Perfect. So Randy and Brock here with Aftermath Motorsports in a Cayman new to this series. Is this a new build for you guys?
It is a new build. This car was actually part of WRL.
Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick, there's a Ligier that is spun on the exit of turn 2 and 3 here.
669.
669. We'll have a replay. So the Aston Martin trying to rejoin, and now they just lose it all by themselves.
Yeah, I wonder if just maybe a little bit too much steering input there, and as it came back to the throttle, round the rear went.
I wonder if that's going to be beached there as well. That's the gravel is Barber. My apologies, gentlemen. So new car, no new car?
So there is some history to the car that we have. It was a It was in WRL for multiple years. I believe it was something Bourbon Racing. The red, white, and blue Cayman. Y'all remember that car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was the car. I bought it 2 years ago. Just drove it for HPDE and then sold it. And just out of just pure luck, we came across it. They were selling it and had prepped it for putting it back into WRL. And we were able to pick it up. And we've all been in WRL on previous different teams from the previous years. We got a good group of guys together. And got it ready for the season.
So the one question I have to ask, we were talking about this on the qualifying day yesterday. That rear wing looks really low. What's up with that?
It's a 9 lives wing, and the previous owner put it on. We left it on. It's got gooseneck, connectors on it, but we are the same opinion. We need to change that.
Okay, gotcha. Because we were looking at it, and it's like maybe they know something that we don't, but like it seems too low on the car.
They're low.
Being our debut race, we want performance, not results right away. So the other Cayman here, they gave us some pointers with the platform and whatnot. How we can improve. You could see the times in qualifying yesterday. There was a significant difference. So that's what's great about WRL, and that's why we, again, started our own team to come into it this year. And hopefully with Aftermath, our idea behind it is being more HPD focused and bringing up drivers. But perfecting it at our shop all the way through and finishing races before we go for results. That'll come in time.
Okay. It seems like we're hearing more and more of that in the WRL paddock recently, where people are no longer parachuting in, I'm going to blow all this money on doing racing and then getting out. It's more of a like, we really want to find a way to make this good for everybody involved and get the car consistent and get people developed through from HPDE into kind of a racing situation. Why do you think that is? Why is that so popular now versus even like 2 or 3 years ago?
I think like Randy, the gentleman that you spoke of yesterday, I think he spent close to $300K on a 350, and it's not even close to be a WRL car. So we all kind of came from that background of HPDE. So in our paddock, we have a E36 M3, E46 M3, then we got a clown shoe.
Nice. Is that Mike Gorman's clown shoe?
No, I bought it out of a guy in Wisconsin, and don't hold me to it, but we're hoping to debut it at Daytona.
Oh man, JT, do you hear that? A clown shoe at Daytona.
Heck yeah.
I'm about it.
Did I just hear him say that's a big discount?
It's not up to us. If it was up to me, everybody would be able to get in free.
But then we have the clown shoe, we have the Cayman S, and then we also have a Club Sport.
Club Sport. Okay, so you've got the whole gamut of cars.
Yeah. So again, to bring drivers up, it's almost perfect. But they're all race cars. They're not street cars.
Right.
So the E36 is a little bit of a hybrid, but it's a perfect starting platform. We just opened our shop in Buford.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian, so I don't know Atlanta or
sure. About 10 minutes from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yep. So we have our
I'm sorry, Jordan, if you go to the overhead cam, you can see that 669 was kind of wiggling. I don't know if they're trying to get all the gravel out of the back of the car. Yeah, okay, that's intentional. It almost looked like a rear control arm wasn't attached initially because it just had like one wiggle. So I was like, whoa, this is something broken. But I think they're just trying to get that squared away. So we'll go back to green here as soon as the safety truck pulls back in. Here's the onboard from that same car. That's the car with all the cracks on the windshield. And the safety vehicle is going to pull back in the cutout here. I wonder if that'll allow us just to go green here shortly. The other Rapscallion car is taking the opportunity to pit. Beautiful strategy move to have one of your cars get stuck and then pit the other. Didn't they try that? Didn't Renault try that, Brendan? Back in like 2009?
Sorry, they tried what?
Didn't Renault wreck one of their cars intentionally so that the other one could pit? Advantageous time?
2008, and I think that was the famous Crashgate. Yes.
Yeah.
Not that Nelson Piquet Jr. was not capable of doing that on his own. But
that's true.
Yeah.
They knew. They really knew that was a believable situation. Just a little too convenient.
Not the situation.
To be clear, I'm not implying that that's actually what's going on.
This is good timing for a lot of our, let's call it half the field. The half the field that hadn't pitted yet.
Right.
BRD among them. I think El Diablo actually had to pit out of GP1 before the full course yellow here. But this will reset GTO nicely as well.
Absolutely. So it sounds like if you're already planning on having, as we go back to green here, or no, I'm sorry, it's just a car pulling out of pit lane. I've like heard engines rev up, like, oh, we're going, but not quite. Sounds like you're already planning on being at Daytona.
Yeah, like we said, we'd rather performance than results. So we want to take the time, develop the cars, test the cars. Mm-hmm. We already have, again, the whole idea behind the team is good people collect. We have a phenomenal team from our in-house mechanic, Chris Sloan, to our Toto Wolf, Jake Bailey, who's been in the series quite a bit. He's a beauty. His dad helps. Justin, who's in the car right now, he's a coach as well.
Okay.
And we all kind of came together. It was actually after Sebring last year, and after a couple of adult beverages, we were fine. This came in, and it kind of morphed into this. And then I got to tell my wife, we're spending this much money. What are we doing?
What are we? No, it's a business. It's a business. We figured it out. It'll make money.
If CJ, if you're listening, the race team's growing. Our weddings got smaller. Yeah.
As it should be. I wish I could have made the same call. Unfortunately, I was told not to.
Yeah, we still, just getting to the grid this morning, Randy and I, the whole team, we were just kind of pinching ourselves that we're actually here. I mean, I grew up watching racing, never had the ability to go out, and within the last 10 years, I had the ability. My son's here to watch. And we had to pinch ourselves, really. We popped a bottle of champagne last night, and we did it. Okay,
right.
But yeah, and the car's running great.
Perfect.
And we're very just thrilled to be here, and hopefully for the longevity in WRL.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's cool series to be a part of. It's very been talked about to death, but I think it's because it's so true that the value for money is there. The people in the paddock are friendly. I think the officiating is pretty fair. They've especially started to lighten up on a couple of the things, that people were grumbly about before with regards to the penalties for the pit lane stuff, and they've just really made it an inviting place to come and play when you're in this kind of situation of trying to get people into the sport.
Yeah. And last year was my first year in WRL.
Same with me.
Randy as well. And, I thank the team for everything they gave us, but most races we just didn't have that reliability.
Sure.
And it was just frustrating every time. We did get results in Utah last year, but, but it was just, I have a massive passion for it, and I'm very blessed that I have the ability to do it and met people like Randy and the rest of the team. So
that's awesome. Well, what track are you looking forward to most on the schedule?
Coda, probably.
Coda, okay.
I think Daytona for me.
Yeah, Daytona I did last year.
Okay.
We lost 5 hours because the car was out of fuel. But anyway, that's a story for another day. It was 3 toes in, and the car's misfiring. No, it's just fuel.
Just fuel.
Yeah,
right.
But it's just endurance racing is just where it's at. But racing in itself, even HPDE days, if you're new to it, it's very intimidating.
Right.
So we're trying to eliminate that, kind of keep it fun. I mean, when we're out on track, we want performance. We do want clean races and everything, but we want to take that intimidation out.
Yeah. It's something that has also been talked about a bunch, is that the racing almost seems like a black box, right? It's one thing to even get involved in track days. Like if you're a person who's been watching Formula One, you go, gee, I want to drive to a track. What track is closest to me? Barber. Oh, great. And you type in Barber or whatever, and it's still never necessarily clear who you need to be talking to even get involved with the track day, because they're third parties and this and that. And then you go to the track day with your car and you do that for however long. And it's like, well, how do I do the next thing? And so I think having programs like you guys are talking about to introduce people and say like, nah, this is how you can get there.
Also, we've heard a bunch of instances where people say, all right, I want to go racing, and they go buy a car, and they don't know what I'll just go buy a cup car.
Right.
Or something, and they have no idea what they're doing and what they need to buy. So our goal, another goal of ours, is to have multiple cars where people can test, different cars and different speeds and find out what would be the best fit for them to go buy before they buy it.
And if you do have a car too, we can add it to the fold to already aftermath.
Support it.
And we can support it, but share revenue with you and all that.
Okay,
we'll manage it. So, it's not, with money you can buy anything you want. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing.
Right.
My wife could tell you plenty of instances. Yeah.
I sure hope your wife's listening.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we'll find a way to clip it for you. We'll send it to her. It'll be good to go.
Yeah.
And she can just play that. Like, no, you know that you do that. See, click.
As soon as I walk in my house, I know I'm not the smartest man. But no, thrilled, beautiful weather, and it's very good. This was my debut race in the series last year.
Oh, perfect.
We actually we raced a Boxer in GP3. And I think...
that was... you guys were in.
Yeah, we were in.
Yeah, that's right.
We were technically the Natty champions. So I put that on my bio.
Right.
With 13 laps under the belt or something.
Well, they tried. It's I think an interesting story coming out from last year that Garage 66, was it Garage 66, Brendan, that showed up at Eagles Canyon last year, and they promoted themselves into GP2 and they just took off from there?
I think
it was Garage 66 that they show up to Eagles Canyon. There's no other GP3 cars, and they're like, well, if you've got it detuned, I guess you can make more power if you want and try to come play, and they ended up doing really well.
It was a running joke. If we went after Barbers, we'd show up. It was only that one race with that car, but when we show up at any other race on the HPD days, if there was a car with a GP3, it's a running joke.
Right.
They better not start. So,
a race winner at that point, the last ever GP3 race winner.
Yeah, that's a feather in my cap.
There you go. Perfect. Do you remember the last GP4 race winner, Brendan?
It feels like a Lemonada sort of thing.
I think so too.
Yeah.
My ego, remember.
Topless NAM X5 with a burlap sack over the roof. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
What a time.
I've got a question here. I kind of want to peel the curtain back a little bit, if you don't mind. This is going to be directed in a particular direction, but I'm also not in the business of exposing anybody that doesn't want to be exposed. So I went looking for some names here because we had called a race, a couple of races years ago, with a team by the name of Rhino Racing that ran Ginetta G57s and 55s out at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. It was an awesome program. So Randy, I heard your name come up, and I was like, I wonder if this is Rhino Racing. I
think you'll find it spelled different.
It is spelled very different, but I went looking anyway, and there is a Randy Rhino that has a Wikipedia entry, as it turns out. Are you the Randy Rhino?
So the Randy Rhino you probably saw on Wikipedia is my father, who's a football player at Georgia Tech.
Yes.
Okay.
And did some football after Tech at briefly NFL and a little bit longer stint up in the Canadian Football League. So yes, that is my father. I'm Randy Jr.
The best league.
Okay,
Got it.
Very
yes.
good.
The CFL is the superior league.
It is.
Yeah, it has a national championship to his name, I noticed.
Yes, he does.
No way.
He does. Yep.
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
But no affiliation with the Ginetta Rhino team.
Yeah,
No, with the Ginetta team that has the axles blowing up at 15 hours.
Yeah.
Same one.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, do you know about that, Randy?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Got it. I was like, boy, that's a throwback, obviously. But no, notorious for those cars. They were these Ginetta LMP3 cars, but with way more power and different aero on them. And they would come to an endurance race that we covered, and they'd get to hour 15 or 16, and the whole right side axle would just come apart and shoot the tire off the car. Wow. And the fastest part of the track.
Super fun.
This happened. I think it happened 2 years in a row, right?
Yeah, JT's got a great photo.
Yeah, JT does have a pretty good photo. Yeah. And they eventually found that the manufacturer in question may or may not have been repurposing axles from a 90s Jag, road car, when they went to investigate why that kept occurring. So they are no longer in that business, is my understanding. Kind of keep hoping that they'll show up at Thunderdale. I don't think they're going to.
I have a question about the series and all that. I noticed, with my debut last year, that GPUs were like gnats out there, especially in a GT3 car or even a GP1 car. But,
right.
It's just dropped off this year. Are we hoping to get them back in the series a little bit more? Or?
We are hoping to see additional GTU entries as the season goes on.
Okay. I know that there's other things going on and whatnot. And
yes.
I kind of asked around. I said, well, this is, because you can't, most of the time,
right.
I almost have brown code brown when they fly
Sure.
by me. So it's what the frig was that? So.
I think there has been some addition by subtraction with regards to the general production fields.
Okay.
No longer having to deal with that particular. As we go 3 wide with one of them, the 65 bails out on the way into turn 5 as the Roberts car kind of forcing the issue there. All ended up okay, but the 65, I think, wisely backed out of the 3 wide into turn 5 situation. No, I think it's going to work out well. The individual GTU entries that we currently have, as well as some of the ones that are kind of waiting in the wings, a little bit more grassroots-oriented situation, and I think a little bit friendlier.
Yeah.
And that's where I'll leave that.
Yeah, the grassroots is kind of where we are. I mean, I think I'm more nervous putting the ice at pit stops in the than I am on track. Yeah. You know, don't screw up, don't screw up, don't screw up. So, but it's super fun being involved in all that. So, if anybody's interested in learning how to drive, you can reach Randy on his. Is it OnlyFans?
Yeah, OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You can guess his stage name with his last name.
Incredible. Incredible. And then does Aftermath have its own website separate?
We don't.
You don't.
No, we are.
It's just an Instagram.
Yeah, we threw everything into getting the car ready for this weekend. And,
Okay.
This is all very new.
Got it.
Yeah, we just took possession of our shop, I think.
Yeah, literally a week ago.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very new effort. Yeah, okay.
The car was basically built in Randy's garage, and then in between that, he
got
into a new home.
It was, God bless Jake Bailey
and Chris. Jake
Yeah.
Bailey and Chris Sloan, and I live on the coast of Mississippi, so
Okay.
I was useless.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Again, my wife can verify.
I noticed it's a testament to the guys that you had working on the car, because when that car pulled up at Tech, I was like standing around vaguely near there, and then from what I could see, I was like, wow, that cage looks really nice. Looks really clean in there. Is that like a new build? And that's why I asked, because I was like, car's in incredible shape.
It was, I mean, they worked a lot of hours to the point that when we showed up here on Thursday for load in, we were like, do we want to go for a nice dinner? And everybody was like, no. Wait. Even last night, we were supposed to go for a nice dinner, and we stayed here till we pushed the reservation from 7 to 8, 8 to 9, and then we were like, let's just go somewhere quick and get some sleep. So
gotcha.
We just, again, wanted to concentrate on the reliability and setup and everything, and put a good showing in. So
perfect.
Yeah, it's super good. So thank you all for having us and welcoming us and having us on as well.
Absolutely. No, Aftermath, thank you guys for bringing your car to WRL. We're excited to see what the future holds for you. And if you have the S Collective guys giving you advice on how to set that car up, you're not going to be that far off. Like it'll come to you for sure.
And again, we're hoping for the clown shoot at
perfect
at Daytona. Very excited about that.
Can't ask for anything cooler than that. Really can't.
Yeah, it's really cool. So we just put a big wang on it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
So that short wheelbase does not like elevation.
No.
So I tested it here, and it was, nope, I'm good. I'm good.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming by and saying hi. I appreciate y'all.
All right, thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
It's good stuff from the folks down at Aftermath Racing. We love a new entrant into the World Racing League. It's a great looking car. I'm sorry, it's Aftermath Motorsports. It's a great looking car. Really captured our attention during qualifying yesterday. And nice to know there's a lot of real passion and energy behind the project rather than just a ton of money, as you see in other forms of racing. That's really what WRL is all about. It's a good debut offering. That car's down in 12th in GP1 at the moment, but it's been a clean run so far and hanging on in there. Incidentally, down in GP1, remember we saw an early pit stop from the number 150 ASM Honda S2000. That was back at lap number 31. That car is circulating at the moment, but is, if I do some quick math here, 19 laps off of the class leader. It's not Randy Mueller on board that car, as timing says, but that's a tough start to that car to that race anyway for ASM. Remember that is a new build for them as well, so maybe some teething issues to work out, even though they've run Honda S2000s here for the last couple of years in GP1. PRD Motorsports, incidentally, does lead that class. Remember, dear viewer, that we were just at the tail end of a round of green flag pit stops for GP1 cars in particular at the last Code 35 with the 669 spinning off into the gravel at turn number 2, everybody had pitted except for that number 616. And if you need proof positive or a display of just how important it is to extend your green flag runs as long as you can, and just how damaging a green flag pit stop can be, that promoted that 616 from, let me see if I can grab the position here.
7th at the
6th or 7th, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Class position was, yeah, it was 6th. A couple of laps there before the Code 35 when the green flag pit stop started up into the class lead in GP1. Edge Autosports back to 2nd. They've already passed displaced of the 140 S Collective Racing Porsche Cayman. So behind the BRD car, it's now Edge, S Collective, El Diablo, and then PC. Remember that PC had a slow in lap just before a green flag stop at lap number 45. GTO still has this tremendous battle between ACP Tangerine and AE Victory Racing number 119. 3 seconds separates Billy Johnson and, well, we believe it's Ashley Freiberg still. Unless they did a stop under, or a driver change there under the Code 35.
I was going to say, keep in mind that actually swapped about 5 laps ago.
Yes. Yeah, good point. That was in the pit stops, right?
I believe it was after the pit stops.
Oh, after, okay. Oh, sorry, I meant AE Victory went into the lead as a result of the pit stops.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it was at 2 minutes 32 in lap from the looks of things for AE Victory, at 2 minutes 39 from ACP Tangerine, and then we went back to green. Billy Johnson was able to get the pass done on track and get past the first of those AE Victory Racing Supras. TCB Racing, Laura Hayes behind the wheel of that car still has promoted that lead TCB car now up into 3rd. Remember, that's something of a recovery drive after that car made an unscheduled green flag pit stop about 45 minutes into this Saturday 8-hour enduro. Green flag being, or I'm sorry, blue flag being vigorously waved there as they all jump on the brakes down into turn number 11. Leader working their way through decent amount of this traffic here. There's your GP1 leader. Tucked in behind TC Klein. It's the onboard camera from Garage 66, which is your 2nd place car in GP2. That's got the bird's eye view here. There goes the 2nd place car in GTO. Good entry speed from this BRZ down into turn number 1. They're really able to carry the speed before it protests just a little bit at turn into turn number 2. Great shot of the elevation changes here at Barber Motorsports Park. Fresh in there at the exit of 3, climbing the hill into 4 is really quite something. Chris, the 2-hour mark here at Barber Motorsports Park, the Saturday 8-hour enduro at the World Racing League Endurance Masters. It's not a reference to the DTM. That is a reference to the sort of country club nature here of the circuit here at Barber Motorsports Park. As I said just a minute ago, it is one of my favorite weekends on the WRL calendar. To some degree, this is where it all began. For DriversEye Live in the World Racing League, our first full season back in 2021. Tremendous weekend. Great weather weekend, great racing weekend, great finishes. The on-track battles were tremendous. The interviews, the camaraderie was just awesome. It really is some of the best of what the World Racing League has to offer. And it's all at a track that I think, JT, I mean, we have we all have kind of differing opinions about various racetracks in this country. Some suit our preferences more than others. Barber is one that, on paper, I don't think I would normally be a huge fan of, in particular because I don't think it races Indy cars tremendously well. Just by virtue of being short, twisty, short straights, short braking zones. It's, I'm sure, fun as heck to lap a car around, but as a pure racing track goes in a single class format, it doesn't really allow cars to do what they do best. But for whatever reason, whether it's tires, whether it's multi-class environment, whether it's just, having cars that are performance-wise scaled down a little bit, this 2.3 mile layout just really delivers the goods at this level in this format.
Yeah, I agree. On paper, it reminds you a lot of like a Sonoma.
Yeah.
But when we do have multi-class at this track, it does actually tend to work pretty well. There's quite a good number of overtaking areas where the faster cars can safely dice through your lower classes, and it does work out. There's a lot of elevation here, so it's a lot of fun for the drivers, and we get to see a lot of overtaking, a lot of close racing. So it somehow just managed to click just the right way.
Yeah, it really is kind of a highlight. This would be the kind of place I think the 8 and 7 format works really well. I also really wouldn't mind seeing like a longer race here. I don't think local ordinances will allow us to run into the night. I'm not sure Barber's ever hosted night racing, but man, wouldn't it be something? We are about due for a 24 in the World Racing League.
Yeah.
Been just about long enough that we think we've all forgotten just how exhausting they are.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Sebring was fantastic.
It was fun. It was fun.
We stayed up for the whole thing?
We sure did. Well, actually, I don't think Ryan did.
Well, he stepped away for a second, so I was okay with staying waiting.
Right. I think Ryan succumbed to the jet lag there overnight. Change for the GP1 lead here and now. Edge Autosports is through on BRD Motorsports. There it is, just headed through the long right-hander at the end of the lap. They'll come into 14 and 15, and there is black and green BMW ahead of black, red, and white BMW. S Collective Racing about 10 seconds back up the road. White couldn't still being listed against that Porsche Cayman. Pace has just come out of that car a little bit the last lap or two into the 141s and 142s. That could just as easily be affected by traffic. Fortunately for Wyatt, the leaders there, the number 26 being driven by, do we have a name for that driver? Yeah, Julian Drennan, and the BRD car being driven by, we don't have a name for that driver there. Anyway, those two cars just skipped up the road here a little bit to the tune of about 10 seconds and got some breathing room from the Porsche Cayman. Up in GTO, just not to put too fine a point on this, but AE Victory Racing 119 in second, TCB Racing 282 in third, and the AE Victory Racing number 120 in fourth. Those drivers are Ashley Freiberg, Laura Hayes, and Hannah Grisham, all of whom have experience in SRO Plus. Ashley's got a class podium at the Sebring 12-hour to her name. Laura Hayes is one of, if not the quickest drivers in the World Racing League paddock, and Hannah has, from her introduction to the World Racing League back in the Round 3 Racing Porsche Cayman days, I think back in like 2020 and 21. Not Cayman's, Boxsters, excuse me.
Yeah.
Back in 2020 and 21. Then up through some of the WRL classes, up into SRO Racing and Michelin Pilot Challenge Racing. Now back in the WRL paddock. That's three of the fastest, most consistent, and most professional female drivers you will find in this country. They're second, third, and fourth behind the proest of the pros, Billy Johnson, up in the number 2, leading the race at the moment. So that is really, really good stuff, top to bottom there in GTO. Rob Jackowitz chasing those 3 down in the GTR number 99. Actually took a decent chunk out of a slow-ish lap from Hannah in the number 120. That margin is 6.5 seconds. Jason Marks also on board the 246 there in P6. So you get a huge gaggle of traffic for the race leader. The number 2 has worked through most of it. There's the 119 in the back. So the gap is compressed ever so slightly, but I think it's going to come back out here as Laura works through, let's call it half a dozen or so GT and production cars through the final sector of the lap.
In comes a 64.
That is out of 13th at the moment. Yep, in GP1. Battle potentially developing here between Harrison Motorsports and the 392, catching the El Diablo Motorsports number 48. There is El Diablo. Take a quick breath. Eventually, you will see the Harrison E90 appear in the background. We'll wait for that chartreuse number 48 to crest the hill here in the braking zone. Last lap for that car was a 142 flat. There is the Harrison car, looking completely different than we've ever seen it before.
Yeah, very cool livery for them.
I like it. Again, it's a little close to the Ginger Racing Team livery for me, but it does suit that platform really well. And they've changed I noticed they changed the rear arrow on that car as well. So got a slightly different profile than I think the last time we saw it towards the end of 2025.
Also, keeping in mind, just 4 seconds up the road from El Diablo is PC Racing, 4th in GP1. I believe they were losing quite a bit of time when we did have those, gaggle production cars all together there. That has since kind of solved itself out. So now they've got enough of a gap that they can try to get back to a consistent race pace here as they come across. They did a 140.7. So they're able to pull about a second away from the El Diablo M3.
Right, reports of a spin down at turn number 8. Chat says 140, according to GetDaz3. The log says 148, which would have been the 40-48 competition NPO1. It's obviously recovered. I don't know when exactly that was either.
If it was the 140, that would have been a very quick spin. Most of the laps have been relatively consistent between very high 39 to a 42.8. So,
look, Wyatt Gooden just doesn't make mistakes. It's just not possible. It could have been him. 4 off for the 678 up at turn number 14. It is still the leading Ligier JS2R. Lap time reflects that off, a 1:40 last time through. Really impressed with how this lead pack has stuck together in GTO with Billy Johnson and Laura Hayes. So we jump on board the GTR 99. Was wondering why he didn't just slide up the inside of the 986 there. It's because the 385 Culture Porsche Boxster was right there in the thick of it. This slides wide there on the exit. This will allow the 119 to scoot up the inside. It'll be to put a lap on the GTR 99. Nope, point by.
Nice.
Remember, it's the sister car that this GTR 99 car has been chasing, the sister car to the 119 there. So there's another pink, black, and white, I guess, Toyota Supra just up the road from this that Rob Jakowitz is hunting down.
Yeah, speaking of hunting, Mike Anderson does point out, coming across the line here, Palomar and Garage 66 nose to tail, less than a second between them.
Yeah, I mean, these lead battles, GTO, GP2, and to an extent even in GP1, where Edge is still only 6.5 seconds clear, really, really good stuff. Oh, sorry, it was the 120. There's the 119.
I'm sorry, Brendan, the 616 is slow. 616 is slow on the way into turn 5.
You can actually you could just see it there behind the guardrail on the other side of the track.
And they're going to pull into the cutout. And they're going to park at the cutout at the exit of turn 5. Which I believe is still going to be a yellow flag because it is not behind a barrier, but it is at least not on the racing surface.
Yeah, any real recovery we've got to do here usually involves, there you see, actually a very tough to see standing yellow. But as we round the corner here, there is the stricken number 616. That is such a shame for BRD Motorsports.
Do we think they just maybe not enough fuel in?
No, because they were
previous stop.
No, they were in at the. It's something else. They were in at the Code 35. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's no way they didn't get that car full of fuel. We're only 20 laps into what for them is probably a 55 lap run. So I think they've had some kind of other failure there.
All right, and we are going to go double yellow here to lead into the Code 35.
Yeah, that progression, just to the uninitiated, it's a double yellow for 10 seconds. You start a 10-second countdown over the team's network, and then at the end of that 10-second countdown, you are expected to be at 35 miles an hour. It's not that's when you start braking or start slowing. You gradually slow down, find yourself some clear space on track over the 10 seconds, and then by the time that countdown is done, the expectation is that you are down to 35 miles an hour with, if you've got it, the pit lane speed limiter engaged. This does promote the S Collective Cayman back up into second place in GP1, by the way. PC Racing, with a slow lap of its own, remember, a little bit earlier on, will bump up into last podium position there in GP1. I anticipate seeing just about everybody into the pit lane here if we're doing things the way we ought to. Jordan's just come back. It's at turn 5, Jordan. The exit of turn 5. You can just see the bumper of the car there on the right-hand side. That is the 616 BRD Motorsports BMW. We do have a pit stop from one of the AE Victory Racing Supras. I think it's the 120. It's the car that's in.
It is the 119.
It is the 119. Okay, yep. Very good.
Door is not open, so I don't think we'll be seeing a driver change here. They're also not putting fuel in it.
They may be done fueling there. I think with it being only
tires,
about
yes.
Yeah, with it. Oh, tires is interesting. I was going to say, with it only being about a 25 lap run here since the last time that car was in.
Do we have a pit lane camera available? Maybe, possibly. No. All right. There you go. Oh, you see it right down there.
Yep. Yeah, this is an interesting move. Tires, 2 hours 15 minutes in. I wouldn't anticipate the tires being exceptionally comfortable to go the remaining 5 hours 42. I actually kind of wonder if this is going to be a 2-tire change race for, at the very least, the AE Victory Squad. Job done. Car sent. You know, Ryan, I think I'm with you. I think this is I think it's a downgrade on the paint scheme for that 119.
I'm going back and forth. in some ways I think it's better. In some ways I don't. I can't decide. Sarah seemed really excited about it, so I didn't want to rain on her parade. You know?
No, I get it. Gotta hold the brake till it's taut, man. Nope, having trouble getting it on the hook. There we go.
Yeah, I always hate the feeling of the jerk though when it finally does pull.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I don't love that feeling. I've had that happen before.
Same.
I probably would have rather driven it to the bottom of the hill and then put it up for the truck, but you know.
The Get Des 3 DV116. Don't know why they called it turn 5. It's technically turn 6. Isn't 6 the left-hand arc after the hairpin? I'm pretty sure the hairpin is turn 5. It may be
so
station 6, like lagging station 6, but I'm pretty sure it's.
I don't know, man. Is it? Well, maybe 5 is the in it. Yeah.
No, there's some really weird. I've seen weird maps that show 5A, 5B, 5C as the 3 little like. They're not corners. I don't really know what you call them. 3 little kinks that make up that hairpin, and then 5D or 6 is the big arc on the exit.
Yeah. My map showed the second cutout is where turn 6 is.
Right, which is that left-hand sweep climbing the hill. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, what a good camera to see the driver change too.
Yeah.
You can see him make the adjustment on the steering wheel to get out.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, really good stuff from GTR 99 here.
I'm just impressed that they have the head clearance for a camera.
You know what I don't like? This is going to be our complaint about IMSA minute. All of the GTP teams have been allowed to cover their dash and not show anything remotely interesting in the car on the onboard. The onboard is, I think, a waste of time at this point.
Well, yes and no. Right, to be fair, they've done a decent job of exposing telemetry that is consistent and fair for all cars, right? Like, you can follow along the GTP telemetry page and the speed, battery charge level, you know, some stuff like that for every car.
And we're going to go back to green here.
I would love to see the tire pressure, the, you know, state of charge, all that stuff.
Well, I think
the battery, but I get why they don't.
It's not even that. I remember when they tested those cars at the Roar the first time, and you could see the driver steering the car, you could see the stuff on the dash, and I think they've turned it to where you can't see the driver and what they're doing at all, because I'm sure there's strategy to be had in like, oh, I just saw him change modes, so now we know that I'm sure it's something to do with that, is why they've all turned the camera, but I think that's lame, to be honest.
It's fair.
And if everybody has a view of it, then it's not really an advantage or a disadvantage, you know? Like, I don't know. Anyway, that's my IMSA complaint of the day.
Tell George to fix it.
George will give us whatever we want.
Oh, I have interesting story for podcast mode later.
Oh,
all right.
Let's go. We are back to green now, as you see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Some driver changes worth noting here. Billy Johnson has handed the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW over to Ken Goldberg. Laura Hayes has switched to Brenna Schubert, so this will be her debut behind the wheel of that 119. That is this year's AE Victory Racing Shootout winner.
Laura Hayes would not have been in the 119.
What?
You just said Laura Hayes has got out of the 119.
Sorry, it was Ashley Freiberg.
Ashley Freiberg, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
282.
Yeah, Laura was in the 282. I'm sorry. It's Ashley Freiberg who got out of the 119. Michael Robbins has taken over the 282 from Laura Hayes. I think that's where right next to each other. So that's what I was seeing. Michelle Abate has gotten into the number 120 at the expense of Hannah Grisham. Abate. Thank you, Michelle Abate. Has gotten into the 120 at the expense of Hannah Grisham, and Jeffrey Siegel has gotten into the GTR 99 BMW with Rob Jackowitz stepping out.
And we've decided this is not the same Jeff Siegel, right?
I still don't know. There's Racing Jeff Siegel, like Pro Racing Jeff Siegel. There's WRL Racing Jeff Siegel. There's GPX Stream Camera Company Jeff Siegel. And I'm certain that 2 out of those 3 are the same Jeff Siegel, but I don't know.
Don't know which 2.
Exactly. Yeah. It's possible 3 out of the 3 are the same Jeff Siegel, in which case Jeff Siegel is a very busy man, but I don't
think that's likely.
I believe, this is not reporting, this is just conjecture for conversation's sake. I believe that WRL Jeff Siegel is different from Pro Jeff Siegel, and that GPX Stream Jeff Siegel is also Pro Jeff Siegel.
I believe that.
I believe that's the correct, because it would stand to reason that WRL Jeff Siegel would have a GPX Stream camera, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that's just not the case. Yeah.
Correct. Or maybe WRL and Pro Jeff Siegel are the same, and GPX Jeff Siegel is just someone else.
No, I remember seeing in a press release some time ago that GPX Stream is the product of the passion project of Pro Race Driver Jeff Siegel. JT's just stepped away.
Is this a passion project? I was going to say
live?
I was going to say I hope to one day be wealthy enough to have a passion project, but I think this might be it.
This is it. Well, I mean, it was a passion project. Then it got to a point where either it's you don't have the time for it to be a passion project anymore, and it just needs to start
be
being
a job.
Business. Yeah. Here we are.
Here we are. We're doing the thing. I've only gotten one text this weekend about work, so which I promptly ignored. We'll see how long we can pull on that thread.
Yes, you and I should discuss that, because I was surprised.
Yeah, anyway, we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah! All right. Mike Anderson says we got Anna an 11-second gap on the pit stop. No need to ask what car that is. Mike is associated with the Palomar Racing number 83.
Yes.
Still waiting on the debut of the number 38, by the way. The new number 38. But that has put GP2 in the hands of Palomar Racing in the number 83. Jordan Musser, probably not Jordan, still behind the wheel of the Garage 66 car, slides back to second. Eagles Canyon with Fast Track Racing, Connor Ackleby.
Yep.
The wheel of the 989. Sits there in third in GP2. Yes, we know, Mike. 83. What's? Can we get a status update on the 38? This vaunted new Palomar GP1 car.
Still in development, still in testing. They're going to go to Barcelona next weekend.
Yeah, sure. I hope not. Oh man,
it's back.
Jonathan Dean says, I can hear this race in my backyard right now. Jonathan, obviously very close to the Leeds-Birmingham border. About Trussville, how do you feel about Trussville?
Just had dinner in Trussville last night.
Did you? Where'd you go?
Went to the party house.
Okay. Was that a solo trip or a social trip?
It was a social trip.
All right. I've only been to a brewery in Trussville. Pyrrhus.
I went to some kind of sports bar that was like on the edge of Birmingham.
/ Trussville.
I don't know if it was in Trussville. I think it was in Birmingham, technically, 2 years ago, and I was not pleased.
I think I'm out of my sports bar era.
I didn't know what else to go to, and it was late. And so I was like, well, I guess I'll go here, and it was just kind of meh.
I think the move is to find a brewery with food.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not going to breweries. I'm a big brewery guy.
Yeah.
Turns out most of late millennial and Gen Z also are not brewery guys.
so many of our friends are finding out.
We've not to make light of people losing their livelihoods is never fun, but
Well,
I don't think anybody could have foreseen this groundswell of sobriety.
Yeah, right.
Which, all things even, is probably good for society at large, but,
Indeed. Reports that Garage 66 may be losing a bumper.
Interesting.
Number 214. Now, that also might be the guy who runs with Garage 66's closest rival. Maybe building up a little bit of drama there.
Oh, okay.
But probably not. Let's see if we can get a decent, here, towards the camera, or obviously away from the camera shot here of the 214 towards the end of the lap, and see if we can spot that bumper cover. Oh, look at how quickly he's caught the 83.
Yeah.
That was 10 seconds not very long ago.
No, and they've made the catch already. Well, not the catch,
there it
but
is.
we're right there.
You can see it kind of flapping. You can't see it out in the windscreen, but it really is flapping around behind the car.
It is just the back corner of that bumper cover, so if they pull it in, you can clip that piece off, and then the rest of the bumper will stay attached.
You should be able to see it here.
Not the wind didn't pick it up quite right, but yeah. No, they'll be able to cut that off, and the rest of the bumper can stay on. I don't think that's going to be a problem, per se.
No, and it's clearly not slowing the car down any.
No.
Now, 1.2 seconds is the gap here, and as I get down to the braking zone for turn number 5, I think the move's done. Ooh, that is Singer up the inside. Sorry, Singler. Yep, Singler. Yep. Wrong German brand name association there. But that is move done for the GP2 class lead. Garage 66 is back through. Puts Palomar number 83 back into P2. Laguna taking the number 779 will be up next. That car is lapping quickly with Ryan Power listed behind the wheel. Already passed Connor Ackelbein in the number 989. Yep. Did a 1 minute 42.2, that car's fastest lap of the race, and now sets its sights on the Palomar number 83. Need timing to reload here so I can get a time gap. 2 minutes 42, so it's actually quite a long way back, but not out of the question here. Stack Racing with Rapscallion, the number 678, also going quite quickly at the moment. Resets PB a couple of times down into the mid to low 132s now. So doing much the same with that 678 as Ryan Power is doing with the number 779. Some work to be done here for Stack Racing with Rapscallion. So look for the gap. It is 3.5 minutes off the class lead, but catching the 888 Racing Porsche, who's been pretty quiet, all things considered, for the first part of this Saturday.
I don't think that's the result that we were expecting when they were as strong as they were at Eagles Canyon.
Yeah, so, I mean, Ryan, you and I kind of had this discussion yesterday during qualifying, right? When you go to the Eagles Canyons of the world, that allow for regular track time for members, and at really affordable rates, it has to be said. You really have the opportunity not just to learn your car, but to learn the track as well, and really get comfortable with the track, so that when you do jump into a new car, right, you're not learning a new track and a new car at the same time. You're comfortable with one of those two variables, and you're just applying the knowledge you already have to something that you're not very familiar with to get up to speed as quickly as you can. I think with that Porsche 991.2 Cup still being fairly new to the 888 Racing squad, and coming to a track that they presumably don't have as much experience at for a Texas-based team, by the way, as they do at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
Correct.
I wonder if they're just trying to put one too many new things together to be on the GTO pace straight from the bat. Also, this track really does require a lot of commitment in medium and high-speed corners in order to be quick. Like, you just kind of have to send it. And if you don't really have a good feel for the balance of the car, it can really take a while to get to that point. Eagles Canyon is a generally a slower track. There are only a handful of medium speed corners there, whereas here you're doing it substantially more often.
with
no, there's
far
a
less
big
runoff.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Point,
yeah.
JT, yeah.
There's a big discrepancy in braking zones and braking markers, even among similar cars. I've noticed just sitting here being able to see the entry to 5. There's people who are braking, a good 50 feet, 60 feet, 70 feet earlier than others against other cars in class, and it's not that car requires that much more stopping distance. I do think it is a matter of trying to judge these corners, because you do need to have a good exit for a lot of these, especially 5. You're going right back up a hill, so if you're in a slower class car, you want to preserve as much of that speed as you can, because you're going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage heading back up. So I think everybody trying to get used to this, get to where they know they can hit their marks. We have a lot of teams that are newer to WRL, so they haven't been to Barber perhaps as many times. The 48 comes to mind as a primarily West Coast based team that probably hasn't seen a whole lot of Barber before. And there's only so much you can do in the sim, especially when you have a different tire situation, which I absolutely believe is going to come into play at a track like this, where most of your good sim stuff is going to be on the slick, and this has a 200 tread wear, so your mid-corner speeds are going to be a lot different just based on having a little bit different tire setup there. So it's challenging for sure.
Yeah, it's basically just going to be applying basically the sort of rhythm you would want. A lot of times your braking zones are going to be somewhat similar. You're going to have to back them up a bit. Your lines are going to be somewhat similar. It's just trying to get the comfort there to the point where you're able to rotate the car correctly, to be able to establish your marks, and then to be able to consistently hit those as close as you can to the threshold before you start to lose time from either locking, going deep, running wide, whatever it is. And so the track's going to constantly be changing throughout the day, and the driver's going to have to adjust to that. And it's a constant process. It's never something that's okay, we're good, it's done, I've got it nailed completely. There's always going to be flexibility to it.
Well, absolutely, especially with the weather that we've ended up having, where you have direct sunlight on the track most of the day. In fact, all the days so far, we've had direct sunlight. There's a little bit of cloud off in the distance there that looks like it would be enough to form a cloud cover, but it's far enough away that I don't think it's going to come into play in any meaningful way as far as track temperature is concerned, because it would take some time to get here, and then by then the track is already warmed up. The ambience already where it is, so I don't think it's going to end up playing a huge role. But yeah, the track's going to evolve over the course of the weekend. Your comfort level with the car is going to evolve over the course of the weekend, and as we talked about, your level of patience is going to change probably over the course of the weekend. We've still got one more day to go, of course. We've got tomorrow in the morning. A little bit of a morning sprint, and then we have our Parc Fermé time. And shortly thereafter, we'll do another... It ends up being about 5 or 6 hours on the second half of the racing day. I think we stopped 2 hours in.
Something like that, yeah. Did we notice the damage of some sort to the Garage 66?
We did, and that has gotten worse. So at first, JT, it was really just kind of the quarter panel, like the rear portion of the rear bumper, that was flapping around. And over time, in the last 2 laps, it has torn more and more of the bumper off. And it was in such a spot before, JT, that you could have cut that quarter panel piece off of the rear bumper, and it probably would have been fine. But now it has ripped substantially more of the bumper off to where I think they're going to have to cut the whole bumper.
Yeah,
when they bring it in.
It was flapping like crazy going through 11 and 12.
Indeed. But that Garage 66 car, one of the front runners in GP2, I'm sure they're not keen to make a green flag pit stop here.
No, definitely not. It could very well come down to the sort of thing where the drivers don't like to talk about it or admit it, but it's like, all right, keep going until it falls off, which causes a yellow, and then we'll address it.
Right. Just looking through the timing here. It has reset again for me, so I have to go through and do all my things.
My time has been very good until you need to open it up and look at laps.
Yes. That gap between first and second in GTO, between the 2 of Ken Goldberg and the 119 of Kim Estep, now about 40 seconds. So that has widened over the course of the afternoon. Mm-hmm. Of course, when both of their pro and or pro adjacent drivers, it's fair to call both of them pro drivers, Ashley Freiberg and Billy Johnson, they're both pro drivers. That gap much narrower, but now has started to spread a little bit. AE Victory, of course, did take, I believe, a couple tires on their last pit stop. Can't quite see ACP from where I'm sitting. They may have also taken tires, but I'm not certain. 282 of TCB Racing, Michael Robbins in the car right now. Third position, and then fourth at 246. Jason Marks is behind the wheel, and then rounding out the top 5, another Toyota Supra, Michelle Abadi driving the car, the 120 of AE Victory. Sixth position, you have the GTR 99 with Jeff Siegel aboard. 678, Kevin Madsen in 7th position. Then the 888 Racing, Porsche in 8th, Singler in 9th, and then Stapp Racing with Rapscallion 10th, and Skip Barber Racing School in the Aston Martin in 11th. The 410 back in 12th, having had some mechanical issues earlier this morning, after having some more mechanical issues yesterday. I think just trying to get to the end of the day and looking forward to tomorrow. GP1, we've got Edge Autosports number 26 with Julian Drennan aboard, longtime WRL entrant, followed by the 140 Patrick Brunson in the S Collective Racing Porsche. Third position, PC Racing number 43, Peter Chang, perhaps in the car. I did see Kurt Swearingen walking around, so I don't think he's in right now. 392 of Harrison Motorsports, another longtime WRL entrant in 4th position. That's the 392, the E92 BMW.
1 second between them as well.
The big V8. Sivlin Kanev driving number 48 of El Diablo Motorsports, BMW E46. Relatively recent build, that of course the team. Huge success at Thunderhill over the years in the 25-hour. Now have decided to come play in our pond. The departure of NASA Endurance Racing from that part of the country. 46 of Ginger Racing, other longtime WRL entrant there in 6th position. 62 of Open Throttle, that's the big car. 242 Blitzkrieg Racing. Paul Weissman at the wheel. Just mildly distracting here as a bearded man comes through and steals my food. And then somebody with a Lamborghini jacket or shirt following him through. I think we're about to have another set of guests here. This is going to be Mike Gorman and Matteo Siderman joining me live in the booth. Gentlemen, how's your race going so far?
So far, so good. Yeah, we've got 3 cars out there killing bugs still, and
Heck yeah.
no real issues so far. So, yeah, rocking and rolling.
Perfect. Matteo, you're still holding down the 62, of course, out there down in 7th at this time.
Yep.
How was this morning?
It was a feisty morning. You know, it's been a kind of a break since we last raced with WRL. We were at COTA last year.
Yep.
But you know, it feels like we haven't skipped a beat. We're back in action with the 62 car, and you know, we're a little bit off pace with the leaders, but you know, we have consistent drivers going in, and I feel like it's beyond the 3rd stint. We're going to start feeling our stride kick in, and it's going to be a late day type of scenario.
Sure.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Now, I only understand what I perceive to be your social circle from what I see in the media. I believe you would have had the opportunity to go to Bozeman this weekend, no?
Bozeman?
Yeah, for the ice racing thing, or was that last weekend?
So
I'm surprised you're not there.
Yeah, Johnny actually is all over the place, and he told me about it, and I said I'd love to, but you know, it's all the way across the world, and I got work. So.
Right. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
But yeah, Mike's. You know, I'm in Florida now, and Alabama's a 2-hour flight. Yeah. I'm going to be with WRL and Open Throttle a lot this year, and hoping to start off with a bang here in Barber.
Excellent. Good. Were you living in Florida already when you came and did POC at Willow Springs?
No.
So okay, so this is recent.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Willow Springs is my home track. That was my first ever racetrack. And yeah, it felt really good to get a track record there.
It's crazy that the first time I see Matteo Siderman outside of WRL, he shows up to Willow Springs and then sets the track record in Boxer spec, like nobody's business. Just goes and does it, throws it down. It's like, oh, all right, well, that just happened.
Yeah, it was a good weekend, but after race 1, the slave cylinder broke on Park Form A.
Okay.
So I was kind of just ripping gears in and out for the second race. So that's why Nigel and I were able to fight real close the whole time. But yeah, it was a really fun weekend. And Keon was able to get some, sadly, no race finishes.
None.
That hurt.
Yeah, that's tough. Fortunately, not a long drive out there for you guys.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's never any fun to show up with racetrack. Not be able to put miles in.
Yeah,
Mike Gorman doesn't know what that's like.
No.
Mike Gorman always makes sure that miles are getting on the cars if they're showing up.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
So does that mean we need open throttle to start running Boxster specs for PCA POC?
Well, we've got a couple of Boxsters now, so we do have the correct car for putting together a spec Boxster effort. But right now, we currently have them in Champ Car trim.
Sure.
To go and try and do some overall stuff this year in Champ Car. For the last year or so, we've been running mostly in EC, the exception class, and it's fun. We very much enjoy it. But we wanted to have something that would be competitive for an overall finish. So kind of seemed like the Boxster was a solid program to go with, not reinventing any wheels there.
So we've seen a lot of Champ Car teams that come up to WRL and I think find themselves out of their depth really quickly. Does it work the other direction too, where it's like, open throttle, they're the WRL team? Are they just going to come and smash everybody? Nobody wants to see you coming.
The kind of the two sides of the spectrum that we're on between the two series. Here we always show for the 4 people in WRL. When you look at we brought our cars here on an open trailer,
right?
Matching stackers. But then we go to Champ Car, and our open trailer is a nice open trailer.
Right.
So it's all relative.
They got the 4-burner Blackstone, not the 2.
Correct. Yeah. We really enjoy kind of our segment in the market in terms of affordability, but still being here for a good time, and we kind of take that in any series we go to. But yeah, it's two different sides of the spectrum, budgetary wise, between the two series for sure. We show up with factory BMW race cars in Champ. We're showing our 62 car. It's got a Pirelli World Challenge tech sticker right next to its Champ Car 2025 tech sticker. It's probably one of the only ones with both of those on the same section of roll cage.
One of my favorite things about this era of motorsports is that so many teams have come through the ranks from Champ Car and Lemons and all that stuff that have now ended up in SRO. And now you end up with, people who are seasoned television commentators having to say with a straight face, Random Vandals Racing, Thunder Bunny Racing. And it's like, that was never intended to be an optimized name for the sponsorship and being on TV and stuff, but you got to do it. People just hold on to it. I've loved seeing so many teams be able to move, through the system. It's really
the Raccoon Nation, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that those crazy names actually help a little bit, because in Super Trofeo we have, or at least last year and the years following before, where we had Sparkle Farts in the
absolutely.
That guy had the most fans in the entire paddock.
I believe it. I believe it.
The more crazy the livery and the crazy the name, it feels like it pays off a little bit.
Yeah, AO Racing has done a pretty good job with that as well, with creating a cult following around the Rexy.
Exactly.
Exactly. I don't want to think that we help recommend them that the lime green was the color to go international stardom, but we definitely paved the road for that to happen for them. So,
do you have to pay royalties to RJ? Because I think he had that color on his car before you guys did.
It's interesting. We saw that show up, or we were at a WRL race, and we saw that kind of roll out of the trailer, and we figured it'd be right at home, parking it next to ours. And then we do. TC Klein also pays us a monthly subscription for that color combo.
Good.
No, that's it's a very good color for catching attention, and it does, whether you want to or not, as a camera person, you have a tendency to follow it. We see that in the broadcast, and we like a good percentage of screen time on our cars and making them uniform.
Well,
that's a good way to do it.
If you have 9 entries, you are going to get more screen time because there's more of your car on the track.
Yes. That's the second part of the shock and awe.
Oh my goodness. So your season so far, I understand you've got multiple programs that you're trying to run, Mike.
Correct, yeah.
Full season WRL, not quite full season?
Most season WRL, extended East Coast, if you consider Road America East Coast, we'll be there, of course. But yeah, we're going to be doing all the races with the exception at this time so far of Utah and Thunderhill.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got a Daytona race pretty close to that same Thunderhill time, and it's a little bit of a different drive. It's about an hour and a half versus somewhere around 47 or 48 hours. So from an economic standpoint, Daytona kind of won out on that April race. And Yeah, we went pretty hard last year on the transportation, and we're going to try and do it a little bit smoother this year. So we're still full in with WRL, building a whole new program specifically for this series with the 235s.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 100% committed to WRL. But yeah, the miles on the truck that we did last year was pretty extreme.
Pretty high.
About 10,000 if you're listening, Progressive.
Jeez. And then, Mateo, obviously you've got your own exploits that you've done. What's your kind of plan for the season?
So for this year with WRL, the idea is to be in as many races with Mike as possible,
Cool.
And kind of check out all the options that Open Throttle has to offer, and try and kind of help Open Throttle in any way that I can. So if that's showing up on a random Tuesday to go coach at a track day that they're doing,
perfect.
100% I'm there.
Nice.
If it's a random last minute call, hey, driver dropped out, I hope that I'm the one that he calls.
Good.
But
awesome.
It's been kind of like the racing family that I've had to start with. Like, we started our first race with Mike at Sebring and Champ Car in a 328i, right?
Yeah, 325.
325i.
Also number 62.
Yeah,
there you go.
And now here we are. We're what is it, 2 years later, and we're just
running
just a
factory cars.
smidge faster. Just
You've improved. Yeah, there's a marginal improvement there.
Just a little
from that first Champ Car race to winning all that you have this past year. So. It's been unbelievable watching Tato grow from that first ever race, and the enthusiasm has never wavered with him. That's the remarkable part, is he's always got this just absolutely contagious attitude that he brings to the paddock. And it's just something that we can never get enough of.
Right.
So,
you're making me blush, man.
I'm sorry. It's probably the heat in this office here.
Yeah, no kidding. I got the fans. I got as much fan as I can do.
I see the AC system you got going on in here. It's high budget for sure. But now it's he fits in so well with the personality of the team, and we love having him. So when we saw an opportunity this year to get him in our program a little bit more, we jumped at the opportunity to take however much Tato we could get.
Sure.
It's kind of always been our philosophy. But to see him grow from running a new guy, our beginner car, a little 4-door 325 BMW, to where he's at now is just it's remarkable. It's a huge accomplishment for our program as well, and if you follow these steps, this could be you example that it's invaluable to have in our business. So
absolutely. So, Mateo, I have a question for you. We've had a handful of WRL drivers dip their toe into the Lamborghini Super Trofeo waters.
Yeah.
One, are you going to do that again this year? Two, we've had mixed feedback on how much they've enjoyed it, but I understand that you've done it for a while, so you must enjoy it somewhat. What do you like about it, and does that help you at all when you come back here to play with us?
Yeah, great question. So I've actually, last year was my first year in the car. Sebring was my first ever race in anything bigger than an M3 E92.
Sure, okay.
And so it was a little bit of a learning curve to jump in at Sebring and then kind of learn the rest of the tracks throughout the year. But this year is the exact same schedule. So it's going to be a little bit nicer on the kind of testing days and, more based on setup. But the biggest thing that I've noticed from driving the big old Super Trofeo to coming back to WRL or going to a Spec Boxster weekend or a Spec Miata weekend is that everything just feels slowed down. Everything feels much easier to fix, and it goes from, oh man, I got the thing a little sideways, now I got to fully counter lock, to okay, let me just micro adjust and it'll be fine. And the cars in WRL bite you much less often than the cars in Super Trofeo do, and that's why we'll see a lot of the incidents that we do with Super Trofeo, because it's a whole lot of car.
Yeah.
It's 100 horsepower more than the GT3 car. It has almost 50% less aero. I think it's like 25% on the front. And like
oh my gosh.
A margin on the back.
Right.
But we don't have any of the traction control or ABS systems that the GT3 car has. So the series is really who can control the beast the best. And then that's what the Young Drivers Program is there for, to kind of, bring that guy who can, wheel this beast the best and get him into the GT3 car. But yeah, this is my second year in the series. I'm going to be jumping into the Pro-Am car with TR3 and Martin Fuentes. He's been in Super Trofeo in the past, 2022 and 2023, both with TR3. And it's been, other than Open Throttle, it's the only other team that's really showed me true love and felt like family. So, working with them, and that's why I moved down to Florida. I now work at the shop, and I just left work on Wednesday at 6 p.m., jumped on a plane, and landed at like
got here, ready to go.
Yeah, and here we are.
Awesome. What makes you choose Super Trofeo versus Porsche GT3 Cup
Yep.
or MX-5s or the Toyota 86s or what have you?
So, in my opinion, the bang for buck in Super Trofeo is unbeatable.
Okay.
With any of the other GT4 series or, Carrera Cup is a similar idea of racing, whereas you don't use fuel through the races and you don't change tires through the races, so you save a bunch on budget there. But I think that because the Super Trofeos are built so damn tough, you really save a lot on the crash damage and on the testing, because you can use, not to kind of give everybody my plan for last year, but like we were on the oldest tires for testing, and then we just put the stickers on right for quali, and it felt great. So it's a lot of preparing with that heavy bat and then showing up with the light one, and it feels money.
Got it. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. Fair enough. No, I figured coming from your Porsche background that the GT3 Cup would have been a better deal, but I also understand that those cars are, if you look at them wrong, you break the radiator in the front. And
yeah, it's kind of tough to find the happy middle for these Cup cars, but we're seeing a lot of them show up in WRL.
Yeah.
Which they're doing well.
I think a good car for WRL, you have to detune the motor obviously substantially, but then you're running everything at a fraction of what it is capable of doing, so your mileage goes a little bit further. Mike, when are we going to see some 991 Cup cars?
How many factory race cars do you want me to buy in a 90-day
all of them.
period?
All of them. Buy them all.
Well, we've got another program that is getting a little bit of traction here that was recommended by a particular broadcast team that now has a, if we could pull that graphic up. No, just kidding. That now has a U.S. race planned for the end of this year. So
my understanding was that they were requiring you to go to Johannesburg to be in the U.S. race. Did that go away?
I've always had my way with being able to kind of communicate my side of things and sometimes have other people be able to understand where we're coming from.
Sure.
I think a program of our pedigree in the United States might be able to really help be the ambassadors for bringing a series to an entire country.
Okay.
So we're going to work that angle.
Got it. Okay.
And if not, then we'll just buy a couple of our own and then show up.
Sure. No, that makes sense. Go ahead.
Mike, is this the sort of event that you guys need like a solid pit cast from, like somebody down in the box?
I think
interviewing
that would
drivers.
Be an excellent opportunity.
I think so. Yeah.
I think we can arrange that. You guys have been with us since day one of the Fun Cup program.
We are the Fun Cup program.
You are the Fun Cup program.
We're just not paying for it.
Correct. Yeah. So we have to get through we've got the graphics and the livery sorted out. We just need to get the actual equipment portion taken care of, and we decided to run not two different GP1 programs this year, but we picked up that M235 at the end of last year, and then had our first race with at COTA with Tato and his crew, and it really showed us the potential of that platform, and it kind of caught some traction. So we had this scenario where I could either tell a group of people, no, I don't have a car available, or I could buy a second car. So that's the position that we're in now, where we have a second one. And that's kind of how our program works. So once we kind of finish paying that off to Capital One, then we'll start looking at moving into the next program. I've always liked the Cup cars. I've got a great connection with Porsche. Prior to quitting my job to come and do this full time, I was working with Porsche Jacksonville in a management position, and I've always been a fan of Brumos Racing my entire life. We run 58, 59 on our Boxsters, and I don't want to predict the future, but they're such tremendous cars, and we're pretty local to Steve Mace, who is pretty instrumental in the success of those cars in this series. So you never know what 2026 will bring by the end of the year. A lot can change between now and December. So
perfect.
We'll keep an eye out on how the garage continues to grow. But right now we've got a pretty established fleet with the E92s. We've got a little secret project that we're putting together to debut at Daytona and GTO. So it'll be a little what you're used to seeing, but just a little bit better version of it. So
sweet.
We're excited about launching that, and then we're doing a bunch of HSR this year as well.
Nice.
So just staying busy, and I think we got 34, 35 race weekends on the calendar this year, and I think 10 or 12 test days. So we've got a pretty full calendar this year.
How do you? I guess I was gonna say that's not more than there is weeks in the year. That's
no,
like you're getting close.
Last year, our first race season, or our first race of last year, we actually had 3 different events at one time. So we were doing the Eagles Canyon race with WRL. We were at Road Atlanta with Champ Car with 3 entries. We had 3 entries at WRL, 3 entries at Road Atlanta Champ Car, and then we had 2 cars running down at Homestead, Miami that same weekend.
Oh, at Par.
And at Par, correct. Yeah. So that was the first kickoff of the season last year was, oh shit, we don't have 3 of this or whatever to be able to split the team up that much. So this year we're going to try and just take a little bit more calculated approach to everything and try and keep the gang together as often as possible. But we have a couple of split weekends in there that we can double count a little bit. So
nice. No, that sounds fun. You guys got the whole thing all together. The 62, I think, wisely bailing out there of a potential 3 and 4 wide situation into turn 5. There it is.
Did a great job not being in that. You got to be looking in a mirror right there next to that TC Klein car.
There's been a lot of, I've noticed today, open throttle cars really letting everybody get after it in turn 5 and just be like, I'm good.
Well,
we'll wait
you
this
remember
one out.
last year, turn 5 for us?
Yep.
I'm not sure if you remember that.
I do.
We got that whole shirt series coming out of it. From that area of pavement there on was black as a result of our car coming to a stop. From we were assisted by a particular Super GT4 that decided it wanted to climb our hood for the approach into turn 5. So after that scenario, nearly burning our car to the ground, we tend to just kind of chill there. Like we start our braking maybe at the 700 marker just to let that play out.
Right, and just as you talk about that, we're not going to show this. Don't show the turn 1 camera. A Shamazel has happened into turn number 1 that has ended the day for the 66. So we're going to go code 35 here.
Looks like he just dropped a tire there.
Yeah. I think somebody tried to... no, 2 car.
Okay.
There was an open throttle car involved as well.
Yeah.
I really don't want to speculate on what happened, but I had a pretty clear view of it. I'll just leave it like that. Jordan can probably see it on the replay. So we'll go code 35 here. Might be a good opportunity to run an ad, Jordan.
Are we code 35? I don't think we are yet, are we?
Yes, we are. I mean, the flags are certainly out. Yeah.
Okay, it just hasn't changed showrun timing yet.
Indeed.
Can we at least identify the cars involved here?
Yes, it's the 66, and then Mike, which of your cars was that?
That was the 65.
And the 65, yep.
Okay.
And I believe the 214.
No.
Not from what I saw.
Okay.
I think it's garage 66. The
Yes.
214 car. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It is not the number 66. It's the that's where I'm messing up. I'm like, no, it's the garage. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely the 214 involved. We do have that onboard camera.
Yeah.
And for sure, I mean, just looking at it on replay here, yeah, it's a big impact.
Yes, absolutely. So I think a good time to take an ad break, and then we'll come back when we have a little bit more solid information here from Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park, under another code 35. I think we're up to, is this 5 on the day? This is for a rather more significant incident down at turn number 1. The entry to turn number 1, we know it involves the number 214 Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. That car, I do need to get back into timing here after having stepped away for a few minutes. That car was leading GP2 when this happened. We think it has involved the 65 from Open Throttle Racing as well. This is headed down the hill into 1. And it does look like they're getting the driver out of the Garage 66 car now as well. Good sign, moving the tilt bed up to that car as well. Will be interesting to see what the barrier situation is like. Having caught the onboard camera for that car, it was a pretty robust impact nose first into the Armco, just at the braking zone. And yeah, you do kind of wonder if this is something that is going to have to be addressed before we can continue. Although I will say in the U.S., just in general, I think we do tend to be a little bit more liberal with that sort of thing. In any case, pit stops all up and down the field. I think just about everybody will have been in here under this code 35, and if they haven't been, they should have been. That is definitely the case up in GTO. 282, 119, 246, 99. Looks like everybody just about, other than the 678. Although, was that the car we were just on board with in the pit lane? No, 678 is still circulating. So, maybe the exception here. Although you'd think, for 2 reasons. Number 1, because we were just about going to be due stops in the not too distant future anyway. And number 2, with this probably being a slightly longer code 35, you'd expect everybody, if they weren't in on the first time around, to come in this time around and get the stop done. Also, we're kind of getting into the window for tires, maybe, for some of the GT cars. 4 or 5 hours is generally about as far as we'll go. As far as GTO cars will go anyway on a set of tires. And in particular, we saw a tire stop already from the 119 AE Victory Toyota Supra. And if they anticipate today's tire wear being a little bit higher than normal, then maybe you don't want to get those tires off, those starting tires off just yet. But that is going to be a question for our man Ryan West. Sort of anecdotally, we just haven't really caught the pit stops as they've occurred. More vehicles being sent down to that turn 1 incident area. It does appear that things are okay down there. We just don't really have a camera that shows the incident location as such. There's a little bit there, but yeah, for the most part now it's just going to be recovery. You can't really even see it here. And if you look far to the right-hand side of the screen, I don't even think you can see the impact point in the Armco. You can see a little bit of debris it's left off in the grass over there to driver's right, but that's really about it. Oh, you can actually see the grass, the marks in the grass there. It actually, yeah, gets to the Armco there way before that point, up towards the turn 1 flagging station on driver's right. And unfortunately, that is more or less right in the braking zone. Right before the braking zone for turn 1. So not really even an opportunity to scrub off a lot of speed. Yeah, Mike Anderson says it's right next to the 1 board. It split the 1 and the 2 board from the looks of things. Getting on the brakes there into turn number 1. 670 is finally in the pit lane, by the way, so that does kind of answer that question. They will get the equivalent stop done. And remember, because we're not doing safety cars here in racing conditions anyway, I'm going to qualify that. Under normal circumstances, we're not doing safety cars here. You can pit anytime you like, under the code 35. It's not going to make a real difference as long as you're not leaving it too late. You leave it too late, you do risk the field going back to green. While you're still in the pit lane. Won't be the case here. GTR 99, that onboard we just had there, that is the race leader just in front of them. So that car has just gone a lap down to the race leading number 2 as we do go back to green. That's a remarkably quick cleanup of that Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. So this will be an effort to get that 99 back onto the lead lap from Ken Goldberg in the number 2. A lot of debris down there at turn 1 in the braking zone. Doesn't look like they really got a good sweep of the racing line in before we went back to green, which is fine, but it may just require a bit of heads-up driving from the first, everybody, the first time or 2 through that turn-in point to turn number 1. 99 giving this a good push here. See if we can set it up on the exit. Again, because we're not doing safety cars here, being on the lead lap is not the be-all, end-all of things. You can drop the lap and still get it back. Not like you're in any great risk of losing significant amounts of time, but it is nice to have in your back pocket to say, okay, well, if a safety car comes out, we're right back into this thing. Is putting up a hefty defense here, though, all things considered.
The 65 just came into the pit lane. The door's a little bent, but they're going to send it right back out, as is standard.
The door on the left-hand side?
On the left-hand side, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The door on that looks a little bit like the door looked like on my Genesis this morning.
Mike Anderson in the chat said the 214 kind of got hooked there, so it sounds like it was kind of the right rear corner of the Subaru into the right-hand door of the left-hand door of the 65.
Yeah.
Which makes some sense.
Mike has stepped away to obviously help them adjudicate that, but I still have Mateo sitting here with me. Mateo, talk to me about Code 35.
Code 35.
Do you like Code 35? Do you not like Code 35?
Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Code 35. The only thing is I would really like for everybody to have an aim or a Motec to be able to tell you exactly where your speed is, because sometimes with the Code 35, it'll tell you, but you're only going to be told if you're over the speed.
Right.
So you sometimes will have like a voluntary pace car by one of these racers, but
got it.
You know, we have, since it's been introduced into Champ Car and WRL, I feel like we've kind of been able to, you know, learn with Code 35, and everybody's pretty much right at the limit of the 35, so it feels like it's smooth and it's a safe procedure now, so it doesn't keep everybody in the pit lane, and we're allowed to, you know, be out there keeping our cars, you know, warm and running, and no issue coming into pit lane and refiring the car that's, you know, in a hot day.
Do you, from the competition perspective, do you prefer that or do you prefer the safety car?
So on that side of things, I would prefer a safety car because it allows a little bit more chaos, whereas, you know, you can take advantage of that, right?
Right.
For Watkins Glen in the Super Trofeo last year, the only reason I went from 8th to 3rd place was because we had a safety car right in the last 5 minutes. And so I was able to jump like 2 LB Cup cars, and then in the middle of the mix of that, there was some AM guys there, and I found, you know, 5 places somehow.
Okay.
But I'm assuming there'll be much less of that easy finding places in the Pro Series this year.
Yes, I would imagine so. That's probably fair to say, because everybody else is going to be trying to do the same thing that you're doing.
Yep.
It's another, I think the Code 35 is another place to optimize. You know, we've had teams up here today that were talked about, you know, if you're coming over from Champ Car, here you're having to really grind the pit stop to make sure your pit stops are, you know, on task and 100%. Not losing a ton of time there. And I think it's another thing, being ready at the button on the Code 35 to make sure you're ready to go as soon as they pull the flag in. Yep. You know, we've seen on some occasions where I think people were slow to respond, whether it's because they didn't have a grasp on how to do it quickly, or if it's they couldn't see the flag stand, or, you know, what have you. But I figure with the electronics, it should be pretty clear when it goes away, right?
Oh, yeah.
The only issue that we had with that equipment-wise today was the last race that Cherry did was the 14-hour, or where Flagtronics was used, was the 14-hour Champ Car race. And it was a night race, so we had the brightness turned all the way down on the Flagtronics. And the opposite, this morning, we've got the sun directly on the flag. So I was, until we walked the driver through on a code 35, how to increase the brightness on it. That was the only equipment issue I've seen on the Flagtronics since we've been using it, was team ownership induced.
Okay.
So yeah, we got that issue resolved on a code 35, and now we can see the Flagtronics.
They can see what's going on.
Now we can see what's going on. So we were audible Flagtronics for the first 45 minutes in Cherry.
Outstanding. You do it with like a real heavy Southern accent too, like they do for like NASCAR.
We try to have fun on the radio. You know, it can get. We want to keep drivers alert and smiling through through the helmet. We find that the best way of doing that's lighthearted communication on the radio.
Got it. Okay. Is that a lot different to how you do it in Super Trofeo, or is it all business there?
It's strictly business in the Lambo. It's,
okay.
You get 50 minutes to try and do your best, and if you make a couple mistakes, that's kind of the race right there.
Okay.
With these endurance races, it's more consistency and, you know, conserving the tire, conserving the car, conserving the fuel, whereas, you know, everybody's got the same tire, fuel, and everything in the Lambos, so it's much more of a Miata style sprint race. Whereas, you know, you can either get it done in the first 5 minutes and hold on, or, you know, try and make up what you lost in that first 5.
Got it. Makes a lot of sense.
Man, those GTR 99 cars are just flying today.
Yeah, they are.
You know, we've seen on the GTR 99, we have an onboard for them that shows their in-car, and one of their, it's right here. They've got the camera top down on the steering wheel.
I like that.
And you can see it's just the smoothest inputs. This driver less so. But like earlier today, it was just very smooth, very relaxed. And Sarah Montgomery, who's usually driving the GT4 Supra, was talking about they're way more chill in that car than we are in ours. In the Supras, you have to be like on it. And so I think you can kind of see that too, as, you know, bigger car, bigger wheelbase, the whole nine, that it takes the corners in a very different way. Mike, what is your policy regarding the curb there at turn 7?
You have a select amount of curb uses throughout a weekend before it's going to cause an issue.
Okay.
Make sure you use those in a manner in which is conducive to a measurable chunk of gain. Don't go throwing away, jumping every curb. You know, Tato does an excellent job of conveying that to his co-drivers as well, the duration of the race.
Right.
And there's nothing slower than a stationary car. So if we bleed off a little bit of time by you know, preserving the equipment, that's really the way to go. So yeah, that's kind of our policy, is protect the equipment, be gentle on the car, but we're not driving it for them. So we kind of let them know both doors that they can enter, which one do you want to go through. And most of the time people keep the preservation of the equipment door, and that's just kind of the philosophy that we push here.
Got it. Have a sharp entry there into turn 5. I think probably to defend from behind. I don't think they have anybody behind to defend, though.
That move was done, by the way. GTR 99 did clear the number 2. So that puts the 99 back up onto the lead lap.
The 2 still in the lead, of course.
Yeah, good half a minute in hand there of the 282. Mike, how do you guys handle, with a multi-car effort, how do you guys handle the team communication aspect of it? Do you guys have like a party channel that you operate on that you can send people wherever they need to go? Do you run just independent, everybody runs their own independent race on their own channels, and
a little bit
the
of
two
both.
never cross? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of both. So we've done both. For the longer format races, like 24-hour races, we do a lot of party channel, just to kind of minimize the amount of 24-hour shifts that we have to make people work. And it's also, you know, on a track like VIR at 2 o'clock in the morning, it can be kind of helpful to have the cars being able to communicate to one another. If they're, you know, further ahead in the track and there's an incident, then, you know, at nighttime, there's a lot of incidents that may not get reported quickly.
Right.
We had a driver that spun out at the exit of Oak Tree one time and got stuck in the mud, and he was there for like 6 laps before they responded to it. And he's in kind of a dead spot to us on the radio there, so he was just sitting out there watching cars go by for many laps.
Goodness.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of one of those scenarios where we actually found out about it because one of our other cars went by and said, hey, you know, new guy's still sitting in the 62. New guy's still sitting in the mud back there, and he was he thought the differential was broken because he was just absolutely buried in mud.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, they it's beneficial sometimes to have that party channel communication because it's almost like a relay. If one car is all the way on the other side of the track, the other car can hear them, and they can communicate that to us in the pit. So
makes a lot of sense.
For the most part with WRL, we generally like to run a single channel for each individual car. But sometimes we'll run a party channel setup, and some drivers are absolutely, I mean, they'll be sitting there chatting up. 2 o'clock in the morning at VIR during like a fog code 35, just some of the conversations that you hear between the drivers is worth running the party channel. But yeah, no, for WRL, and especially for, we'll generally have cars that are more good time emporium for a weekend, driver development cars, things like that.
Right.
And then cars that have a particular goal, and we'll always make sure that the particular goal cars are separated off if we do have to do a party channel scenario. But
got it.
Yeah, it's we have this weekend we've got 3 radio operators, we've got a backup radio operator
cool.
as well. So we've got our bases covered where everybody's on their own independent radio.
Nice. So for like a Daytona 14 hour for WRL, we do a party channel for that?
We like party channel for Daytona just because Daytona's always a party.
Got it. Okay.
Daytona's always a party, and we'll throw somebody in the spotter stand and get some eyes on the track and have one person spot for the 2 cars that are generally slicing through traffic.
Okay. With a party channel, you ever get the opportunity to like link up on the banking and
bump drafting's not allowed, but you can definitely open a door for somebody. You can definitely initiate a tow, and also, as crazy as it sounds, when we try to get photos of our cars like all crossing the finish line at the same time, it does make it a lot easier to coordinate it when they can all talk to each other. So we got at the Charlotte race, we had a party channel situation going on, and we had the opportunity to have all 3 cars that we were running there cross the start finish at the same time at the Charlotte race when we double podium. Yeah, when you were there. Yep.
Oh, it's 2024?
Yeah, I think that was 24. Yeah.
24, yeah. It would have been 24.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a race.
That was a great race.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Me and Maddie Goodrich.
Yeah, that did not start out how we thought with the car totaled 11 minutes into the weekend. We had this kid, and I love Spec Miata, and I love Spec Miata drivers, and I love young drivers, but there's a split between the 2 different types of people that you can get from that world. And I swear I had a conversation longer than it took the kid to wreck the car with him about not wrecking the car, and the difference between running a 2,100-pound car on slicks and a 3,300-pound luxury sedan on Continentals. And yeah, he sent it like 11 miles an hour faster than Denny into the bus stop at Charlotte, and that was we all know Denny is an accomplished driver. That's not somebody you're gonna make that kind of time up on.
No,
there.
you're not gonna outbrake Denny Stripling. It's just not gonna happen.
Correct.
So I was at the bus stop when that happened. I heard the bang. Kind of heaved myself up on top of the fence I was standing behind and saw your car sitting there.
Yep.
About 6 hours later, I saw it sitting on a flatbed, getting ready to be towed home.
Yeah.
And I asked somebody, I said, "So is this thing done for the weekend?" And the response was, "No, this thing is just done."
Yeah. No, it wasn't though. It was not done.
Oh wow.
That's that car was not done until Sebring. With the Rob Walker Kingpin entry, the first time they saw GP3 traffic, and that's when that one ended.
Got it.
So, yep. Sorry to clarify on that one.
No, that's totally fine.
We brought that one back. We almost had that car fixed to race that weekend.
Okay.
So we had a F-250 pickup truck on one side, and we strapped it to the dyno trailer on the other side, and tried to stretch the car. Yeah. And we made good progress, but we just couldn't get the alignment right on the car, so we ended up retiring that car that weekend. But now it came back for several races after that.
Oh, jeez.
And then it was terminal at Sebring. So we still have that car. It's hanging out. We'll figure maybe advancements in medical technology with frame straightening that might come back out in like a dirt track scenario. But
there you go.
Zippy was our first championship winning car, so it's still hanging out, waiting for a day when we go 2 chassis front end on it or something.
Right.
Awesome.
Is a 2 chassis front end on like something like that legal in WRL?
Oh, we can go to our local dirt circle track and have fun with the championship.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It'll be legal for something. It's we can get it straight enough for dirt, we think. So.
Okay. Oh, straight enough for dirt. I mean, hey, there you go.
Yeah. So.
Are you gonna run that as like a Hornet or
well,
like?
The thing is like the cage is so good in that car. Like of all of our cars that we've ever had, if I had to roll one off of Pikes Peak, that would be. I mean, it was like 2 roll cages in one car. The guy that put the cage together for us really wanted to impress us with his build work, and he built like a 400-pound roll cage in this car. I mean, everything was reinforced and gusseted. It was absolutely beautiful, and we we put that cage through some tests.
I
So
believe it.
we don't fully want to retire that car yet, but just kind of with our schedule, it makes it difficult to go back and dig that one out and get that back rolling. But we haven't sold the chassis yet. That one's still special to us.
Is it straight enough for lemons?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Pretty close.
Yeah,
it's,
it was one of those deals where it was still somewhat early in our career when we made the decision to retire it. We'd seen various and assorted levels beyond that level of damage. It's like, maybe we should go back and revisit that now.
Check it out. See what's going on.
The tough part about that crash, we've obviously brought a ton of cars back from incidents, is the rate and trajectory that car hit the tire wall. It wasn't a head-on collision. It was like a 45-degree angle at 60 miles an hour.
So you're bending everything.
It's bent in all 4 directions, and it would really be just a sentimental fix if we got that car back going, but it wouldn't be a logical one.
Okay.
So that's why we think it'll be good enough for a little rally car.
Makes sense. All right, now I'll ask you, Mike Gorman, because I asked Sarah Montgomery earlier as well. I need you to call your shot right now.
Okay.
I need the both of you to call your shot. Where do the cars finish today and tomorrow?
I would say P1, P2, P3.
Excellent. Good.
And then tomorrow, probably, we might try to figure out a way to win the same class with 2 cars.
Yes. Okay.
That'd be the idea.
Perfect.
I think we're going to go for a Le Mans finish 1, 2, 3 with the cars taking the checker at the same time. Now, we've got really good pace. I hate making predictions like that.
I know.
My dad will send me a text and he asks how the race is going like halfway through the race every time. And I'm like, literally like, dude, 5 minutes after the race end, I'll respond to this question. Like, we've had tragedy to 8 minutes left in the weekend before. So it's always too early to call, but I'm really, really, really happy with the pace that we have in the car, with the drivers that we have in all the cars. And I'm really excited to see where we finish with the 62 car today. The 64 car, we've got a little bit of ground to make up on, but I think we'll be able to improve upon our finish of where we currently are with all the cars. We like playing the long game. Of
course, absolutely. And then Mateo, call your shot for your season point standings in Super Trofeo.
Oh, wow. That's a tall order.
Talk about playoffs?
Man, I mean, so funny story. I've actually never met my teammate yet. Going to the track I'm leaving after the first stint tomorrow, going to the airport and then flying back for testing on Monday. And I'll meet him at the track. Apparently he's a fancy guy. He flies his own plane to Sebring. I don't know.
I mean, as you need to. From Jacksonville, or?
I don't know where he's flying it from. I think he's flying it from Miami. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That's more reasonable. I'm flying from Daytona to Sebring because, the roads.
I mean, there is one section of the universe.
You ever driven from Daytona to Sebring?
I have. I've driven from Orlando to Sebring.
The only way to drive from Daytona to Sebring is to head south for another 2 hours and then cut across the country land. That's the way to do it.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, I think that he's an experienced fella. This year we're going to be it's going to be a little bit more of a packed Pro-Am field. We have Danny Formal jumping down into the Pro-Am. We have Jaden Conwright jumping down into Pro-Am.
Wow.
And then Mark Miller's staying.
I was going to say, couldn't get any harder if you want Danny Formal to jump down. My goodness. Okay.
So, the almost two fast, I wouldn't say fastest because, TR3 ended up finishing second in the World Finals.
Right.
But, Jaden was always either right there or a little bit faster in some situations. But, it's going to be a really good challenge to go up against the guy who's just won it 6 times in a row and the guy who's, winning everything else. So I'm excited to, just start putting up a fight against those two.
No hill for a climber.
Exactly.
No. Perfect. Well, gentlemen, thank you for coming by to spend time with me. I really appreciate y'all.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. You guys are always welcome. Please come by anytime.
Will do.
Thank you, gents.
Thanks.
Mike Gorman and Mateo Siderman. Mike Gorman, of course, the team owner down there at Open Throttle Racing. Mateo Siderman over the number 62 this weekend. And headed for a season of IMSA Lamborghini Super Trofeo racing, which is very cool. It was cool to see alumni of the World Racing League up into the pro ranks. My friend and yours, Cole Lofsgaard, will be in the debuting in Mustang Challenge here in a couple of weeks as well. Cole involved in one of the great finishes in the World Racing League right here at Barber Motorsports Park a couple of years ago. Getting after it with Will Choice, I seem to remember. 5-second margin of victory at the end of 7 hours of racing. It was pretty tremendous stuff. Your battle out for the lead at the moment. The 282's recovery drive is basically complete, having had the green flag pit stop very early on in this race, unscheduled, and set that car back the better part of a lap. It's now just 20 seconds behind the ACP Tangerine BMW M4. Michael Robbins is chasing down Ken Goldberg. So the blue Toyota Supra out of the TCB Racing stables. Middle step on the podium. Well, second step on the podium. Jason Marks behind the wheel of the number 246, chasing that car down in the white Supra. That's the number 246. That rounds out your GTO podium at the moment. AE Victory Racing is another 14.5 seconds back. So it's a decent little spread here between the top 4 cars in GTO, at least at the moment. Or the 4 cars within 50 seconds, 52 seconds is still pretty impressive, but they all have a pretty equal split between them. It means we don't have the real wheel-to-wheel action going on at the moment, but we have that about 10 minutes to develop, and sure, that'll change. GP1 being led by Edge Autosports in the number 26, PC Racing in the number 43. Remember, they had a slow in-lap now probably about a little over 2 hours ago. That cost them some time. They're back up into second place in GP1. Part of that is because of trouble for 2 of our main protagonists in that class, BRD Motorsports in the number 616, along with ASM, the number 150 Honda S2000, both hitting trouble and dropping laps. I think the BRD car, no, they are not circulating. Same goes for ASM. They kind of gave that up a little while ago after initially getting that car back out on track. So it's left Edge and PC up alone at the front of GP1 with a lap to choose between them, a full lap now to choose between them. Harrison Motorsports in the number 392 is 24 seconds behind the PC Racing number 43. And yeah, not much to choose between them in terms of lap times at the moment, so that gap is really not either closing or expanding. S Collective Racing in the Porsche Cayman number 140, Patrick Brunson behind the wheel of that car. Wyatt Gooden finally having gotten out. I saw a note in the chat here earlier. It said Wyatt is not that cool. Aiden Cruz seconds that. I happen to. Oh man, 3 wide into turn 11. And that is Lagunatek who snuck through there. The 246 of Jason Marks kind of was the one to bail out on the outside with Open Throttle Racing. It's Cherry, I think. It's just come through there. Just kind of having to hold station. I think Wyatt's all right. Sim racer turned real racer. You got to respect the hustle, man. Hello, Dominic Johnson. It says 99 GTR uses the same tire pressure as I do on my personally tuned BMW and iRacing. I realize that not everybody wants to give away their secrets, and that in general stuff like that, especially at the pro level, does become, really protected data. But I really think it helps the viewer, the people that are really interested in understanding racing, which, I mean, to some degree, this is what we're all doing here. If you really want to understand the dynamics of racing and how things change, and just how much variation there is, what your baseline sort of car settings are like, why things are the way that they are, I think exposing that data to the public actually does make a real difference in how races are consumed and followed and why people continue to get into it. There was a time, let's say back in the mid-2000s, myself even, just as a teenager, watching and following the 24 Hours of Le Mans, I got into sports car racing, not exclusively, but by and large because of people like Paul Truswell at Radio Le Mans, who were just so good at explaining the development of a race, like really helping you understand the development of strategy, decision-making, tracking pit stops, tracking fuel consumption, and really letting you follow the race or helping you follow the race as a viewer in a way where you understood what was going on at any moment and then allowed you to project, well, if X, Y, or Z changes, this is what the follow-on from that is going to be. And I think people like that are capable of processing and understanding the data and explaining it to people, and also people like we're seeing out of the GTR camera willing to expose that sort of data and understanding to the public, the viewing public, in a way to help them understand motor racing better. I think those people are to be celebrated, because it really does help people engage with the sport and understand the sport in a way they otherwise might not be able to. And to some degree, I think we're really not that far away from the giant Formula One crowd boom or interest boom that we've seen in the United States carrying over into sports car racing. I realize to some degree it's already happened with the GTP and the hypercar classes, but I think if people can understand what's really happening behind the scenes there, rather than having it dumbed down for them, that goes a long way towards engaging more fans and bringing more people into what we're all doing here.
Yes.
Oh, you are there.
I was finishing my sushi burrito.
What, that? Oh boy, with actual raw fish?
No, this is Alabama.
Yeah,
this is Alabama.
okay.
I'm not
All
getting
right.
raw fish.
Yeah, good.
No.
Okay.
I'm not. I had somebody make a really compelling argument to me when I went to school in Bozeman that they do truck the fish in because it's Bozeman and it's hoity-toity, that the fish does get trucked in from Seattle on the daily.
Of course it does.
And it's like, okay, fine. But trying to go get sushi at some place in Minneapolis, I'm always like, I don't know about that one. That's a little tough. Especially if it's, lunch being delivered to me, which, to be clear, I'm a huge fan of. Thank you, WRL, for providing that. But how long did it sit in someone's car?
Correct.
How long do I have to leave it sitting in the sun before I can eat it? It's just a lot of question marks there that I didn't want to explore.
Believe me, food safety Brendan completely understands.
Brendan was concerned about the food safety of my...
The sideways
trouble.
Boxster. It is the Couture number 385.
That Haute Couture?
Just realized our man Jordan says it may have been the world's slowest spin, which suggests to me that perhaps something is actually just broken.
There's a lot of smoke coming out of the back of the TC Klein car coming up the hill as well.
3 green cars all on the line there, and I don't know which of those was the TC Klein car.
The last one.
Okay.
And it was a dark smoke, so we'll see if that becomes a problem. I think we're going to have to go full course yellow here if the orange Boxster can't get spun around.
Yeah, I don't know that car is going to proceed further here.
What if they had like a diff or a transmission problem, and that's what caused the slow spin?
Trying to get timing to update, and it's really just not playing ball at the moment.
Did you know that the 246 has pulled up into third?
Well, what we kind of discussed there was that it was more or less the conclusion of the recovery drive from TCB number 282, and that the 246 had rounded out the podium there. Maybe timing is updating, and I'm just not getting. Nothing is happening.
I mean, I have the little blue bars moving, which I think means that it's
doing
stuff.
Saying our timing back end. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Updated. Now
got
we got it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just literally, it wasn't giving me any new messages. Nobody was setting PBs. Nobody had gone missing. Nobody was changing position. Like, just nothing was happening.
Nice. You love to see it. All right, well, with this full course yellow, presented by Rapscallion Stack Racing, Matson Motorsports, Sentinel, can we go to a quick ad? Let's see if we can cram in an ad here. An ad that needs 2 hands.
Yeah, we'll go say hi to Continental Tire. Our
Cross Contact LX20. Actually, the LX25 now. They've updated it. That bit's old.
The single tire provider for the GP1, GP2 classes here in the World Racing League. Step aside, be right back. From Barber Motorsports Park.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park, race 3, round 2 of the World Racing League 2026 Championship season rolls on here. We are DriversEye Live, Brendan Kazmarek and Ryan West on the mics at the moment. JT Tammy has stepped away to do some sim racing, as is his want.
That?
I don't know, man.
Who splits their allegiances between this job and another one?
I have sim racing later on tonight. Your boy is making it happen.
Perfect. What are you sim racing? What are you running?
Le Mans Ultimate, 12-hour Le Mans 12-hour.
Wow.
It's technically a test event for the servers, but we're gonna go get after it.
Are you gonna do that with
Scott's already?
I was gonna say you can do that with Scott and Joseph, presumably.
No, Joseph is not involved. This we're doing it with Ennis, our Croatian teammate from like 20 years ago in our 2003 GTP racing. We've done some stuff since then, but yeah, the three of us are going to give it a go in a non-wing Peugeot 2023 vintage.
My.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah. With the renowned Mazda 787B livery on it.
Beautiful.
Thing is choice. Dual pit stops here for Eagles Canyon Racing with Fast Track Racing. 986 still in the lane. 989 has already come and gone. These cars down in GP2. 989 up in second. The 986 in P4. Split by the Laguna Tech Racing number 779. That's the 120 up on the air jacks, doing tires on that Toyota Supra GT4. Just about in its pit stall too. That is as close as you can get to not being in your pit stall. An interesting recovery here for the Kotor Boxster. Obviously, they weren't going to be able to square up to the back of the car because it would have blocked the track.
Right.
So it looks like they're just kind of winching it at an angle, or trying to get the angle to get it up on the tilt bed. What do you do from here? Do you like angle the truck now? Because they've kind of got it high-sided there, right?
Right. I think, well, I know what a tow truck that delivers any cars at my shop would do, which is just jerk it straight up the truck anyway.
Pull harder, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know what they're going to do here, but I know how I've seen it done.
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky spot. I do think they might have had room to get the truck parked sideways there, but yeah, it's a tough situation. Oh, well, we're just going to send it. We actually had a situation last weekend at they were covering the opening round of the SCCA Super Tour at Buttonwillow, the circuit. And we actually had a situation there where we had to black flag a race because the only way to recover a car from where it was to block the track with the tilt bed. GTU leader is in. That's the Roberts Motorsports number 109. A pretty handy lead over the 40-48 competition entry, 9 laps. I don't think I've ever seen a car more sideways on a tilt bed than that. We're paying back the debt we had from the quick cleanup we had from the 214s accident down to turn number 1.
Too bad.
Yeah, yellow to green in 9 minutes, and I think we're getting some of that back here. The world just couldn't let us have it.
We're gonna check your email real quick.
My email?
Yeah.
Oh no.
All in a day's work. We'll be able to get that bumper squared back away shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a tricky operation.
Yeah,
no matter
I don't
what.
know what's going on with that. That's
I have pictures of our man X-Cometches down in the pit lane just absolutely throwing a fit.
Rightfully so, I think.
Yeah. I look, at a certain point, like, you are better off actually just stopping the race and blocking the track to get the recovery done properly, right?
Sure.
They've done a really good job with recovery to this point, but that actually has taken the bumper off now that Boxster. Yeah, and we don't know what the issue with the car was before the spin and stop.
Yep.
Right, whether something happened prior to this. Let me look at the race control.
Oh, look at that, right back on there. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, no, this was just a 4 off at turn 6. So, assuming that nothing happened to precipitate this, now there is the actual fix to be done, where a car has, broken something and ended up stopped trackside, and now you've got to fix the cosmetic issue that's been caused here at the front.
Well, it is cosmetic, though, to some extent. Like, you don't have to fix it.
No, sure. These things do happen from time to time. We've, not in the World Racing League, but there have been instances of open-wheel cars getting the strap hooked through the axle and cars ending up upside down on the tow hook. And things do happen, right? This isn't always the most straightforward thing.
Yep. I'm always waiting for that to happen when they tow the Indy cars from the roll hoop.
Yeah.
Like that, one day it's gonna just topple. Like, I understand now they're quite heavy and you get the battery in them and stuff, so probably not. But from a gravel trap or something, it's like, that's gonna get clear. I think they're gonna try to cross the track here and use the cutout. No, they're not. They're gonna continue. They'll keep rolling here. 4 hours, 13 to go.
Yeah, this race has actually been, I think, pretty digestible, all things considered. It hasn't been overly chaotic. We've had, a couple of things here and there, but nothing that's really shaken the race up massively. The battle at the front of most of the classes has been, I think, pretty compelling.
Sure.
TCB, by the way, 282 and 246 have jumped the ACP Tangerine BMW. Presumably, this was in the pit stops. We get a pit stop from... Double check here. ACP pitted. Did TCB come in as well? Yeah, sure looks like it. And the slightly sorry-looking Couture Racing number 385.
Its debut event here in WRL,
yeah,
unfortunately.
So if you weren't with us for our qualifying coverage yesterday, that squad is at least being promoted by, if not entirely run by, I don't have all the details, ex-Kmeches. I've heard it pronounced Kmeches as well, but I'm going to stick with Kmeches. Who, when DriversEye Live was in something of its infancy, was a pretty standout F1600 driver. Running with Formula Race Promotions. If you go back through our YouTube channel, he actually carried an onboard for us for the FRP sessions that we didn't cover. We were just covering half of one open wheel series at the time as we go back to green. But it meant we could kind of repurpose some of our onboard cameras and Axe put a couple cameras over his shoulder or up near the roll hoop on the F1600 Miguel chassis and did just a tremendous job in a really, really competitive class. If you ever get the chance or you're bored, go watch some of those videos. Really close racing, as close as you'll get it with those onboard cameras. And X, I guess, took some time away from racing. Didn't see his name pop up for a while until saw it again in the WRL Racers group. Quite literally just a couple of weeks ago, trying to drum up some interest for the Couture Racing program. And up to this point, had been a pretty decent weekend for that Porsche Boxster. Love the Endurance Radio Orange on that car as well. This is the Harrison Racing number 392 into the pit lane. Now, producer Jordan pointing out that it doesn't entirely look straight and level. And if I take a peek at the race control log... Yeah, just a 4 off drivers left at turn 13 about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago.
I would say that the left rear tire is out of alignment.
Yeah, there's more going on there. That car's headed to the paddock.
Yeah. That's what I saw as it went by. I do have a hot take here to give, if you'd like. I've seen a lot of uptick in spec Boxster interest across the racing world recently. Is Spec Miata dead? Is it over? But like, really, is it dead? Are there too few cars left?
Do we want to go down this pathway?
Yeah, why not?
All right. So, if we've been part of both of the boom and the bust,
is it elite?
Relative bust of Spec Miata, right?
I do Colin Cowherd.
Of course.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield. How was that?
Better than mine.
Yeah, great. So anyway, so back in 2023, the first race that DriversEye Live covered as part of the SCCA Super Tour was down at Sebring, and they had 90 Spec Miatas.
Yeah.
It was chaotic and awesome. Like, really enjoyed it, right?
Yes.
But Spec Miata races only tended to be either of those things, from my perspective, right? You either got absolute bangers, or you got a mess. And the more cars you had, and the more not ideal the conditions were, the more likely you were to get the mess rather than the absolute banger.
Right.
But that class has always been so competitive.
We got a car stop. I'm sorry, Brendan.
It's the 83.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to get... Oh, there's a little bit of life little bit of fire. It rolled forward.
This is at turn number 10. So climbing the hill out of the fast chicane there on the backside of the circuit.
This is the one sort of dead spot we have on the track.
Well, you can actually see it in between two lines of the line of fence there. Way to driver's right, or way to the right side of the shot. You can make out a car through the fence post there. That is the race leading car erstwhile race leading car in GP2.
GP2, yeah.
The BMW E36. It looks like is that car out in the runoff, Ryan? Can you tell from where you are?
It is in the runoff.
Yeah,
on the paved bit.
Looked like it. Yeah, that car can't sit there for very much longer. Now we do go double yellow.
Yep.
And it'll have to be recovered. This will promote the fast track. Eagles Canyon Racing with fast track entry number 989 into the class lead, by the way.
More to hear from them shortly.
Very good.
In a couple hours.
I think we will probably see that car not too very long here coming through the shot and getting past that E36. Anyway, back to this Spec Miata thing. In order to be competitive, you had to push really hard on both the technical side, the setup side, the engine development side for sure, and also on the driving side and the team coordination side, right? Because that class is so reliant on drafting and communication, right? I have heard in the past reports of people spending $20,000 to find 2 horsepower.
Yes.
Because
I have also heard of the $15,000 MX-5 or a Spec Miata motor.
Yeah.
You got to get the cheater one from so-and-so who knows how to get the head and all that. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Yep. So this is the problem, right? Is now because it's a spec class where things are locked down, but there's still some variation in how things can be built. At the top, you are spending relatively massive amounts of money for incremental gains, but you have to spend it if you want to be considered competitive in those races, right? So that's on the technical and the spending side. Then we have the accident that occurred at Road America in 2024 up at during qualifying for the runoffs. Friend of DriversEye Live, Brian Belansky, hosts the Inside the SCCA podcast. If you ever get the chance to go back and listen to an interview with Danny Stain after the accident occurred from, I think it was like November of 2024. I invite you to go back and listen to it because it is a really fascinating discussion of the inherent risks of motorsport, why you take those risks, and how you process the information that you're presented with. So anyway, this accident happens. Danny ends up hurt. Jim Drago, who is a figurehead at the top of Spec Miata Racing, gets hurt. Chuck McTudis is in the accident. He gets hurt. And all of a sudden, these giant pillars and representatives for a class, and in 2 cases, team owners in the class, who are making and spending a lot of money to make a lot of people very competitive in this class, are just sidelined completely.
Yeah.
East Street Racing was, I don't even know if they're still open and available, but Danny Stain's team shut its doors, right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, hey, we're spending a ton of money for incremental gains, not getting anything out of it or getting very little out of it. And now we just had some figureheads in our class leave or get hurt and have to be sidelined. I think that was part of it. The other part of it is Mazda now has a full-fledged ladder, organized, promoted ladder from NCs up to the ND2s in the MX-5 Cup, right? And then that kind of spits you out into the sports car racing world. But inevitably, these things are going to start to pull from each other, right? You get a season of Spec Miata under your belt, you spend the money to go do that, then you go Spec MX-5 racing and you spend the money to go do that and get that under your belt. And then everybody wants to go do MX-5 Cup, right? Because it's runs along the weekends.
You can use it,
ton of visibility, great TV coverage, bunch of interest, promoted by Mazda, all of those things. And you want to go take your crack at, okay, I wonder how good I can be at this, right?
Right.
They just had 40-something cars start a race this morning at 7:30 in the morning at St. Pete in the wet.
Yes.
Right.
Did Glenn McGee win?
He did not. That is the demand for MX-5 Cup.
Yep.
That demand for that really awesome product that Mazda has built with IMSA now also siphons from MX5 Challenge, which is down to, I think, maybe 18 or 20 cars for the upcoming weekend at Road Atlanta, down from the high 20s, low 30s last season, which is itself also siphoning from Spec Miata. So you have this three-tiered system of Mazda interest where people inevitably are just going to want to go try their hands at the next thing. And it's left Spec Miata in this place that it always was, which is still very popular. Like, they're still going to go get 40 cars at the Super Tour at Road Atlanta, but a class that doesn't have the strength that it once had because there are other similarly priced and better promoted alternatives to going and doing classic Spec Miata racing.
Yes.
Single class racing. That is also ignoring the piece of the pie that's been cut out by GR Cup, which kind of runs in that same sort of corner of the sport as MX5 Cup does. Low power, momentum cars, low grip, gotta kind of hustle the thing. It looks slightly different.
I was going to say, it looks like a race car.
It does.
You look at it and go, oh, that's not a road car. Whereas,
correct.
Yeah.
And the racing itself it's not like Bub Drafting City, and, it's less visually impressive. But from a driver development perspective, it does all of the things that Spec Miata does. It's promoted just as well by Toyota Racing North America, right? And I think that has also carved out a decent, let's say, piece of the driver development pie relative to the Mazda ladder. And then there's a whole separate philosophical discussion to be had here about, well, do organizing bodies like the SCCA and NASA and et cetera need to be positioning themselves to take advantage of these types of classes, right, and bringing them into club racing to make them more sustainable because people are just going to want to go do these things anyway? I don't know. That's a discussion for another time. But I think the ultimate, it's not a casualty because, again, it's still a good and competitive class, but I think the ultimate kind of display of the fracture of the bottom, let's say, rungs on the ladder of sports car racing in North America are ultimately is on display there in Spec Miata, and that's at the hands of not just Toyota and the GR Cup, but also to some degree Mazda itself.
Well, I think an ebb and flow there as well for Mazda broadly. Mazda not really in rude health as an organization at this point, and has largely gotten out of frontline noticeable racing, especially as of late. It was a few years ago now that they dropped their title sponsorship of Laguna Seca, which was explained to me as, well, yeah, because nobody ever called it by that, so why would we keep paying to put our name on it, which was a fair point that was made to me by their PR person at the time when I referred to it as Laguna Seca to his face.
Yep.
And he was like, well, that's why. I'm like, oh, okay. Their IMSA program did not do tremendously well, in spite of them, I think, having the right people involved eventually. I don't think Yoast Racing is bad. I don't think they forgot how to run a prototype. So, I think they have really reduced their commitment to motorsport, probably out of necessity to some extent, that they're trying to, restructure how they do things. But it's made this vacuum that Ford and Toyota have filled. And as a result, I think you are starting to see that impact the club into the market.
Well, tick this off if you had it on your bingo card. World Racing League, DriversEye Live, Ford discussion.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a Ford discussion, but the one thing that Ford has, and to some degree that McLaren has, and that Lamborghini has, and that Toyota now has, the word there is vision. They all have a vision. Yep. And when you look at the history of Mazda in racing, I mean, their ads I remember watching on TV all said, on any given Sunday, more Mazdas are road raced than any other vehicle.
Yes.
Right? That was the identity, and that was the vision for Mazda Motorsports and Mazda cars, frankly, like top to bottom. And a lot of that was because John Doonan was the guy in charge, and he said, this is how it's going to be, this is how it needs to look, and this is how we need to share the message with people. And when John left to go be the president of IMSA, exactly, who's going to fill that role, right? What is that going to look like now moving forward? Mazda Motorsports, friend of DriversEye Live, Justin Corneliuson, built the Mazda MX-5 Challenge, Spec MX-5 Challenge.
Yep.
The NC class, basically from the ground up, built a promotable series within SCCA Club Racing. Justin took a different job and left.
Oh,
and now
I didn't know that.
Right. I
okay.
just ran into him in a paddock of ours recently.
Gotcha.
Super guy, and did an amazing job with the SMX class. But ultimately, somebody has to come in and fill those shoes. And when that next person doesn't have the same ownership or the same love or the same passion for building something from the ground up that they can call their baby and make their own,
right?
And they've got to figure it out from a less personal / slightly more corporate angle, or this is my job. This is just my job now, and I have to figure it out, rather than this is my passion.
Right.
It can leave things kind of in limbo as to how they all fit together, and they don't always end up 3 or 4 years down the line the way that the first guy had it promoted and the way they had it set up. And I think that's a non-zero part of this as well, is a lot of really talented people who are at Mazda because they shared the mission aren't there anymore.
Aren't there, right?
Yep.
So the answer is yes. Yes, it
Spec
is.
me out as dead?
Spec me out as dead. We'll wait to get JT's take on that later.
I mean, look, if you were to ask me what class goes away first or is no longer like a central tenet of American sports car racing, grassroots sports car racing, which one goes away first, SM or SMX? I'm still going to tell you SMX is going to go away first.
Interesting.
That's my opinion.
Okay. We'll wait to see. In the meantime, I'll introduce these two gentlemen right before we go back to green here. I'll have you each introduce yourselves. That way the viewer can put a name to the voice.
What's up, guys? My name is Sebastian Hastings. I'm here from San Antonio, Texas, based out of Texas, born and raised there. This is actually my first debut race ever in wheel-to-wheel racing. Grew up loving and enjoying endurance racing. I wanted to get endurance racing. I felt like it was really the most challenging form of racing, get more seat time. And I'm here with my coach and mentor, Hugo Vaquera.
Hello, guys, from Mexico City all the way. Hugo, I've been around for my whole life, basically in racing all around the world, and now working this project with Sebastian that is making his race debut this weekend.
Excellent.
A bit of bad luck today. Our car broke down.
Which car are you guys in?
It's car 851.
Okay.
So Mazda MX-5 GP2 class.
Yep.
Fortunately, we got a blown engine, and the team is working hard to repair it. But in the meantime, trying to review the strategy and prepare Seth for his first stint in a race in the U.S.
Okay, gotcha.
Interesting.
So you're still waiting. It's probably a bummer to have the car explode while you're waiting to get in.
Yeah, you could say that. And and he was just telling me, you gotta like not sit around and do nothing. You gotta do something. And so when you're sitting around doing all you have to do is think, that can sometimes be the worst thing. Especially going into these, as a driver. So just trying to do the best I can to mentally prepare and think and just try to keep my mind clear.
Gotcha.
But it's the first one, so there's going to be a lot of nerves. There's going to be a lot of challenges ahead. But this is what I wanted to do. I remember when I was in high school, I watched Ford v Ferrari, and that was the movie that really got me into the whole experience of what racing was and endurance racing. I never watched Formula One. I actually started really enjoying endurance racing. I kind of have a weird start since I'm from San Antonio. COTA was the track that I started on, and I didn't do karting or anything. I started in just a street legal, supercar Mercedes, and I was spoiled not only with the car but the track itself. It's Circuit of the Americas. It's our only purpose-built F1 circuit in the United States. So but it's been from just going to high performance driving events and getting used to this. It's totally different, and going from going from that, dealing with traffic and all these other factors, it's entirely different. Wheel to wheel racing. And I'm in I learned, funny story is this, coming here, I actually dislocated my knee Wednesday night.
Oh, good.
So not only on top of it, this is my debut, but I just have a dislocated knee, so I'm wearing a brace, stiff on a lot of painkillers. But it's I'm there. I was able to work it. A few mishaps in this practice session, but
And now the engine blew, but you know how this goes. It's skill, it's opportunity, it's luck, and talk about luck. this guy has been preparing 1 year in a very, very strict program to get ready for his debut. And Wednesday night, unfortunately, things happened and he dislocated his knee. And today, we have the engine blowing up, but we're still very optimistic about what he can do in a couple. I would say hours probably. We're gonna have some time for him to go out on track, and tomorrow, we still have another shot.
So it's low pressure, right? If you bring the car back out after a couple hours from now, the race is going to be in the closing stages at that point,
right?
But you're going to be in race conditions with no expectations. So you're going to get an idea of what to look forward to, what you're going to have to work on. Right. And then tomorrow, you get a fresh start. And you'll be able
and then tomorrow's going to be easy peasy. You'll go into it and you'll be like, it'll be completely easy. So, crazy. Even to add to the sort of lore of it all, it's when I started and I met AOA Racing, we did a test day in Road Atlanta, and that was with Hugo, and I didn't know going in that it was manual, so I learned manual on Road Atlanta.
Yeah,
gotcha.
A sweet way to learn yourself into a race car, right?
Absolutely.
Road Atlanta with a race car and your first experience in
a manual car.
So I mean, he's been working very hard. I think he has a really bright future ahead.
Good.
And you got to start somewhere, and I think the platform, WRL platform, is just perfect for him.
It's the way to do it.
To get the seat time, and to get the experience, and to manage traffic, and to slowly build up his skills, especially like speed skills. He's very, very fast, but then there's other things you have to worry about when you're in a race. Consistency and
racecraft and all those.
Of course, exactly. You have to be able to make split-second decisions, and and know when to fight and know when to back off, and depending on what stage of the race you are in, if you really gonna go for it,
Yep.
So I think the WRL platform is great for him, and this time racing together, I think we can share a lot of insights and just make his learning curve a bit better.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Wide
I saw that one.
Turn 5.
Oh my God.
That's the AOA Beamer too.
I'm going to stay right on the outside of the 43 there. I think a lot of experience in those 4 cars that are there, at least the front 3 I know, are mostly drivers that have been around a while, so that went about how I expected it would, but you never know. The turn 5 ends up being an issue, sometimes, so it's fair enough. Brendan, please feel free to cut in with race insights. I know that we've had some interviews today, so I don't want to miss any racing action. Probably getting lunch, though. It's fine. We'll take care of it. You're fine. You did say something earlier that was interesting to me, and it makes me feel old at 30. But you talked about getting into racing after having watched Ford versus Ferrari. Is that right?
Yeah.
So
that's right. That movie isn't that old.
No, it's one, it's not, and two, people that are my age, I think a large portion of them would say that it was some variation of either Forza or Gran Turismo that got them into racing. That especially in like the 2000s, that was the game that came with the PlayStation 2. It was like you buy the PlayStation 2, you get Gran Turismo 3. It's like free. And so everybody had it growing up, and you saw these new and goofy cars that they didn't have in North America. And it was like, oh, it's totally different, totally cool. That's how you get into it. And I think that this new era of racing that has kind of transpired over the last, call it 10 years or so, maybe a little bit less, where you have Ford versus Ferrari people coming through. I've heard from people who watched the Senna documentary that was out a little bit before that got a lot of people into racing.
Drive to Survive series.
Drive to Survive, of course, with the F1. And so it's cool to see this new generation of people being exposed to it and being given and finding opportunities to get into the sport. It's something we talk about as an abstract a lot, which is this good for racing, TM? And you're the first person that I've spoken to that's been very forthright about like, I watched that movie, whenever it came out, and that's why I'm stoked and into it, and we're doing it. So it is working, fortunately.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough sport, as you know. I mean, it's expensive. It's hard to find opportunities, but there are opportunities. So it's great to see drivers and rookies like Sebastian finding the way and driver coaches to support and everything.
It's like we got a car.
We're seeing the 64 pull off on that exit of turn 5 there, where many cars have pulled off. It is still moving, sort of. Now it is not. Now it's in reverse. So they were going slowly on their way into turn 5, and I think just need to get the car refired or turn traction control off or whatever it is they need to get done. They have moved the car now. I almost wonder if that was a move to get the car in a better position for the tow truck, because it now has come to a complete stop on the exit of 5 there in the access road. So, Sebastian, you found yourself with AOA, of course, but you went from driving a Mercedes. Which Mercedes was it?
It was a GTR Pro.
GTR Pro,
Yeah.
which is an incredible car.
Yeah.
That you start off driving that and then go all the way to the other end of the spectrum and be in an MX-5. How do you come to that decision?
Him.
Him. Okay. Good.
Him.
Yeah, a bit of what we wanted is we know Sebastian is very fast.
Mhm.
You know, he has the skill to do the one lap.
Right.
But we wanted a place where he could slowly build his racecraft and focus in other skill sets that you need as a race car driver, such as racecraft and consistency and just dealing with traffic, everything. And we also found something. We also try to find something that made sense in terms of financially.
Right.
It's the risk ratio made sense in terms of you're learning. So what happens if you crash a car?
Right.
Do you want to crash a $200,000 car, or
Yeah.
you want to crash a $50,000 car where
Yes.
repair costs will be lower? So that was a bit of the thinking process behind the decision to bring Sebastian to WRL in the GP2 class in the MX-5 with AOA Racing. And well, so far it's been good.
Good.
I think it's a very interesting car to drive. Not too many manual shift cars racing anymore.
Yep.
But it also having to worry about that makes you a better driver, I believe.
Yep.
So that's why we're here with Sebastian, and he's really pushing to be a better driver. And I mean, if anybody that is listening wants to follow Sebastian, maybe you can share your social media.
Absolutely. I can share my social media and follow my story.
100%.
My long-term goal, I think we've talked about this too, is really endurance racing. I think is where my heart is, and I really want to pursue and maybe go into endurance racing in IMSA or WEC. Love dream. Obviously, I know a lot of kids dream to do it, but is Le Mans or the 24 Hours of Daytona. Some of these legendary endurance races that a lot of legends are born, and it really tests the limits of the human mind and human capability, because you're just going at it for so long. And that's why I think it's in a lot of ways why I chose it. It was, I think, kind of the hardest, and
so too.
And if you can do that for 24 hours or between 3 drivers, maybe an 8-10 hours total, I mean, what can't you do?
Right.
And so I don't know if you want me to throw my social in there.
Yeah,
or how
absolutely.
that
It's
works.
just I want to follow up on that thought real quick. It's just I'm sure you've been around people as well that in my day job, I'll mention offhand I do racing. You have to explain the whole thing. I don't want to explain it every day. And people will talk about like, oh, well, do you do drag racing? Because that's the fastest.
Oh yeah, are you kidding?
And it's hard to describe to someone in a way without sounding condescending.
Right.
That not anyone can do drag racing, but like the car is engineered to do one thing, and when you're there supposed to do one thing, and it's get the response time, make your shifts right, pull the brake at the right time.
Right.
And it just does that for 15 seconds or 10 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever, and then you're good. And then you got a couple hours to sit around and regroup, and then you do it again. And I think that endurance racing specifically is unique among racing, but not unique among like athletics in general, where you have to be good at all the things.
Right.
The car has to be well-rounded. You have to be mentally prepared to do this stressful thing for like hours on end.
Right.
And you're going to have to get back in and do it again for another 5 hours here in like 3 or 4, or however, if you're a pro, you end up doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it reminds me more of like professional cycling or marathon running or Ironmans and stuff like that, where you really have to have the whole package put together. And that's why I think it finds interesting. So it sounds like you and I are on the same page with that, where it's like that's what you're trying to do.
And when my dad bought the Mercedes, we had the whole purpose of doing it just for that purpose. We got hooked on it, and so I know a lot of people when they they like cars, they like motorsports. I think there's a difference between enjoying the sport and just enjoying sort of the cooks and benefits that come out with it. I can't tell you how many of my peers and all that I talk to. It's just the allure of just motorsports because it's a lifestyle. And But yeah, at its heart, it's much more than that. It's much more meaningful and impactful. And really, I always say it's kind of like you're a pioneer in a sense, because not only does a lot of that technology get implemented in our road cars and stuff that we use day to day, the KERS system, a lot of that technology is now what we use daily. But you're also sort of a pioneer in terms of what humans are capable of for a certain amount of time, because you're completing a very difficult task.
Especially nowadays, endurance racing has become mentally straining because now the cars are more capable. And they are more capable of being so. Like if we go 20 years back, cars were much more unreliable, so you really have to take care of the car. Now cars, you see WEC endurance races, and these guys, it's like they're running a sprint race for like
for
8
the whole
hours.
time. Yeah, exactly.
So it's crazy. The mentally is very straining, and I think that the mental strength that endurance gives you makes you very capable of doing any kind of sprint.
Yes, absolutely.
It's of course more intense. You have to adapt, but still. You get you get that capacity because you've been on a high stress, longer term or like endurance, platform. So yeah, I think it's a great platform for Sebastian, and plus he likes it. So I've also talked about all the drivers that sort of track day drivers, HPD drivers that they're fast, but then they go to a race and they just can't. They can't perform because it's a different skill set. It's a different thing.
Racecraft managed, just racecraft managing so much more than just trying to be fast and then do a cool down lap and go fast again. It's
guys, I'm gonna interrupt you real quick because I have to head to the car.
Yeah, of course, please.
It looks like we're gonna get back to
absolutely,
the track.
100%. Well, gentlemen, thank you for coming by. Anytime you want to come up, you're always welcome. Please.
Thanks for
staying and chatting with me.
Yeah, thanks. And mention your social media.
Social media. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Should I just
just read it out?
Yeah, the social media is my Instagram handle from when I was like a teenager is Seabass, so SEABASS, every Sebastian ever. That's the nickname. So _312. You can follow me in our career, and I'll obviously be alongside with Hugo. So it'll be a journey together.
Yeah, and Hugo from Mexico, same driver coach with a long time experience. Hugo Becerra M in Instagram if anybody wants to follow me, but follow Sebastian first.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you coming on up. Yeah, of course.
We re-unmuted there. Good stuff there from Ryan and friends. Appreciate them taking their time to come up and chat with us here on DriversEye Live. Jump on board with the El Diablo Motorsports number 48.
Sweet.
I may be able to find a version of this that doesn't have the overlays, but it's going to take me a minute to get there.
That's okay. We'll be all right.
We don't have the Cajun Canuck on board. Oof. I think it was an issue back at Eagles Canyon, if I remember now correctly as well.
I think so.
But this is Sean Lovett on board El Diablo, climbing the hill out of turn number 4 and down into turn number 5. Thanks to MyRaces.live. Now, if you happen to be running a MyRaces.live camera, please do share that with us. You have the ability over there in your dashboard to share with various production organizations. We're all listed there. Just make sure you check the one that says DriversEye Live, and we'll be able to see it.
Be able to hold on into the broadcast here.
There was one from Couture Racing as well, which may make an appearance later this weekend again, but need to seek that out.
The new bumper. Fun bit of trivia here. El Diablo, which is the mountain in the Bay Area, recently got its first dumping of snow in quite some time.
Is that right?
It was covered in ice and snow. Big navigational marker for people who are flying anywhere in northern to central California. You can see much of California from the top of El Diablo. So it's if you're into flying or geography, people would know where that is, of course, just outside the Bay Area.
I'll have you know, I'm into both of those things.
And you've never heard of it?
Yeah.
In that region, anyway. Most places in California where you can stand on a mountain, you can look and find El Diablo, even though it's not particularly tall.
Yeah, sure.
But just because it's at the edge of the valley there, it's the highest point.
It's not tall, it's prominent.
Sure, it is prominent, correct.
BEM75, I figured out who BEM75 is. I did get your email. I wasn't 100% sure I was supposed to be included on it, but yes, I saw it. You tell me how I can help there, BEM. And we'll be there. I've got the weekend all set aside and everything, but nobody's asked us about broadcasting. So.
Oh, for which event?
This is for the Fun Cup Daytona.
Oh, for the Fun
event.
Cup. Hey,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's we could be there.
I might just go anyway, to be honest with you.
It's a bit far for me just to go.
Hey, honey, sorry it's the weekend before Christmas.
Indeed.
I'm gonna have to go to Daytona.
Actually, I think I have. Is there not a POC event that weekend?
Oh, there might be. Maybe it's the weekend before.
Oh, okay.
Actually, now I don't know.
I know they're back to back. No, it's not. It's the week before. So I would do COTA, POC, fly to Daytona. Yeah, I think I'm good on that.
Yeah, just take up your whole Advent season.
Pretty much.
Yeah. There is a FARA that weekend, but something tells me.
I was going to say, I don't think we're going to be in contention for that.
I don't think so.
Shout out to David Chwadi at home. Hope you're doing well.
I saw David at the PCA Sprint Trophy event back at Spring a couple weeks ago.
You doing good?
Yeah, they're both good.
Good. David and Trish always had time for me. Always willing to come over and say hi and chat for a minute. Very friendly people.
I don't know how much BEM75 thinks I make running DriversEye Live, but buddy, we'll talk math sometime, and let me tell you.
This is extremely lucrative.
Yeah, right.
I've actually just pegged my wage here to the same wage that you make as a race driver at a similar level. So I make the same as a driving coach. Yeah. I'm basically Billy Johnson. I'm making as much money as he is this weekend.
With the Billy Johnson of sports car racing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Billy Johnson of calling races at Barber. Yep. That's me.
Anyway. Interesting to see how the GP2 leaderboard has
evolved
itself over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Since let's say the first 2 hours got done and dusted. We're now 989 Eagles Canyon with Fast Track from Lagunatic Racing, number 779, from the second Fast Track car that spent much of the first hour burning oil.
Yes.
Or leaking oil.
I
Then
think burning.
HC Autosport in P4, the number 455, and then the first of the AOA car is the number 55 down there, rounding out the top 5. So all the cars that we kind of anticipated being up at the front, in particular Palomar 83, Garage 66, number 214, and Captain America, the 65 from Open Throttle Racing, all having hit some strife here.
Yes. Strife indeed.
Yeah. Other than that, things have kind of stabilized elsewhere in the running order. GTO is being led by TCB Racing, number 282. Still Michael Robbins listed against that car with a 36-second margin over ACP Tangerine, now to 37 seconds this time around. Over the number 2. Dak Racing with Rapscallion, the number 678. It's another 15 seconds further back from them. With AE Victory Racing number 119. For some reason on my marker here showing is off track, but that is definitely not the case. Brenna Schubert still listed as the driver there. This year's AE Victory Racing shootout winner.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
Oh.
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
We're still calling things shootout, right? There was a time there where we just didn't want to use that word, but like even the Red River shootout became the Red River rivalry.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's just okay that we just keep calling it a shootout.
Okay. Well, Brendan, much like the rest of the country, we're moving back that direction.
Yeah.
Like it or not.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. Yeah.
Well, you know.
Anyway, the AE Victory shootout winner, Brendan Schubert. Can't think of another word for it. Like gong show? Yeah.
I think that has potential to be problematic as well.
Probably, yeah. Worked for Roush Racing 23 years ago, but
yeah,
it's come and gone.
Speaking of
Anybody
Roush
watching
racing,
the truck race at the moment?
I was going to say, can we get a truck race update? I was just going to ask Jordan if he has that on
Jordan,
the
help.
screen. Jordan, what's going on at the truck race?
No, it's
he
under
doesn't have it
yellow.
on.
Would you believe
The truck
it's
race is under yellow? Well, what? No. No way.
Do you know who Dario Franchitti's interim crew chief is this weekend?
Oh, okay. Who is it?
Jimmy Johnson.
It's Jimmy Johnson.
That's funny because I was going to guess that it was Jimmy Johnson's crew chief, but it is Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, it's Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, you thought it was going to be Chad Knaus.
I thought it was going to be Chad Knaus.
That is pretty funny.
I still wish that, maybe there's potential. I don't know. I still think that at this point there probably is a spare Cadillac GTP floating around somewhere, and we should bring back that 48 entry for the endurance rounds. I think that was a cool program.
Right? Just do something like that.
Yes.
I mean, that Cadillac DPI effort, the Ally Jimmy Johnson effort, is kind of what the Dale Earnhardt Corvette program should have been.
Correct.
Right? Like the thing we didn't get.
Victory lap?
Well, no.
After your retirement?
Or going into retirement, right? Like,
sure.
Running the Rolex in 2001. I think they were supposed to do some races later on in the season, maybe. But like that sort of thing is the Jimmy Johnson program was basically what that Dale Earnhardt Corvette program should have been. And I think there should be space for stuff like that. We get a lot of open wheel drivers that kind of retire into sports car racing, and that's great. But also, like, let's get some domestic interest back into the sport, you know? Here for that.
I am as well. I think that was a prime opportunity for that sort of program to take place with the NASCAR going to Le Mans thing. I think there was a unique amount of interest in that going on, whereas now
they
that's
had
not
that
really
program, and then they did nothing with it. Like there was no follow-up.
Well, the excuse was that there weren't enough cars. That was the excuse they gave, that when they switched over to the new car, they didn't have enough chassis to keep doing that program that year.
No,
which
I'm not saying the garage
sort of believe a little bit.
What I'm saying is not that they needed to do more with that specific car, like run it as like the Delta Wing Invitational in IMSA races or whatever. What I'm saying is you got all this interest of people that have never watched Le Mans before watching Le Mans because there's a cup car running there, fundamentally a cup car running there.
Yeah.
And then there was no follow-up.
Right.
There was no, here's the next race you go to. Here's where you can come see this car do laps, demo laps, or run whatever.
Here's Michael Waltrip driving a AF Corsa Ferrari.
And it wouldn't be Rob Kaufman either.
No, not at this
my
point.
second Rob Kaufman reference in 3 days. Really remarkable. But when you, like a lot of programs, the initial interest is great. Now do something with it. Now sustain it into something useful.
The problem is, having listened to podcasts from folks that were involved in that program, it didn't strike me as there being a lot of money available to do anything additional. It seemed like they were kind of on a wing and a prayer at that point anyway, and they were just pleased to have gotten as far as they did. But I don't think there was a whole lot of push behind Chevrolet, I guess, would have been the people spending the money, probably NASCAR to some extent as well.
I think it was Chevrolet and NASCAR,
Yeah. Not really wanting, I guess, to put that. I mean, why would you dilute your product, I guess, would be the follow-up question. They put so much effort into the Corvette Corral and this and that, and they got the show car at the IMSA races, and why would you want to distract from that?
I mean,
at the event where you're already the main draw, I would say. Maybe less so now.
That is a much bigger problem with NASCAR not being willing to, theoretically, not being willing to promote one of its assets because it thinks that the only new fans it can attract are fans it already has.
Yeah.
Like, it's not willing to promote IMSA to NASCAR stock car racing fans because, well, they already have those people.
Right.
And that's a big problem.
I think so, too. Jordan, do you have anything to say about this? NASCAR's strategy and...
Yeah, I bet he does.
NASCAR's strategy around not promoting the Le Mans program after it was concluded to continue to try to pull through more NASCAR driver or NASCAR fan interest, pull that into IMSA more.
What do you mean, to do it again for like a second year? Or
no, run that car.
Run that car as like an exhibition thing at IMSA races and like do a whole activation around it domestically.
Well, yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of crossover there.
Well, that's what Brendan and I are saying is you finally had an opportunity where there was crossover.
Right.
Because people were stoked about it. Like, you even talked about it to some extent, like liking hearing that car testing at Daytona. They're like, that's pretty loud. That sounds cool.
Oh, yeah. That car alone was louder in my Daytona apartment than a full pack of Cup cars was.
Yeah.
From my apartment.
And, like, why would you not want to continue that run? Why would you not want to? You already have this flash in the pan of, like, NASCAR fans kind of sort of paying attention to Le Mans a little bit. Why not keep that going and bring that car to Road America and bring it to Road Atlanta and all these other, IMSA tracks so that NASCAR can grow the sport, I guess.
It's sports car racing specifically.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think it would have been, at least for NASCAR fans, after the second or third one, would have been easy to tune out.
Sure.
If it was going on.
They tuned it out anyway. Like, they just did nothing with it.
They just didn't do anything
right.
with it.
No, I understand. I
mean, there's people that live local to Talladega, for example. Would they make a trip out of going to Petit Le Mans to, like, go see the NASCAR that did the thing at Le Mans, or no?
Maybe.
I don't know.
You promote it the right way.
That's what I think, too. If they promoted it correctly, I think they could do that.
Yeah.
Should that have been the new IROC car?
Ooh. There's a take.
See, there you go.
Way too expensive.
Well, the first one was. But now they know how to build it.
Take.
That should have been the IROC car, and you could have got... do 6 cars. You don't need 15 of them. But I think like a 6-car IROC session at IMSA events that you get, all these older NASCAR guys to come play with, whoever the odd man out is at the Corvette garage that weekend. And Jensen Button, who appears to just not care and just does whatever he wants.
I do just want to turn attention over to the YouTube chat here for just a moment. Ollie
Yeah,
003 says, "Good morning from Australia. What are the different classes in this category?"
You're right.
Yep, we've got Triple Eight.
Did you know that Triple Eight?
No,
we haven't been doing that bit all day.
I know. There is no Roland Dane here. 4 classes: GTO, GTU. These are Grand Touring classes. GTO or GT4 type cars, Porsche Cup cars, GT4 spec cars, Ligier JS2Rs, but they all run to a power to weight number. So GT4 cars have to detune a little bit, Porsche Cup cars have to detune quite a bit, and it's an open technical formula, right? So with a couple of modifiers that get thrown in there and very, very light power to weight balancing numbers, based on chassis and engine combination, you run to 9.0 pounds to horsepower, whatever that means for you in kilos. Can't help you with, but 9 to 1. So a 3,600 pound car runs roughly 400 horsepower, give or take.
Kilowatts.
Nope, that's not it either.
Yep. Yep, it is, because they do horsepower and
that it is.
They do horsepower and kilowatts in Australia. They don't give horsepower; they do kilowatts.
GTU is for a similar type of concept, but for lightweight cars under 2,400 pounds. This weekend, that class just has 2 Sebico NPO1s, but in that class, you might find Ligier JSP4s. You might find some very, very lightweight Mazda Miatas, and also a VW Fun Cup. Fits very nicely into that class as well, because of course it does. GP1 and GP2 are production-based classes. Lots of BMW E36, 46, BMW E90, Toyota GR86, Subaru BRZ, Porsche
S2000,
Boxer, Porsche Cayman, S2000. I mean, there really is a lot of variety in those classes. But crucially in those classes, you take performance modifiers for what you do to a car. So you can add a front spoiler air dam, you can add a rear wing, you can change the suspension from the OEM stock, but all of those things carry a power to weight penalty. And then it's up to you to either add weight in response to adding your aero or take power away in response to adding your aero. And really does open up the rule book to not get too much into the minutia, but for people who like to build cars and tinker, to do exactly that and try and build a better mousetrap. And both of those classes, I would say, in rude health at the moment.
Yes.
16 GP1 cars, 11 GP2 cars. I think we had 13 on the entry list there. And always put on really, really compelling racing. That's a quick overview of what it is we do here in the World Racing League. It's still all grassroots racing, as you can tell by the quality of the production. But we've been invested here at DriversEye Live since 2017.
Yep.
In
we're
varying degrees.
We're on our third year of making six figures in take-home pay.
What?
Each.
No. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Each.
Clearly.
I'm actually looking to have a pool installed at my house.
We should just buy the Garage 56 Cup car and promote it and run it ourselves, honestly.
Ooh, that's a question for RJ. Can we run the Delta Wing? Is the Delta Wing legal for GTU?
The coupe might be.
Ooh, there's potential there.
It's a thought.
You could just put some like Ford, whatever, 100 horsepower engine in the back, and still beat everybody on the straights.
At that point, you might as well just buy the Fun Cup.
Where is the Delta Wing right now?
Who can say?
Did that get sold as part of the sell-off of Mr. Panos? I bet it's at like a museum.
Probably.
They had a couple of them, did they not?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Track that down some other time. Anyway, that's it. That's the race. That's the styly. So we got 8 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow also. That's important to mention. And it's not continuous like they do for, is it Creventic that just stops the clock and then sends everybody back out with whatever deficit they have, or?
Yeah, if you say it's a 12-hour race, they'll run it like 8 and 4, 7 and a half, 4 and a half. There was a time when that's how sports car, like this level of sports car racing was run in this country. You would just say it's a 14-hour race or a 15-hour race, and you do Parc Fermé overnight. That has generally been stopped in favor of just doing two
races,
slightly shorter but still quite long races to give people a chance to repair their cars and start fresh on Sunday.
I think this is more fun.
You know, so I got to be honest with you. When we turn the clocks back to our transition out of the Thunderhill experience and into the WRL experience, I had real concerns that I just wasn't going to care about 7 and 8 hour races, and that the break overnight was going to be a real like drag on my experience for the weekend.
It's not. It's a net
it's
positive,
really not.
as it turns out.
I still love 24-hour races. They are still very much my bread and butter. Like I get very into them. But I don't know that I could do more than about 3 or 4 of them in a year. And when a calendar contains 10 or 10 plus races, it wouldn't happen. So the 8 and the 7 are actually, I think they're pretty much perfect.
Right amount.
Yeah, this might be an unpopular take. I do wish the Saturday races ended a little bit earlier.
Ooh, I don't. I like the Saturday race going as late as it needs to. In fact, I would be willing to do the Saturday race into the dark. Have the Saturday race end at like 8 o'clock.
I don't love the idea of an 8 o'clock finish and an 8 o'clock restart. That's not a lot of time.
You would have to start it later in the day on the site, which would never work, obviously, because you need to get out of.
You're saying start at like 11, finish at 7, or 12 to 8, or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could be okay with that. Especially if start on Saturday.
If you have like a support series or something for the weekend. More on that later.
So, well, no, I mean we have.
It's announced.
Announced, yeah.
I just don't know what the schedule is going to be for that.
Yeah, there was kind of a basics working theory there. But if you're curious what we're referring to, our Road Atlanta round. In July 24th, 25th, 26th. First time we'll have a support series alongside the World Racing League where we will host Radical Cup North America. We're just going straight for bangers.
You say that, but I seem to recall a Spec Miata race after a WRL race at Road America.
It was, the only one I remember was a Spec Racer Ford race before the Saturday race at COTA in 2017.
Now, I remember that too.
And 2018.
But I do remember there was a Spec Miata race after the race on Sunday. Yeah, at Road America.
What year?
It would have been the first time that I went.
So the year that we both went? 2021?
I think so.
I have literally no recollection of this.
I know that there was a Spec Miata race after.
Yeah, good catch, Jordan. That is a couple of cars splitting the 669, which is slow up the hill at a turn 4.
Nice.
I have literally no recollection of that.
I definitely remember a marked difference between between Miatas that had 1.8s and 1.6s struggling to get up the hill while I was trying to tear down. Yeah, I think that would have been the year you picked me up from the airport.
Yeah, it was 2021. Yeah, I just don't remember it.
Interesting. All right, well, we'll get to the bottom of that at some point.
You remember who hosted it?
I assume it was Land O'Lakes region.
Huh.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just the track. I definitely remember an MX or a Spec Miata race taking place after. It wouldn't have been after the IMSA race because it wasn't that busy while I was there.
Yeah.
And that IMSA race I went to was like rained out anyway, so it wasn't that.
Right. Yeah, no, I remember all that.
It must have been because I don't think I have been to Road America for anything. I went to one IMSA race by myself, and then I've only ever been for WRL.
No, July 30th to August 2nd, 2020. Road America added Spec Miatas to event schedule during IMSA Sports Car Weekend.
Yeah, there we go.
So it was an IMSA weekend.
Oh, it was an IMSA weekend?
That's what it says, yeah. They did run a Spec Miata race after.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Then everybody had already cleared out because they had canceled the IMSA race. Because I think that race was like rained and lightninged out.
Yes, I do remember that happening because I remember watching it from home and laughing at you.
Only one I went to. I was like, oh, well, this is it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting race, as I recall. Anyway.
Indeed. If you're liking what you're seeing here today on this fine Saturday, not only will we be back tomorrow for race number 2, but
Ryan will be back next week.
That's also true.
Button Willow. Okay, go ahead.
Where I just left.
Yes.
And was trapped.
There's not a lot of worse places to be trapped in California than Button Willow.
San Luis Obispo is cool. Cool enough, anyway. Slow, as the locals call it, I hear.
Yes, slow.
I'm one of them now. No, anyway.
If those Cal Poly kids could read, they'd be very
Listen, it's people who cut our teeth on Chico State there. I'm not really sure. Anyway.
Chico State, the only place I've been to where somebody tried to justify that drunk driving wasn't actually that expensive by trying to measure drunk driving miles driven.
Yeah, sure.
I was like, what?
Remarkable. Anyway, there is plenty more WRL racing action to come this season.
Yes.
We head next to Thunder Hill Raceway Park in about a month's time, so we'll go very west from here. The farthest west the series has ever been, as a matter of fact.
And probably, I'd have to look at a map. I think it's the furthest west it can go.
No, Sonoma's further west than Thunder Hill.
Are you sure? Because California curves to the east. Sonoma probably is further west.
I think that's further.
Laguna is probably not.
Let's see here. Ooh, yeah, I'll tell you what, Ryan, it's close, but I think you're right. I think Laguna is probably. Well, I know how we can check. Sonoma Raceway. Do the math.
Yep.
Oh, are you not going to give me? No, that's not right.
Just look at the
latitude
coordinate
longitude.
data. Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to do, but it doesn't give it to me.
I know that when you select a scape to take photos at on Gran Turismo, it gives the locations east to west, and it throws up some like really weird places being close to each other that absolutely are not in California.
Right.
It's like, well, hold on a minute.
So Sonoma is further west than Laguna.
Yes. I bet it's close.
I just looked at the map. I think Sonoma's further west than all of them.
I think Thunder Hill's probably further west than Laguna as well.
I think Sonoma. Yeah, no, I took a 2-second look at the map.
122.3.
Do you see the curvature that I'm talking about, though, Jordan?
I
It's not
understand.
necessarily
Right.
Yeah.
It is by 1/10 of a degree. Sonoma is further west than Thunder. I'm sorry. Yeah, Sonoma is further west than Thunder Hill. It's very close.
It's very close. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think Portland probably still beats them all, but
Portland's further inland than you think.
122.6. Yes, it is.
It's if you're trying to get to the coast from Portland, it's a long drive.
Ooh, the
Mostly
ridge
because
is further
there
west
isn't
than
a-
all of them.
Yes, that's probably true.
Yeah. Again, it's close, but
Yeah. Anyway, this West Coast geography moment presented by El Diablo Motorsports.
So what's the opposite?
Fair.
What's the farthest east you could go?
racetrack wise,
Loudon,
probably New Hampshire.
Probably, yeah.
Is it Loudon?
It would have to be, because...
I mean, in
I was
in
gonna
the
say,
United States anyway, because there is a racetrack in Nova Scotia, Atlantic Motorsports Park, but
Is
really host anything.
is Danville further east than like in JMP?
Danville's quite far west.
New
Like,
England
really
juts out
quite far
pretty
west.
east
Yeah.
once you get up
yeah.
there.
All right.
I think it's going to be New England. Maine doesn't. I mean, Maine has Oxford Plains, right? But that's,
It does, yeah.
But that's an oval, and we're not really
you could have a
talking
figure
ovals
eight.
here. I'm certain Atlantic Motorsports Park is the farthest east road course in North America.
All right.
But again, I don't know
Is
that really
Brainerd the
counts.
furthest north? Probably.
Oh, this is
Car in the garage, by the way.
669. Yeah, this was
Yep.
this was a car that was slow up the hill out of turn number 4. 46.42. This is the Brainerd number.
What would be Pacific? Or not Pacific.
New
what's that one
Hampshire
in-
is 43.36.
So not quite.
47.3 for Pacific.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
47.25 for the Ridge. So Pacific, I think, takes it.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't think
All
of
right.
any that'd be further north than
Brainerd.
that. Right?
All right.
Nothing along the... Nothing in Sault Ste. Marie, although I think that's quite further south anyway. Blitzkrieg into the pits?
Oh no, it's it's Edmonton.
Oh, I didn't think we were counting that.
Well, isn't there one? Where is Calabogie?
Calabogie's in Ottawa, but I didn't think we were counting Canada here.
Oh, okay.
Because we weren't counting Atlantic. I didn't
Right.
think we were
Yeah, that's
counting-
okay. Fair enough. All right. That was fun.
Yeah. WRL at New Hampshire Motor Speedway win. What would be your absolute most favorite roval? Like, what is the ideal roval for WRL? Daytona's out.
It's that fake track from the NASCAR game where the pits are under the grandstands, but you have to go out into the parking lot, like
Okay,
Phoenix.
that doesn't count either.
Oh, okay.
Gotta really exist.
Coke
Like-
Speedway with cones. No. Ideal roval that exists. There's not a whole lot of them. It's not Kansas.
Charlotte, Homestead, Kansas.
Might be
Texas,
Homestead.
Texas Motor Speedway.
Atlanta.
It may be Homestead. I think that could be it.
Oh, Atlanta, yeah.
Atlanta? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Echo Park Speedway. New
Echo.
Hampshire, Pocono. Well, a lot more of these than you think there are. I wouldn't mind seeing a WRL race at Homestead.
I think it'd be
It'd
fun.
be a lot of fun, yeah.
I don't like going to Homestead. I don't
No.
like being there.
No.
But I do think the track is neat. I like the track.
Yeah, I think it races well. Pit stop here for TC Klein in the number 112. 24 hours of Homestead. Let's do it.
You know, that's got a level of appeal, to be honest. Like that may be kind of fun. Oh, we can hang out with the security lady from downstairs. I'm not going to get to see her again. I'm kind of bummed about that. All right, call David. Beg. Go say hi to her again.
I don't think David's the decision maker there at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Atlanta could be fun as well. I don't know that it would race terribly well, but like super speedway, 28 degrees of banking, really questionable infield circuit, great lighting.
Brendan, can you do the graphic thing for 46 and 48?
Ooh, I'm still not really set up for that, but let me give it a go.
All right.
Oh, wait, between classes?
No, same class.
Oh, 48, sorry.
I think that's our closest GP battle right now. Oh, and then Ginger to PC.
Very gradually coming down.
That just changed. Yeah, it's third, fourth.
Oh, yeah?
Or second, third, fourth, yep.
No, it's still compressing. Ginger is catching PC.
Yep. And El Diablo is catching Ginger at not nearly the same clip, but close.
This is on board with El Diablo. So they're catching Ginger in the number 46, who is meanwhile catching PC Racing in the number 43. Rob Williams listed as the driver of the number 43 there. Sean Lovett still on board the 48. Have number or name on the 46?
Yeah, GTR 99, 12 seconds behind the 678, and then the 888, which we were just in, it's just in front of us here. 888, Craig Lowndes, 11 seconds behind Jeff Siegel in the GTR 99. What kind of minus odds could I have gotten on Shane Van Gisbergen winning this race today or tomorrow?
Oh, 250?
I was going to say, are we like minus 110 or something on SVG winning?
I think that's exactly what it was, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. That's a little depressing, I think. It used to be like the one time, or the couple of times I connected through Vegas, I would go look at the spreads and stuff. And it was during a time in which you were betting on the second place finishes in Formula One. Because the Lewis Hamilton was like minus 500 or some nonsense. And like they were like, realistically, we'll offer you odds on second place. And Bottas was still the favorite, but had a little bit more action to play with there, betting on second.
It's hilarious to me that people use competitive depth as a reason to pine for the good old days in really any form of racing.
Yes.
I mean, in F1 in particular, the only reason you pine for the good old days is because the cars sounded and looked way cooler.
I suspect that car that they ran in San Francisco was had a different exhaust on it than it ran with in period.
What year car was it meant to be?
It was the RB7. I think that would have made. I think it was Sebastian Vettel's. I think it was Sebastian Vettel's first championship.
Oh, so it had a V8.
It was probably 2010. Yeah, no, it was definitely a V8 car.
Okay.
I don't think, and here's a hot take, I don't think we'll see anybody use the current group of cars as show run cars like that.
They're probably way
because
too
they're
expensive.
too complicated to run. Yeah. I don't think the same way that Audi was like, yeah, sure, we would absolutely sell the e-tron to people, but no one wants it because it's too hard to run.
Yeah.
I don't think it was as loud. I don't know if that's a San Francisco specific thing, which I would believe that they don't want it that like. Don't get me wrong, it was loud, but it was not this like ear-shattering, you must be wearing hearing protection or you will die experience that everybody had told me it was. And so either that was overblown or they had the car turned way down, which either is probably possible. Pretty small car as well.
Yeah.
Seeing that contextualized with a road that I have driven on frequently, it's like, oh, that's a pretty small car.
and that's a separate discussion about just how big the modern Formula One car has gotten.
Well, they made them smaller. It's fine.
But technically, that is accurate.
I remember when they introduced that rule, and the whole shtick of it was that they were going to be as wide as an LMP1 car. That it was like the same width and the same like tire cross section.
In the late 90s, it was. They were 2,000
No, I mean,
wide, right? Millimeters wide.
I mean in 2014 or whatever when they switched it. That was I think the max allowed. It was the same width as the LMP1 at the time. And they just make them really long.
Speaking of maximum width, your favorite aerodynamic topic in sports car racing. Have you seen the current Toyota bodywork for the hypercar?
No. Does he go back to the 2014 cheater rear wing? This isn't a wing; it's a fender extension situation. Let's see.
Give me it's uploading now. I actually hadn't noticed this before today when somebody posted a separate picture of it.
Are you talking about the headlight situation, which is consistent with their current styling?
Rear wing.
Oh, it's bent. Oh, and it's got a wing.
The little winglet extension beyond the end plate. Beyond the end plate. Yep.
Good. Yep. Glad to see engineering is alive and well in the WEC.
No, genuinely, that is a true thing to say. Because there for a while, the GT3ification of hypercars was that was tough.
How many tokens do you think that rear wing is?
Well, the whole car is a new car, right? It's a new homologation, I think. Yeah. Anyway, on board with GTR 99.
Yep, sure.
Rounding out the top 5 at the moment in our GTO class. Lead margin has come down ever so slightly there. It's down to 15.2 seconds between Michael Robbins and new driver on the number 2, it's Steve Strymer.
Ginger Racing now within 1/10 of the 43.
Yeah, here we go. Battle for P2 and GP1 is on. They've caught the 43 quicker than the 48 has caught Ginger.
Yep.
We'll see if we can pick them up here. Just give this a moment. We know where they are on track, Ryan?
I am trying. It's weird to me that I can't see them. At least one of the cars in question. Okay, just heading through up to turn 12 is PC Racing.
Yeah, there we go. We just got him here. So there's the white and blue car. Making the left-hander now. Oh, that's Ginger gone through in the 46.
Yep,
it's already happened. I was
then,
convinced that was Harrison.
Yep.
I knew
and then the next car behind, not the next car behind, but this car right here, just about to hit the apex, that is El Diablo in 4th. With PC Racing losing some time there, I think El Diablo is going to move themselves up onto the podium.
Yeah, look at the gap that Ginger has already put on the
huge
on the PC Racing car, and in all of that traffic and passing, I think PC has just kind of backed out of it. And when you look at the lap times this time through for the 2nd and 3rd and 4th place cars in GP1, PC Racing does a 1:43.3. Ginger was held up a touch, but still did a 41.5. El Diablo, meanwhile, 1:39.7, and a gap that was 10 seconds not so very long ago is now just 2.8.
Well, only 4 seconds to Ginger Racing, so they pulled another 2 seconds out of them.
Well, right, yeah, great point. Yeah, great point. Oh, AE Racing 119, AE Victory Racing 119 slips up the inside. If we can jump back on board with the El Diablo number 48 here, climbing the hill out of 6.
Yep, it's within their sights now.
7. Yep,
They've
next car ahead.
Lap traffic to the right here.
That is
64,
64,
open throttle.
Wow, got the legs down the straight here.
I mean, no surprise there. It's a V8 versus a 6-cylinder.
Yeah, sure, but I mean,
especially at the end of the straight as the torque really begins to matter.
El Diablo's been in the 139s here. There's been really good stuff out of that car, and Sean Lovett, the driver in particular. And look at that, just being held up that little bit through turn 7 and 8 has drawn the gap way out up ahead to the PC Racing number 43. See, that was very interesting. Open throttle had to be ahead at the apex at turn 7 and then let them go on the straight going into turn 11. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but
catching the PC racing car by a ton, but going to pit in here.
Yep. 2 hours and 58 minutes remaining on the clock. Be close as to whether or not they can make it from here. Unfortunately, though, tough to have to make green flag stops.
Yep.
If we look at
and they've been hammered on this, where they didn't stop at the beginning of the race as well.
Yeah, it actually looks like they didn't stop under the full course yellow at lap 123 either. Just gotta scroll. Yeah, they did not. So again, this is the same thing, right? Where they stopped under the full course yellow at 117, figured, we're not gonna come in and top up. We were just in 6 laps ago, even though it's only gonna cost them, the equivalent of about 3 seconds in race time, right? Because it's gonna cost you 10 seconds when everybody's doing 35 miles an hour. When everybody gets up to speed, that 10 seconds is really about 3.
Right.
Right. So in effect.
Well, and then that puts you in the window to stretch the next one as well.
Exactly the point.
Yep.
Exactly the point. So every time you decide you're not going to pit under a code 35, it makes that window that you end up having to make a green flag pit stop that number of laps longer. In this case, it was 6 laps.
It was not a long stop. I wonder if this is drive time influenced, perhaps?
It's, you know what, that is just as compelling a reason to not.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the cause is.
Sure.
Right? If you have to make a pit stop under green because you chose not to pit under the previous full course yellow, you have shot yourselves in the foot.
Right.
Right? Everybody else who did stop under the second full course yellow, which may or may not have been PC, which may or may not have been Ginger, just forget that, put that to one side.
Yep.
El Diablo didn't. They were the first to pit, and they are, as of right now, the only car that has made a green flag pit stop as a result. Whatever happens next, whether it's a full course yellow or an equivalent green flag pit stop, is representative of a risk that they took by not pitting under the second full course yellow. So we get a slow number 140 as Collective came in through turn number 5.
Oh, no.
Exactly. This stuff can happen any time.
That's Kelsey Caranges on board that as well. I think that driver change has happened recently.
Oh, that may be just getting up to speed then.
I expect she'll take it here to the end. She said they brought a hat for me after the discussion of the Kerdog hat. So.
Sure. Yeah, that car's back up to speed now. I think all is okay there. Anyway, just really trying to drive home that strategy point, that at least from where we sit here, time and time again, it has proven and borne out that you are introducing a risk by not making pit stops under every code 35, because you just don't know when these long green flag runs are going to happen.
Right.
You should assume that every code 35 is the last one.
Ooh.
That was awkward.
Don't love to see that.
He didn't actually get the wall, did he?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yep.
Speaking of somebody who's been in the wall today, I know a lot about it.
Right.
The 48's in again, Brendan.
Okay, yeah, so they're dealing with something else.
Something's going on.
Yep. This is obviously a driver change for car number 99.
Is this Harold Petit getting in?
I think it might be. Harahan, Louisiana's finest.
I am going to say that it is. I'm just going to make the call now. That's Harold Petit.
Have you been to Harahan, Louisiana, Ryan?
I have not.
So it's the town on the other side of the river from NOLA Motorsports Park?
Oh, then yes.
There's like a Hampton Inn there. And
Yeah.
So that town that I had just assumed was exclusively industrial buildings, hotels, and fast food chain restaurants.
Is also the GTR 99.
Is also where Harold's from. I didn't realize people were actually from there. I thought it was literally just this industrial park. But so it is.
Maybe it wasn't always.
Oh, tires on the 99 here as well.
Oh, the inside corners of that looks pretty shredded. That didn't look great.
I mean, look, it's a bit warmer today, certainly than it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It's
definitely.
sunnier today, right?
Yeah.
So track temperature is going to be up as well. To some degree, it's not necessarily a surprise that you'd see some more excessive wear on the inside front, especially if this is their first time doing tires. They've got a good 5 hours under the belt there.
Yep.
They didn't do all 4 here, did they? Oh, now they are.
I think they're working on it. My second favorite person with the last name Petit, of course, Harold Petit.
Your favorite Le Mans Petit?
No. Can Jordan remember some guys and tell me which Petit I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
Jordan, you don't know about Yuzmero Petit?
No, I don't, man.
1 out away from a perfect game?
Oh, no. Tough.
It was on a Sonoma weekend, a Sonoma SRO weekend, and a bunch of drivers who were like from Europe were actually at that game, like live Instagramming it, like, oh my gosh, this cool thing's happening.
Huh.
Good fifth starter / long reliever for both the Giants and the A's. And your bulk relief guy, Yuzmero Pete.
Yeah.
From Venezuela.
Sure. Lead battle, by the way, down to 6 seconds. 6 seconds flat. From 282 back to number 2.
Is this all going to come back together at the end, like it did at ECR?
This is how these Code 35 races always.
It's all going to be right on top of each other in the last hour.
Thanks to our man Chris down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, go Chris. Chris, the second person this weekend who has recognized where my telephone number is from. Does not usually happen.
Are you a 530-er?
530.
Yeah. Not a 916er?
No. I would only give up my phone number for a 415 phone number, which are no longer available.
Do you have? Is there a superior area code where you're from that you just you're a real one?
No, it's
because you have this.
It's 415.
Yeah. Okay.
If it's 415, you're from the city before pre-Tech 3.0.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have where I'm from. We have 610, which is mine, and then the expansion area code was 484, which was kind of split between Bucks County north of Philly and Lehigh Valley.
Oh, okay.
So Philly was 215, Lehigh Valley was 610, and then 484 kind of split the difference.
Okay.
You know, if somebody's got a 484, you're just kind of late to the party.
Yes.
Whereas if you got the 610, you're an OG.
Yeah. No, people with 650, which is the expansion one for Marin and San Francisco. It's like really though. Like, come on, what are you trying to do? Who are you trying to be?
Bem75 in the chat has Palmer is furthest east. I guess Palmer is further east than New Hampshire.
I don't
know about that.
I was thinking about Palmer, but then you said New Hampshire, and I was like, you're right, probably not. I mean, surely he's checked if he's being so bold as to put that in the chat.
72.25. Oh wait, furthest east. We were going furthest.
No, we were doing.
No,
both.
we were doing
we
furthest east. That was the first one. Yeah. So 72.25 west. 71. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Palmer is further east. Oh no. It's further west. What am I saying? No. I had that backwards. Yeah.
The 2 came into the pit lane.
New Hampshire is further east than Palmer. Texas World Speedway had some awesome Roval layouts. RIP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to drive past Texas to get to Eagles Canyon from.
I saw a clip of what appeared to be either an ASA or ARCA or something race from Texas World Speedway in 1993.
Nice.
Yep. Big fan. El Diablo is up into second.
How? They stopped well, PC just pitted.
Sure. Are you sure they stopped twice?
Yes.
Yeah, it must have been just a really
issued
quick.
a black flag or drive-through penalty. That's what it says right here on Red Mist. So they must have had a pit infraction, and then they took their drive-through. That makes a lot of sense because it would have happened within 2 laps. Okay. All right.
Oh, 48. Yep, drive-through.
Yep.
Drove in the middle of the pit lane. That's exactly what it was.
Oh, yep. They talk about that.
Yep.
All right. Well.
43 for its own trouble picked up a warning for having 6 people over the wall there as well. But anyway, in that whole rotation, it's put the 48 back up ahead of the 43.
Yes.
About 4
but now they're
minutes
further behind the 26, though.
4 minutes and 28 seconds behind the Edge Autosports number 26. This will be the 989 into the pit lane, right? This is the class leader in GP2.
Brakes are steamy.
The GR Light.
Is water-cooled brakes like they have on European racing semis a legal modification in WRL?
You know who would love that?
Don't debate its like usefulness because it almost certainly isn't. But
you know who would love having to adjudicate that?
Who?
RJ Till.
RJ Till.
Yes. Just show up with water-cooled brakes and just
it's not in the, it's not the rules.
Look RJ in the eyes and tell him.
Look, man, the M4 is really heavy. Okay. Show up to like mid-Ohio with that.
Here's your GTO race leader.
Yep. 282. I'm not sure what to do with my hands, the rear wing says. That appears to be Laura Hayes getting in as soon as her insert is placed.
You think that's Laura Hayes?
I do think that's Laura Hayes.
It's a great suit.
It is a great suit. Mr. Mark says that she wasn't that stoked about it, though, when it was pitched.
No.
So.
Was Mr. Marks with you?
Not currently. At the last race he was telling me about.
Ah, okay. Wasn't stoked about, the fire suit.
Yeah, she wasn't that stoked about it.
This is all starting to come back to me now.
Yeah.
Just enough.
Evo 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
I find it very interesting that they have the, 5-lug setup on this Supra, which I don't think is standard anymore. I think you have to custom order that.
No.
I think they all come center lock now, don't they?
I don't think GT4 does center lock, no.
I
don't think so.
I kind of thought they did. It used to be that you had to run 5-lug in Continental Tire. But I thought that was like a change they had to make. Maybe I'm just thinking of Grand Am, where you had to have 5-lug, and then they switched to center lock later. I probably am thinking of Grand Am.
Yeah, I don't know.
It sounds like a Grand Am problem.
Yeah, but they didn't really run. Yeah, I don't know. I do kind of remember it being a thing, though.
Because that was one of the things they had to change on that R8. The first time they got a GT3 car to be legal in Grand Am was that R8.
Yes.
And they had to change the cage because it had to be in imperial measurements. So they changed it a little bit, which is, dear viewer at home, a huge undertaking to change the roll cage on an already existing race car. It's just not done. That's not a thing you do. And then convert it to 5-lug, which I believe the road car had at the time.
They had to do the same on the 458 Italia and the.
Yes. Well, I think the 458 they stopped requiring the cage change at that time.
GT America was the other one, right?
Well, the GT America was just a cup car with.
But that was the same for the same reason, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, where they just built a new trim level, and said this is how we're going to get it to work.
Yeah.
Or.
People think those are worth money now. If you see GT Americas come up for sale, they
run them at the Nürburgring still.
Substantially more expensive than buying a cup car or a GT3 car.
One of my favorite facts about the 458 Italia Grand Am car was that was the slowest 458 you could buy.
Yes.
I forget who it was. Maybe it was Radio Le Mans that
I think it was.
Put that out into the universe. But I have maintained that as a fun fact ever since. Classic.
Well, it was the 430 they had to sleeve down even for Le Mans.
Yeah.
They got it down to 4 liters or something. It was 3.8 because the 4.2 or whatever was too much power.
Mm. Get offline there on the way into turn number 11 and see what we think is Harold Petit works through a bit of traffic.
Yep. Not quite all the temperature into those tires, I reckon. Still a little bit slidey. As you see, they dip down into the bluish green, and they were running closer to 27.
Well, that's the pressure there, right?
Well, yes. But
presumably the colors are temperature. I actually don't know.
No, I think the colors are temperature because you know what temperature the tires are set at versus what the operating temperature is, and you measure that via the pressure. Because the pressure increases as the tire gets warmer.
Sure.
So it stands to reason if the pressure is low,
right,
that's probably closer to the temperature it was when it was put on the car. Anyway. Number 55 here from AOA. I have not seen Gino Manley this weekend. Doesn't mean he doesn't exist. I just haven't seen him.
Is that Roger Eagleton?
Probably.
Max Zuccaranza, who I know we've seen. I see him pop up on social media all the time.
Excellent.
I'm not sure on Fusco.
David Fusco is a restaurant owner, as I recall.
Okay.
In the Jacksonville area.
If it is Roger Eagleton, I'm pretty sure we saw him at Thunder Hill some years ago.
Believe that. Car's going to roll out. Oh, from Glendale, huh?
Yeah, currently based in Waikiki, Honolulu.
Nice.
In 2013 and 14, he won E3 at Thunder Hill.
Nice.
In 2016, he won E3 class. Oh, it's 6-hour enduro. 2017, he won again at the 25 hours of Thunder Hill. This time the EXR class. You remember what EXR was?
No, I don't. I think that's made up.
Oh no, were those the Midjet cars?
Oh my gosh, it is.
I think they made a class specifically for them, right?
Yeah, you're right. And where are those at? That would be a good WRL support series.
Be fun. Shame they never really got popular, like anywhere they ran.
No. Probably because trying to get parts for it is a hassle.
EXR.
Especially in North America.
It's just a tube frame.
Yeah, but the motor was like a Renault engine or some nonsense. Like
it was a 2-liter Renault engine with a SATEV 6-speed.
Yeah, so you get the transmission parts, but not the engine parts.
This team entered both cars in E0. What year was this? Oh, 28. No, this was 2017. That car was sponsored by Live, the rock band from York, Pennsylvania. Never heard of Live.
Never heard of Live?
No. Even from being from Pennsylvania. No, never heard of it.
Lightning Crashes by Live? You never heard that?
Yeah, that's in the article here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. My mom's from York. Guess I should.
I have two more guests in the booth, Brendan, if you'll indulge me, and indeed us.
Of course.
I'm supposedly having Joseph and Zach. Yes, that is correct. Yes, I've nailed it. Perfect. Yeah. There's so many of you that came through at ECR, keeping the name straight, impossible.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Perfect.
I know your face.
I know your guys' faces. I knew who you were when you all walked in. You're going to be two. There you go. Beautiful.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Of course. Yeah, not a problem. So I'm just going through here. So, Joseph, my understanding is you have a background in SRF, right?
Yes, sir.
Doing Spec Racer Ford. I think we talked about this last time, did we not?
Yes. We did.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So, you're now on your second weekend of doing WRL in this program. How have you found the SRF experience to have helped you here?
The Spec Racer, the class is like very, very, very competitive.
Yep.
And so it helps, you know, I mean, really that aspect, but it's very different. Like, aside from that, like, you know, it's a completely different style of racing.
Right.
Yeah.
4 wheels and a motor, though. You know?
Absolutely. No, you're getting the same type of stuff in there for sure. What are some of the differences between the two cars? Like, I understand the SRF, you open cockpit, you know, the whole nine, mid-engine, versus this front-engine closed cockpit. What does it feel like to drive, you know, as far as differences there? Because here, you're a little bit different tire, too.
Yeah, the Spec Racer is just a lot more raw, and, you know, no TC, no ABS, so it's less forgiving, but I would say it's easier to drive quickly.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
A little bit more, because you got the slick tire to hold on to, so you have a little more grip there.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Have you ever driven Spec Racer Ford here?
No, I've never been here.
Never been here. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I was going to say, is there a difference in line and stuff, but if you haven't been here before,
No.
how's that been? I think Barber, having done it on some sim stuff, etc., Barber, a really cool track. It's got a lot of straights, but they don't seem that long, and it's more about, we've been talking about the mid-speed corners, especially here with the 200 tread wear tire. Your mid-speed corners become even more crucial because the tire isn't giving you all the grip there. What's it been like to learn this track in that kind of car?
I mean, it's quite a tricky track. Like the entries are, super blind, but I got quite used to it quite quickly. I adapted, I think, quite well. But it's a really fun track.
Awesome.
I love it.
Good. And obviously you're going to run the GR Cup Series later in the season as well. They're going to come back here, right? Yeah, absolutely. So this is good prep for you to be able to move through that ladder, right?
Yeah, my option was either to be here and do WRL at Barber, or to do Champ Car at G2 Motorsports Park.
Okay.
So,
this is probably a little bit more directly relevant, I would imagine, to doing GR Cup, especially with a broadly similar car at that point. Absolutely. Anybody you want to say hi to at home?
Anna, friend of mine, my grandma.
Awesome. Zach, hey, tell me what it's like having coached somebody who has been in SRF, a pretty competitive series in and of its own right. How do you approach coaching someone to get them into like the endurance racing mindset?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bigger picture mindset, right? It's sprint racing. There's a mentality of, burning it down,
right?
Cutting through everything, bashing curbs. We got to calm that down a little bit and let things come to us. A little bit more patiently, but you also have to. I mean, it's still intense racing. Every single moment out there matters. It accumulates and it builds, right? So. The further in you go to the race, you get dive bombed a lot. Your lap time suffers 3 to 4 seconds versus a clean air lap. You hit your pace. You just, it's the same thing, but it's just a little bit more patient. The tire, it lacks a lot of bite that a lot of drivers are used to. But we've got Maurice Sue, Jason Coes, Joseph Mayer, Paul Wilson, and Carter Wilson, all with us this weekend. They're all going to be racing GR Cup this year.
GR Cup, yeah.
And we've been noticing a pretty awesome positive correlation to driver improvement from this, which is you gotta increase your tolerance for the slip.
Right.
And then when you bring back the grip into the equation, you can execute on that extra grip, right? So
absolutely.
At ECR, we always try and train in exaggeration, and that creates enough contrast for you to understand the full picture, right?
No, we had Matteo Siderman, who has done some Lamborghini Super Trofeo stuff. He was up here and talking about how this tire, gives you a little bit more leeway as far as slip is concerned. Whereas, on a slick, you get a lot more. It lets go instantly, and
like the visual is like a cliff, right? You have grip with a slick until it drops off really aggressively.
Right.
This is more of a gradual mound, and that may seem weird, but it's like the contrast of having that mound to that cliff. You work with this mound, and you can turn that cliff into a mound because you can anticipate so much more, so much earlier, right? You got this deep ingrained muscle memory.
I got you. You said one thing about the curbs, and I've been asking drivers all day today. As the coach in the car, what's your policy about the turn 7 curb right there?
Oh,
because I see some cars just like they're hammered down. We're gonna take it every lap, and I see others that are like way staying off of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I bashed it every single lap I was out there.
Excellent, good. Glad to hear that.
It's kind of what you got to do through that section,
right?
In my opinion, it doesn't
get the pace out of the car. Yeah.
The thing is, like, if you time it wrong and you smush the front end of the car right as it strikes that curb, you're gonna have a bad
something's gonna give there at some point.
But if you time it right and brake on the smooth asphalt before the curb strike, and then release after the curb before the next curb, it's otherwise you can start this ripple effect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now I understand you spend a lot of your time at ECR doing coaching, right? Just for track day stuff.
8 days a week.
8 days a week? Perfect. Do you find that the tire in WRL is more similar to what people are running in track days, or do you have a lot of track day people there that are running slicks?
Yeah, this is more in line with what people experience on track days for sure.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
So that probably makes it an easier step to take, right?
Well, yeah.
Instead of people just wanting to jump in the deep end, and I'm going to go Porsche GT3 Cup racing, or I'm going to go GT4 race, and we're going to do it. It's like, you get to still work within the confines of what you've been doing before.
Yeah,
right?
well, like that mound we're talking about, you get to play on that mound instead of dropping off a cliff. And without experience, that cliff is dropping off of that cliff is always a surprise, right? So you build that anticipation. You learn how to be in front of the car. You build the proprioception to be in front, balance underneath and behind, and manage and juggle all the spinning plates. And
I gotcha.
Yeah, it does give you really good things. And the tire, I mean, we tested in January.
Right.
We ran 800 miles on one set.
Wow.
And they lasted. And we actually ran our fastest time at the end.
Makes sense.
So it's wild. Like, in terms of that, it's incredible.
It's a good time.
Yeah, it's super cool.
How have you found the tire difference to be between SRF? Because they've got some pretty sticky rubber on those SRFs versus what you have going on here in WRL. Is that something you've had to adjust to? He's talking about the cliff, etc. Is that something you've been able to learn over the course of being involved with the program?
Yeah, so I mean, I've had a little bit of experience with this like kind of tire. My dad and I, we have a track Supra, and we've had like regular like street tires on it for a while. So I've tracked that, driven that for a while. So honestly, it's helped me.
Good.
But the difference is massive.
Gotcha. How has the weekend turned out for you two gentlemen? Are you pleased with where you are? Which car are you guys in? I want to make sure I'm asking the right questions here.
Joseph is leading. Lucas Weisenberg.
That's what I thought. I know one of you were leading.
Yeah. And I think we're P3 with Co's in the car right now, and we're about to get in.
And you've got to race the Laguna-Tic guys, who are also in a broadly similar car, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I think they're from Texas, too. Do you know them?
I don't.
No?
I don't,
Okay.
But we need to get to know each other.
Absolutely.
They brought a pretty cool package.
Absolutely.
I think with the BRZ in the class, we're filling up with a lot of that platform.
It's something that we talked about last year quite a bit, is we've got this reduction in the number of 3 Series-based cars coming in. And it was, what's going to be the next thing? And what's the next thing matters, because the car that you're choosing to get into GP2 as like a development slot is going to help you learn habits to take forward. And I know you guys at Eagles Canyon Fast Track doing the whole program here are trying to work to get people up the ladder. And so I think that's why this GR86 works really well for that.
Yeah, it's the same platform. They have the same general characteristics, but a different tire. And like when you run a 2-hour stint struggling on that mound with this slippery tire and low grip, when you get in a GR Cup, you will be able to recognize and have awareness of like, oh, I wasn't able to do that or tolerate that a couple weeks ago, and now I'm doing it on consistently.
Sure.
We are. If you zoom out and look at like the WRL PWR modifier stack, we built these cars as like a GR Cup light. So a big chunk of the performance modifiers are high-level motorsports grade stuff.
Right.
And we are taking a pretty significant hit on that in terms of our modifiers and PWR. So there's a lot to learn in creating a really solid winning package. We're knocking on the door of it. If you zoom out far enough, it's just a slippery GR Cup.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned slippery, obviously. With all these modifiers put on there, you're not taking the big modifier for the transmission, fortunately. It's like that's going into your favor.
Well, we get dinged the same as a sequential. We're running an auto.
With the auto, is the
slush
same as the auto. Okay, interesting. I didn't realize that.
The logic is fatigue and just better for endurance.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
But it does.
The shifts are not as fast, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Like
it's a good little package, and we chose that because barrier to entry. Just a lot of people don't know how to drive manual,
right? And
we want to create a big funnel for people.
Yeah.
And you go up the ladder and there's nothing with an H pattern anymore. Right. It's unfortunate. I chopped my teeth doing it.
No, I love driving an H pattern car. It's super fun.
I wish it was there, but it's just changing. The times they are changing.
I think probably the only car in the field today is that AOA Racing NC. It's probably the only one I bet that has the H pattern anymore.
Yeah.
No, I guess on the M3
BRZ.
Too. BRZ. They're H pattern.
The 214 Garage 66.
Ooh, okay. Gotcha.
They're running a 6-speed.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So you got a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Here and there.
They're
yeah,
out
absolutely.
there. They're out there.
So this car, you said slippery. That's going to matter because I would imagine something that's got all this, race equipment on it is still going to be good at Mid-Ohio, for example.
Oh yeah.
Where it's a tighter track, a little bit more handling focused, but making it more slippery than the GR Cup is going to help you at like Daytona too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's just it gives you things consistently at a high level. It is a direct funnel, right? We're in the same platform. The immersion factors there.
Yep.
The general characteristics of the car are there. It's just an exaggerated feeling of it.
Right.
And when as a GR Cup racer, you get those 45-minute sprint races, 2 of them per weekend. I mean, we double that amount of seat time in one weekend here, just racing,
just
plus
doing
the
race.
Testing and all that stuff. So the accumulation of seat time, there is no substitute for that.
And as part of Dream Machine, you're building this whole bank of experience up so that you can eventually do GT4 racing, whether that's in a Supra or something else, right?
Exactly.
And you find that this is, you having driven both, obviously, the GR Cup car close enough to the Supra? I mean, obviously the Supra's got more in the way of driver aids and such, but in terms of the platform.
Yeah. I mean, front engine, rear wheel drive, pretty short wheelbase. They're kind of like driving bar stools at speed. I mean, they can kind of be a little snappy in their characteristics, and you have to settle that down through your driver adjustments. But yeah, I mean, it all translates. 4 wheels and a motor. I mean, perfect. You don't want to value judge too many differences. Then you want to be simple, eyes, hands, feet as a driver. Let your engineers, let the guys who are building the car up and creating stability find that for you through your feedback and stuff. And we develop all of that, right? This is a proof of concept to go and kind of get a pool of talented and aspiring drivers to get the seat time and to be with me and Lucas and other high-level drivers that are doing it and that have experience at the front of these fields. Been so lucky to get to those levels. And this is honestly the coolest thing I've ever done, being a part of Dream Machine and Fast Track and ECR and what we're putting together. This is just the start. We're 2 months in. So
we were talking about this a lot offline, myself and Brendan, of course, who's here with us today, that what you guys seem to be doing over at Dream Machine and at Eagles Canyon Raceway really is the way that racing should be conducted. And I think we both, just from a personal standpoint, are like, that's a cool program. Separate from any, you guys are coming up here. I want to say nice things, obviously, but like at the
you
same
can be
time,
real. You can be real.
No, we genuinely, we were talking about it. It was like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You're kind of being allowed to do things and teach people the way that they really meant to be taught to get to where you need to be and have this be a sustainable, pathway for people into racing. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Our goal is, there's a lot of 2 to 5 year flashes in the pan in motorsports. Our culture at ECR and Dream Machine is to find a way to do it for your lifestyle type thing. And we just try and be the most authentic, genuine driver development facility instead of, the caviar and all the niceties and all the amenities and stuff that kind of cloud the grittiness and the character development and just all the kind of rites of passage that a driver has to go through and earn and learn. So
it's I think there's a lot of, especially with the advancement, and don't get me wrong, I think it's been a net positive. But there's a lot of racing, I think, that really is turning right now to focus on the Instagram cool guy cred. Where it's, I'm going to go run XYZ car because it'll look good on my Instagram. I can show my buddies at work, and they don't really watch the race. They don't know that I come 16th and that I wreck the car. And I like that there's a program that's available that's like, no, we're doing the thing. We're doing the right things here.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's meant to be reflective, and it's meant to be scalable. Like what we're doing here is a similar vibe and feel and execution that we do in a GR Cup weekend, that we do at a GT4 weekend. All the same personnel are in the same places, engineering, all that stuff. So just getting started, but it's meant to level us up, and we got to find the aspiring drivers who have the support and the ability to go up some levels and want to do that. And it's the worst feeling showing up to that kind of competition level not prepared. And a lot of people aren't prepared, right? They get thrown in, they have the ability to write the check or however their situation is, and then they're slapped in the face and punched in the gut, and then you don't see them.
Suddenly that wasn't very fun. If you've had, I think you have to have been at least somewhat successful in your life to afford some of these, races. There's ways to do it without the money, obviously, but by and large, And I think for a lot of people, it's a reality check of like, oh, I can't just roll into this. You need to put the effort and the time in, build that character, and make sure that you get to where you need to be.
Well, when you watch drivers on Sunday or Saturday, if anything's being made to look simple and easy, you're seeing years and years of failure, down in the dumps. I mean, that's where greatness lies. I say that a lot. I mean, if everything's going your way, if you're positioning yourself to compete in the the lowest level of that class so that you get the podium and the pictures and the media, and you can kind of create this spotlight that's not really authentic. It's not that it's not. Everybody's at their own level. But, I mean, there is a lot of participation trophies in motorsports these days.
Absolutely.
There is nothing participation trophy about getting a trophy on these weekends.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Can I ask kind of a follow-up question here?
Yeah.
Along the same line of thinking. So you guys obviously have a lot of priorities to juggle in running the Dream Machine operation, right? You're not just going out and trying to put up results. You're trying to teach the proper way to drive a car. You're trying to teach proper ways to, get in the right headspace and deal with the mental toll that endurance racing takes on you. Traffic management, and to some degree, I'm sure even the engineering side of things, right? You really want drivers to understand all that goes into a successful racing weekend. I think it's easy for young drivers to some degree, but certainly people who want to impress people, whether that's to go get hired or to impress their buddies or social media or whatever, to just say, well, I just need the results. Just help me get the results and we'll get there, right?
Right.
And there's a real impatience that can build up around that. How do you juggle kind of that that mentality with people that could come into the program and want the race victories, and I'm sure you guys want the race victories as well, but with the, hey, we actually have longer term objectives here.
Yep.
And if your objective is to go win races in GR Cup and, insert semi-professional ladder series here, with saying, hey, this is just a step, the real payoff comes in a year or in 2 years.
Yeah, well, communicating that journey is, it is a journey, it is a pathway, and it is one without a finish line, and we really try and communicate that. Like I said, these are rites of passages type things, right? Like the first thing you've got to learn how to do is to control the car and not fly off the track.
Right.
Then you have to learn how to finish the race, then finish not last, then finish mid-pack, then finish top 5 podium, and then the last little bit to that, layer cake is finishing on the top step. And that is, you have to prove things to yourself. The imposter syndrome is so real. And I think it's a self-righting system, motorsports. The more you do it, the more right you will be.
Sure.
And the less you do it, it goes the other way. So we try and do everything through experience. Words can really cross eyes. PowerPoint, death by PowerPoint, and classroom settings and all that is not how we really roll. We have a lot of really cool ladder systems that paint the picture of what the foundational driving skills are, which in my opinion is heavy car control.
Right.
Easiest thing to do in a race car on a racetrack is to go 1 mile an hour too fast for any corner, and then you're in a car control moment. And if you're operating at your ceiling with no margin, that's a bad time.
Right. Absolutely.
So base layer of that, we do racecraft clinics, we do all sorts of stuff, right, that builds you up into this, as well as going and traveling and entering into national level competitions, endurance racing with y'all. Mm-hmm. Everything is about saturation of seat time and, going through those experiences as a driver. Rites of passage, you got to learn and earn. And the more you do it, the more you get a peek at it. I think it shows itself to you pretty quickly what this is and what it takes.
Right.
Nobody does this alone. Nobody just comes in and.
Yep.
It's just you got to go through some stuff. So
100%.
Communicating that as a pathway and as a lifestyle.
100%. Zach, what are a couple things that you've really tried to focus on here this weekend, especially? I think it's really easy to get caught up in, we're doing an 8-hour endurance race and we're trying to win, and you're coming from elsewhere, but we're keeping our eye on the prize with the GR Cup. Is there one or two things that you go into this weekend like, I'm going to get better at this? What are those, and how have you been so far?
Joseph,
sorry, I've got it all.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
No, you're totally fine.
Could you just repeat the question?
Yeah, 100%. What are the one or two things that you're focusing on going into this weekend?
Just consistency. I want to be as fast as I can be, but at the end of the day, it's about, the consistency and, just keep the car together. At the end of that's really all that matters. You know, it's just, you don't want damage. The team doing extra work. We had our engine went out yesterday, and the guys were up till 6:30, I believe.
Oh, geez.
This morning.
And we like basically as we were getting to the track this morning, the drivers, they were just getting done putting the engine back in. So.
Wild.
That speaks to Fast Track really trying to make sure that everybody's got their track time available.
Thank you guys, everybody at Fast Track. Huge thank you.
Absolutely, that's pretty killer. So you've enjoyed your weekend then so far? Yeah. Awesome. Are there already things that you've taught yourself or learned or have been explained, like, hey, this happened, that you're going to take with you to the next event?
I've learned a lot of the times I'll get stressed and frustrated about making a mistake in a certain corner,
right?
And then sometimes that lingers in my mind, and then that leads to another mistake and another mistake and another mistake, and then next thing you know, it just leads on and on and on, and it just ruins. It'll ruin your stint, and then so I'm trying to tone that back and just to relax more in the car.
I gotcha. Zach, how much of your job is that where you're not only trying to coach driving skill and racecraft and things like that versus, mindset, sports psychology, that kind of stuff? You've been at the highest levels of doing racing. I'm sure you've learned
the
a couple
highest
things
level I've been able to attain, right? But I think,
sure.
I mean, I've
if you're
been
doing
around
SRO weekends, you're
the top 5, top 10 in GT4 America is pretty nasty fast, right?
Yeah.
So, you're as a driver coach, you're mostly. Physically, a lot of people can sit in a seat and steer a steering wheel and push pedals, right? Like it's like looking at a golfer and saying that's easy, right? It's you do have to instill and download mindsets and like the judgment cascade of perception versus reality, and thinking that you're hitting your mark and you're not, thinking you're flat and you're lifting subconsciously.
Right.
All of these things, I as a coach, I'm an aligner of perception with reality, and I try and make a really calming, effective bridge from their perception to real reality, and just communicate the reality of the game, get them set up for it. A lot of this stuff is gritty, motorsports is, you got to dig deep, and you're uncomfortable for most of the weekend, and you're hot, and you've lost 15 pounds of sweat, and you don't think about that. Little contact there in turn 5 with the prototype. Yeehaw! But you don't know what you don't know. Right. This stuff is unknowable, and we just recommend everybody to come out and get behind the wheel. Like, just come out and see, right? If it could line up for you and just fill your cup up. It's not for everybody. If you're lukewarm to this, I don't recommend it. You got to kind of have a burning desire, but also we can light that fire, So, I think coaches are a huge advocate, ambassador for motorsports and doing it the right way. There's a lot of coaches that are kind of self-centered and looking for their own interest and their seat and their pro-am opportunity and all this. And that's why we have a lot of crashes and a lot of yellows at those higher levels, right? Because they haven't earned the stuff. And I'm not pointing at anyone in particular, but I can see why, right?
Yeah,
you
100%.
You have this guy who wants to do it, and but I don't know, just zoom out and maybe put them in Spec Miata or Boxster or WRL for a couple seasons and have them earn some of these levels.
Right.
And man, they'll stay. It'll just be way more authentic and way more lifestyle.
And I think it's a really cool alternative. Something that Brendan and I talk about a lot is the difference between being like a car person. As the 48 comes down the pit lane again. No, that's their 3rd trip to the pit lane in what should have been a 1-trip stop. So that's fascinating to me. They're one of the GP1 front runners, but they're now going to be down in 4th. That's taken them right out of contention. They had a little bit of a gap to climb to get to Edge Autosports there, but they were well ahead of PC and had great pace. So unfortunate to see the race, play out like that. One of the things we talk about is the difference between like a racing person and like a car person, right? And we find that there's a lot of car people that just are completely blind to racing.
How fast do you go?
Exactly. And we find that there's a lot of racing people who just like, yeah, man, I have a 3 Series, like I drive it to work, it's fine, whatever, I don't really. But like the racetrack's cool, and and they think of it like golf almost.
It's true.
And I think of a program like for you guys, as somebody who is, I think, one of the few people that's both.
Yeah.
It's what you talked about with burning desire. If you have a desire to be competitive in something, racing could be it.
Yes.
If you have a desire to do cool stuff with cars, I think racing is still that.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's one thing to, I built XYZ thing in my garage and it's cool. A lot of people get, fulfillment out of that. But at the bottom of that well is just spending more money.
Yep.
Right? And you're able to build stuff and create cool things, but how much are you changing your mindset? How much are you changing how competitive you are? How much better are you getting as a person? And I think that's something that we had spoken about with the Dream Machine program, is that you're trying to craft better people through competition. And I think it would be anybody who's into cars that I've met that was only into cars and then got into racing, instantly went, oh, this is way better. I don't want to do gumballs anymore. I don't want to go to car shows and parking lot. This is where it's at.
Yeah.
And it seems like, again, you guys have the ladder set up to accommodate that, and you guys have the right mindset too.
Well said. I mean, that's very obvious when you get into motorsport. There's a clear line in the sand of like car worship versus car consumption, is how I say it. Like racers burn them down, and we the teams are, they make them brand new the next time we're back in them, right? It's right. Or you do it yourself and wrench on it, and you get intimate with your machine and you build it back up. It is. Gosh, I mean, we're not meant for this, humans.
Right.
The human brain was never meant to go this fast or process all this information or any of this. So, I mean, it's a journey of rewiring your survival instinct to be appropriate in the race car. And I mean, if you like intense competition, this is as intense as I think it can get. Yep. You could ride bulls, or you could go like mountaineering up the 8,000 meter top six and all that stuff if you want to do that. But I don't know. It's miraculous. You get to wrap yourself up in a mechanical exoskeleton and tune your body into being this sensitive antenna. And
I gotcha.
I mean, it's the coolest. But there is a big line in the sand. Everybody who does the gumball rallies and all that stuff, they just want to go fast. Right. It's like they're always getting tickets and stuff. And just come on the track. I'm a cruise controller.
Same.
I want a lazy boy with a good sound system.
Right. And the radar cruise has changed the game.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah. I just want to chill and watch the crazy show. And here is when I switch it on. Right.
Well, we're just now seeing, as we're coming to the end here, the 779 pulling into the paddock. Probably not the way that you want to reclaim a 1-2.
They were already 1-2, Ryan.
Oh, they were. Had they lost that much time?
The 779 did, yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. So I think an issue there for them. So that puts the 989 and the 986 up into first and second position there with Fast Track Racing, Eagles Canyon, and Dream Machine. So, Zach, you're getting it done, man.
We're 1-2, baby.
You guys got it done. It happened.
Holy. Yeah.
Now, you guys sound like you're
we got a long way to go.
Easy.
2
this
hours.
is cool, though. It's
2
cool.
hours. Yeah.
Super pumped. I mean, this is like we were saying, this is our second weekend. We got these cars unloaded in mid-January, and I mean, it really is going to kick on after this race. We're not going to come back until Road Atlanta, and we're gonna do some stuff, right?
Perfect.
We're gonna make adjustments to the performance modifiers, and hopefully come back with a truly winning package. We've gotten lucky. The Garage 66 214 car is lights out. So is the Palomar 83.
Yep.
That sucks. What's happened to them. But we'll take it.
You got to execute well enough to stay in that position, though,
well,
right?
Yeah.
You gotta at least be close.
It's cool, right? Like we've got the young gun car leading the way. We've got the seasoned, peppery experience in the 986. More legends focus in the GR Cup class. And I mean, I'm super proud of what's happening right now, but we got a long way to go.
Absolutely. So with 2 hours 10 remaining, I think that'll just about wrap her up here. Tell me though, if this sounds like fun to you, to your viewer. Zach, are there more slots available? I know that you said you're taking a little bit of a break here for WRL, but I imagine that's to consolidate and open up the field a little bit.
Yeah. So we've got 2 cars now. The end goal is to have 6 GP2 cars under the tent.
Wow.
And we're going to activate a couple Super GTOs as well as a part of this. And that'll be kind of an internal WRL ladder. Right. You can play around with the GP2 up to GTO.
Yep.
And then once you're at the top of that mountain, maybe it's time to go prove yourself or put yourself up against the people who do it for a living or made it their life.
Awesome. So there's spots available. It sounds like you're looking for 6 cars. That's
we're growing.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're growing.
Perfect. Well, Gentlemen, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Mazel tov on first and second right now.
Hey.
You got 2 hours 9 remaining. I think you got one more stop probably. Yep. And then as soon as you wrap up that stop, just keep it on the black part of the track.
Let's go.
And we'll get it done.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for coming by, guys.
All right.
Wonderful kind of revisiting some of the conversations we had there at Eagles Canyon, and seeing the progress that's been made here. Racing is never a static thing, and for a team that was based at Eagles Canyon, tough weekend trying to get past the 83 and the 214. Really good cars in GP2, but even from what Zach just said, a car that isn't necessarily a world beater in that class, like the 214 and the 83 are, they still find themselves 1-2 by virtue of just doing all the other things right, staying on track, few mistakes, and don't shoot yourself in the foot. Act as a team, and so far things are progressing in a good direction there for the Eagles Canyon Racing with Fast Track Racing and Dream Machine squad. 986 and 989. Pit stop 4, the number 13. This is the Singler Racing Team BMW M4 F82.
Oh my goodness! I as you're watching that pit stop, I have a picture here that I got from Chris down in the pits of one of the tires from the GTR 99, and that thing is shredded. I don't think there was
the pit stop that we saw.
When I mentioned the tire, I'm like, that tire didn't look too great. Here, let me throw that on our chat, and then we can get George, hopefully.
You've met Chris?
I have met Chris.
Chris? Okay.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, he's a mythical creature at the moment.
No, Chris spent time at Beale Air Force Base, Brendan.
How's that right?
Chris and I are, on the same kind of page. TC Klein is swerving wildly on the exit of turn 5 here.
Ooh, have they run that car out of fuel?
Maybe. Maybe trying to go back and forth to get it to slosh.
6th in GP1. They were last in at lap 152. That's only 32 laps. It's not that long.
No. I think it gets going again. Maybe a pickup issue? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Jordan, if you can...
That'll be... What is that? Front left, probably?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty remarkable stuff.
2 pretty long, sustained left-hand turns here. It'll tend to do that.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because, the last corner is... Well, I guess turns 2 and 3 as well. I was going to say, there aren't a whole lot of really long, sustained corners here at Barber. It's a lot of, short, load the car up and then unload. But yeah, that turn 2, 3, and turn, 13, 14, I guess, will do that to you. Yep. Especially decelerating the car into 14.
Yeah.
With it already loaded up on the left-hand side. That does make a lot of sense. It does also potentially go some way to explaining why we saw AE Victory Racing in the 119 change tires hour and a half, 2 hours in. So we get a quick off for the 40-48 competition. We get out the other side.
I think lucky to keep that rolling there through the gravel.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, have spun a bunch of dirt on the ground, but yeah, that's how you do that. You just keep it going.
It was good work. Yep. So
83
losing
is
that
going to be coming back out here.
Losing that time to the kind of kick spin there is nothing compared to losing a lap or two getting beached in the gravel trap there. So good work to get that car back out. That does go some way towards explaining why the 119 changed tires 2 hours in. If we think we are potentially tearing apart the left sides here.
Now 112 is going to dive into the pit lane here, and their pit stall is the one stall after the paddock entry, which I have to imagine is suboptimal.
Well, it just means you push it back and then have the driver pull it forward.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I think that's okay.
I mean, as long as that's loud, I don't know the specifics on that. I assume it is.
You can push backwards. It's usually, what was the Radio Le Mans line was always, it's an instant DQ if you reverse the car in pit lane.
Right.
But that's not the same as pushing it backwards.
Correct.
Right, you can do that. Yeah.
That was like the proposed penalty for attempting to save time in the pit lane during the Code 35. The proposed penalty was 1 million laps, and any that you didn't serve, you have to serve the next day too.
I mean, that was a thing there for a minute.
It was.
Drivers,
it was very
passing.
very quickly got onto and changed the ruling on that.
But I mean, once that got addressed, right? Everybody knows what the rules are. And that is the other side of this that we really hadn't talked about earlier on in the race. The do you, don't you pit under full course yellow. It is inarguably a shorter line.
Yes.
Right? For you to go through the pit lane under code 35. And the same thing at Watkins Glen. Yes, you have to stop. But if it's going to be a net 0 or like a net minus 1 or 2 seconds for you to come in and top off with an extra gallon because you're getting it back by running a shorter line, like, just come in, man.
Yeah.
Make the stop. But, you know, who am I? I'm not Jason Marks.
No, not at all.
Calling strategy here.
I think there's a pathway similar to at Magnus where you and I could successfully call strategy on a pit wall.
Fun Cup.
And not look out of place doing it. Fun Cup.
Yep, yeah. Mike, Bem, we know you guys need you need strategists, right?
You're gonna need the strategy. Do you think Mike Gorman's gonna bring his fleet to like a Champ Car race on the West Coast, and I could call strategy there? Do you think Mike Gorman would let me call strategy for one of his Smurfs? I bet I could pitch that.
You could probably show up to a West Coast Series race and just be like, "Hey,
I'm me. Do you know who I am?"
Exactly.
I'm kind of a big deal. I don't know if you know that or not, but I'm a big deal, and
I hate
you should
so
let me.
282 and 410 are listed as having had contact nose to tail. It's now under investigation, and well, the 410 is a non-factor today because of the damage from very early on this morning.
Yes.
As the 282 is a competitor, very much a contender here at the front of GTO. We'll see what the story is there.
We'll open the book, take a peruse through the pages. The 385 is back out. That happened during our interview. So that car already repaired.
Yes,
Whatever
I
it was.
did see that. I saw it out on track and went looking for the onboard camera, which didn't really appear. Guess I could go looking again.
So right now we have the 119. I believe attempting to unlap itself. I think the 2 is not that far up the order. That's Sarah Montgomery on board.
Sense.
Sarah, who we spoke with earlier this morning.
Also
she is
defending from the Stack Racing with Rapscallion.
Yeah.
Number 678.
Laura Hayes up in second position in the 282 TCB. And Steve Strymer in the number 2, currently in the lead.
From a content... Oh, sorry, I think I muted myself there. How good is driver ID? Yeah.
I like driver ID. I think we've only had it for a short time. Oh, trouble. One of the NPO1s is stopped in between turns 4 and 5 on the straight here. It is not in a spot where it can be seen other than by the overhead cam, which, again, I also need to go reset. I imagine that one is a heat-related thing as well, because I have the phones facing the sun.
Yep.
So the foil screens is not working as a method of keeping them cool.
You know, TCB has a pit lane camera?
TCBY?
Yeah. Think about that often. I actually don't.
It does live rent-free in my head. We're going to go code 35 here to recover the stalled NPO1.
It's the 4048 competition car. The Roberts 109 actually just came through.
Yep. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that as well. From my vantage point, I can see very clearly which car it is. I just didn't want to talk about it, I guess. Is this the Magny Coors of the Southeast?
Because of how many times it doubles back on itself?
Yes. Yes. Only that. I don't think the track's that similar. Because there's not as many.
No, the track really isn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
What's it going to take to get the WEC to run at Manicourt?
Oh. If having 2 French manufacturers didn't get them an extra round, then nothing is. It'll never happen.
That's too bad. I want to see those Porsches run on the curb. I can't see the Porsches run the curbs anymore.
Nope.
Did you see that I was almost correct in that Proton very nearly had the Porsche program tied up? Something tells me that there's more to that story that isn't being said if Proton couldn't get it together.
Oh, I have a suspicion. Well, one of 2 things is true. Either it's because Porsche didn't want to spend the money or send their people to WEC races, right? Because they were going to have to maintain the program. Or Penske put a stop to it.
I don't know how Penske would have a leg to stand on there. For the WEC program, anyway.
I mean, that's just a leverage thing, right?
I get, like, what are you going to do instead? Like, just not run the car at all? Like, Penske has no leverage in that situation. Do they say, because you're letting somebody else run the car in Europe, I'm not going to run in the USA either? In which case, they could call Core or whoever to run the car.
Like, certain Core's not around anymore.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
But, yeah, sure. No, I don't know. I really can't think of any other reasons that wouldn't have happened.
So,
because I was pretty confident at COTA. I think I said that on the air, that there's no way that Proton won't get to run the car. They may only run, or I guess they had to run 2. Maybe that was the sticking point. That if they could get away with running 1, they might have. For the WEC, you have to run 2.
Yeah. You don't think it was Penske, JC?
No, because see, what Penske wants to do is go back to Le Mans with Porsche. So they want some car running in WEC so that they are eligible to run at Le Mans.
Oh, go to Le Mans.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, so they would have been motivated to do. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So wait, hold on. So even if Penske wins IMSA this year, they won't get to go.
Yeah.
Yep.
you have to have. Well, your manufacturer
GT cars.
It doesn't matter.
They're activating through that.
Your manufacturer has to have representation in WEC for you to be eligible to go to Le Mans.
I guess that makes sense because you wouldn't let Honda in.
Exactly.
Or Acura
That's exactly
in.
it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's a whole nother thing.
Well, for now,
it's gonna stay that way for a while.
Oh, really?
Yes, I have that from George. If you'd like, I did kind of tease earlier about podcast time. If you'd like information about that,
let's talk about it. Now's the time.
Real quick, I have to get up and reset cameras. But I do want to say to JT what I said earlier, which is Spec Miata dead? Is it over? No, that's it. No.
Okay.
But basically, how it works out is HRC Global does not want to pay a dime for it.
Sure.
HRC USA is already investing heavily in IndyCar and IMSA. So they're not going to be investing a dime in it. Basically, what it comes out to is if you can bring Acura $40 million, you will get 2 cars and you can run in WEC. Not a penny less. It needs to be $40 million.
HRC Global's about to lose their F1 deal, by the way.
Free up a whole bunch of resources.
Indeed.
Yeah. That's interesting. So basically, Acura as a brand needs to fund this on Honda's behalf. Because they won't run them as Acuras globally, right? They'd only run them as...
They'd have to be under HRC.
Right, yeah. So 40 mil.
Yep.
Right. And is that just to cover operational expenses, or...?
That's cars. That's, I would assume, support from HRC. Because I know HRC in the US does want to do WEC. A lot of the team, they definitely want to. Their car is a lot more suited for it.
Between HRC and Acura HRC US and Acura Corporate, right? 20 mil a piece. I mean, is that on the table?
No.
No. Well.
Yeah. So if a decent team can go find some of those very rich sponsors, go for it.
I am really intrigued as to what the motivation is for Honda to not get involved. Right? Because I think that could be a reasonably popular car as a customer program as we get pit stops. We had just the number 2 in already. This is the 678 in. I think that would be a reasonably popular customer car. They haven't been involved in any way in global GT racing, like a meaningful way, for a long time. I wonder what the holdup is. Right, because they're not going to go with any form of a GT3 car without having a prototype. Probably. I guess never say never, because it worked for Mercedes. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's that they don't want, from a shareholder and investment perspective, to risk the money, but like Honda is so motorsports heavy on the motorcycle side that you'd think it'd be a no-brainer to do some of the same here on the sports car racing side, but I don't know.
Back to green, though.
Yeah, indeed we are. Hour and 53 minutes left. So any of the pit stops we've just had under the full course yellow here will not be final pit stops of the day. Definitely still have at least a splash or a half tank, maybe a little more, for all of our runners here. I think AE Victory in this cycle has dropped the lap to TCB Racing and ACP Tangerine in the number 2. So that's put them back to 3rd. And actually, from the looks of things, I think... Oh, no, Rapscallion's not that close. I got to wait for timing to cycle back through here. I was going to say the 678 may have be in with a shout here to go try and chase down that number 119. That's not really the case yet. I'm seeing still over a lap between those cars. Your battle for second in GTO, meanwhile, 14.695 seconds. So that has come down very, very gradually, and with some really good pit work from the TCB squad. It's had them just jump that little bit closer up to the back bumper of that number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Meanwhile, in GP1, Edge Autosports leads by what appears to be over a lap from PC Racing number 43. Yes, it is. And then Ginger Racing, 6.3 seconds back. 6.3 seconds back and closing quickly. That lap took almost 8 full seconds out of the number 43 BMW. The battle is on for second place in GP1. El Diablo, meanwhile, still recovering from a drive-through penalty a little over an hour ago in that chartreuse-colored number 48. 22 seconds off the back of the PC Racing car, so that has the potential to come together as well, although, I'm sorry, off the back of the Ginger Racing car in the battle for 3rd. So this, just kind of like we saw earlier, PC, Ginger, and El Diablo all has a chance to come back together again in the closing stanza here from the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Barber. Durbo. That's good. It's good.
Durbo with a turbo.
Yeah, right. This comes as I'm drinking coffee, by the way. I never have afternoon coffee. Sarah Montgomery listed as a driver on the on the 119. Adrian Kunzel back in the car, number 678, and it still shows Steve Strymer being listed in the number 2. He's been in that car for quite some time. Yeah, got in at 3 hours 39 race time. Been 4.5 hours to go. That can't be right? Yeah, it's very consistently showing Steve Strymer. We mentioned earlier as well, Eagles Canyon with Fast Track number 989 leads GP2 from the sister car, number 986. It is 1 minute and 15 seconds from the HC Autosport number 455 up to the Fast Track Racing Toyota GR86. And that gap does have the potential to continue closing here. It's a good day for the Skip Barber Racing School number 216 as well, by the way. That car now up into 4th place in GP2. 2.5 minutes clear, which is a lap and some change clear, of the number 55 AOA Racing. BMW. We mentioned earlier, just it's remarkable how when you take the heavy hitters out of the class, what it can really open up at the top, on the top step of the podium in these production classes, especially. And with the trouble today for Palomar and Open Throttle and Garage 66, and more recently for Lagunatic in the number 779, opened the door right up for both of the fast track cars, the HC car, and of course that Skip Barber Racing School entry. Racing able to just eke out a little bit that last time on the Ginger Racing number 46. Oh, that is a stopped Ligier on the run out of turn 8 up into turn number 9. The question is that the 669, which has already had trouble today, or is that the 678? It is the 660, yeah, 669. According to the race. Jordan, did you? Oh, you have the onboard, don't you, Jordan? That's cheating. I thought you just knew, like from this far away on your tiny output screen on VMix. You're like, yep, I got it.
Yeah, I zoomed in on it, knew exactly what car it was. Yeah, you got me.
Enhance. Number 2's been caught up in a little bit of traffic here through the final sector. This will allow Laura Hayes in the number 282 to pick up potentially a couple seconds if she doesn't meet the same fate. There is the recovering 669. Also, JT, while you were gone, you'll be pleased to know I did successfully misidentify the Ginger Racing and Harrison Motorsports cars.
Okay. Yeah,
it was bound to happen.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the body shape of the 46 versus the 90 is enough that I think we should be able to tell the difference, but...
Yes, but the higher rear wing on the current iteration of the Harrison car really does, from some of these farther away camera shots anyway, really does throw that into some question.
Just call it the GP1 BMW until you know further.
Yeah, right?
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is slow 669 again here, climbing the hill at a turn number 5. We do a stop and reset. Camera froze, which suggests to me they shut it off.
Yeah. Come on, I didn't hear no bell.
Ginger Racing just a bit cutting into the the margin up to the PC Racing number 43. It is 2.5 seconds taken out of the lead last time, so 6.7 is the margin now. Our internal timing gives me 6.7. Joseph's timing, or Red Mist, gives me 5.8. Very intriguing. That 669 has not resumed. You can see it way out in the distance there, leaving turn number 5. I have a suspicion. Going to result in another... Oh, no, there we go. Much for that.
Just when you thought it was going to code out, you got something.
We're not... Listen, that car's not home yet. Oh, I think... Is that Lagunatic circulating? Oh, no, that's the GR. GR Light, number 986, I think. Okay. 989's the white one, 986 is the blue one, correct?
The 989 is the blue, yeah.
989 is blue, 986,
blue,
okay.
yeah.
All right, yep, got it.
And then you also have the Skip Barber Racing School 216, which I think is actually a cup car.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But that's not blue also, is it?
No, white, red, and black. Yep. Very, almost identical to the Aston in terms of the livery. As I say that, it's coming through shot here.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, Skip Barber really only has one like corporate identity when it comes to logos and liveries.
It works. It's good. Good livery. Ooh. Ligier makes its pit lane. try to diagnose the issue there.
Yeah. ECB again takes just a little bit out of the number 2's GTO class lead. 12.7 seconds now is the margin.
And last time through, PC Racing was quicker than Ginger by a couple seconds, so that gap is maintained at about 10 seconds now.
Yeah, I think that one in particular is just kind of come and go in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, I guess that's kind of been the case all day. I don't really remember noticing, even through the middle part of the afternoon, sometimes you'll have these extended stints where, you know, a driver will take just giant chunks of time out of a car that they're chasing, or, you know, you'll have a driver differential where, you know, drivers 1 or 2 seconds a lap off the pace, and that really adds up over the course of a single or a double stint. Really haven't noticed that today. It seemed very consistent across multiple drivers. As we go 3 wide into turn number 13 there, it seemed very consistent across multiple drivers in just about every car, to the point that we've really only gained or lost, you know, tenths of a second at a time on average, even across entire stints. We just haven't had that big kind of upheaval in the race that we've seen or have tended to see in WRL races. It's really been interesting how this has played out compared to, you know, kind of what we saw at Eagles Canyon, or even what we've seen in the past with, you know, in the NFC and round 3 eras.
Mm-hmm. I'm enjoying to see Roberts doing very well today.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, this is an NPO1 track, right? Mid-speed corners and cars or tracks where they can use that kind of aero advantage they've got are, you know, definitely do tend to favor those types of cars. But it's been consistent. Really hasn't had the mechanical issues. Hasn't, you know, put a wheel wrong. They do allegedly have, oh no, they have it on board, although we're not getting anything from it at the moment. Oh boy. Had a four-legged friend arrive here and immediately sat down on the timing laptop.
Isn't it fun how they just managed to do that?
Oh no. Well, it's tough. My wife's traveling this weekend, so well, for the last week really. So he's gotten very little time. Her affection over the last couple of days while I've been busy.
Needs the attention.
Yeah. Normally I close the door, but I couldn't. I didn't have the heart to do that today. Everything's kind of evened out here in this GP1 battle, as well as the GTO battle. Kind of going to be a slow burn here, I think. Little tenths of seconds here and there. Try and get these gaps to start coming together. Well, the only place we're having actually really decent chunks of time taken out is HC Autosport chasing down the Fast Track Racing number 986. Last time through, it was 3 and some change seconds. So going from what was a minute and 10, upwards of a minute 10, between those two cars. Now, as I sort by class over on Red Mist, going down to, I have it at about a minute, 58 seconds. really good work by the driver of that HC Auto Sport car.
Yeah. Yeah, 54 across the line. Doing a 151.1. So that is definitely a good enough gap. That 54 seconds difference is not too big.
Yeah.
With a bit over an hour and a half left.
Yeah. No, that will continue to come down, I think, at least over the next what do we have left in the stint here? Probably still another hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
We know how durable these Continental tires are, even with these long right-handers down at turn 2 and 3 and turns 13 and 14. I think those tires should have plenty of life in them through to the end of the race.
Good to see Palomar back out there. Do we know the cause for them coming to a stop in turn 10?
We hadn't heard anything. Normally Mike Anderson would deliver, but has not provided much in the way of updates. I actually haven't looked at the YouTube chat here recently. Brandon Finley is the man responsible for the pit lane camera at TCB. Brandon, let's maybe chat. Can we put that through our servers and get access to that? It'd be cool to kind of feature that throughout some of these race weekends. Dominic Johnson says, gotta say, love the new pit lane camera. Allows views to get to know the cars and crews. That is our man Chris. I won't expose Chris's name if not ready for it, but we were kind of put in touch about a week and a half ago. And he's got an excellent camera rig, really good quality, live stream ready, and he's done a tremendous job of capturing some of that action down in the pit lane. It's not an organized thing at the moment. It's just sort of a, hey, we'll take your feed if you're willing to provide it. But yeah, maybe in the longer term here, this is something we can have more consistently and frequently, among maybe some potential other upgrades to the broadcast as well. Ronald Rody Law watching S Collective from Texas. Welcome, Ronald. Thank you for being here. Obviously a big fan of Wyatt Gooden, clearly. Shadow Guy 128 says GT4s are 5 lugs. That goes on from our center lock versus 5 lug discussion earlier, where Chris Rollo also gave us a fair amount of information. And Billy Cardboard says, my daddy is racing. I don't know any cardboards in the field. But yeah, let us know who we're cheering on here and who we're following. Oh, that is a slow
open throttle?
Yeah.
Is that the reported as a 64, I believe.
Man, that is a tough spot to be grinding to a halt. I think it's on the back side of the curb there. Yeah, and that's going to come to a stop in almost exactly the same position that the Palomar 83 did a couple of hours ago. TCB Racing said, the boss is in the car, but I got you. Yep. Got to clear it with Jason first. My guess is this will be a not very short local standing yellow there. This is something that is likely to transition to a code 35 sooner rather than later.
And if so, it's a great opportunity to ask the boss.
That's going to be an overnight upgrade anyway.
Yeah, I do got to say, I do love the pit lane camera for the covering the stops. It's something that I really enjoyed doing when we had it a few times.
Yeah.
We had a Coda, Thunderhill, I think. Maybe, can't remember, but yeah, no, I enjoyed that very much.
Yes, to be clear, like most things in a business that also needs to be sustainable, it's not can we technically or should we from a engagement perspective, it's can we afford to?
Yep.
We would always love to have stuff like that. We'd love to have the moving cameras. We'd love to have drones. You name it. We technically we can do it. It's we deliver a grassroots ready product, and this is the grassroots priced concept. But the pit lane camera really has added a lot, and if it's something you're interested in seeing more of, and you're interested in supporting the live stream and all that we do here at DriversEye Live on WRL's behalf, yeah, we'd love to get that up and running.
Yeah, JT would love to leave the Pacific Northwest Data Center.
You looking for a couple of trips this year, JT?
Yeah, I'm game.
We can set you up for a couple of trips.
You keep telling me you're saving me, but I don't know what for.
It's well, and we do now go code 35. Oh, I see it. We like the heat being thrown off the timing laptop. That's the situation here. Anyway, we're let's see how the year progresses here. But if you're up for a little bit of traveling, we may have some opportunities.
JT, let's go.
Yeah, we'll see.
JT Durhill.
I was going to say, you want to go to Thunderhill?
Maybe. We'll
That's
see.
a no.
No, it's not a no. It's
a no from him, dog.
Definitely not a no.
We need an EP for Road America, Ryan.
We could probably deal with that.
Yeah.
Man, you guys will do just about anything to get out of Road America.
Well, it's that
I like Road America. I'll go.
Ryan likes going, but I'm in Hallett that weekend. So I obviously drew the long stick there.
Yeah.
Very excited.
You can have it.
Same.
Yeah.
Feels like going home, man.
Sure. Yeah. Are you going to go home?
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's far.
Yeah. I hear you.
I probably will go to Chicago to see friends of mine on the Monday.
Laura Pope is cheering on Shane Roberts and Ryan Pope in the number 109.
Nice.
The great state, watching from the great state of Idaho.
Nice.
Yeah. Mike Anderson for the Palomar 83 says, early contact led to suspension woes. I've been driving around getting parts to make the car 100 for tomorrow.
Nice.
Well, you've only got 17 to go, Mike. You get it from 83 to 1. Anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. What part of Idaho do you think they're from? You think they're Twin Falls people?
There's only one part of Idaho. I think there's only people in Boise, right?
No, there's people.
People don't live anywhere else in Idaho.
BYU Idaho people very upset right now. The people of Rexburg are real.
Wait, is it International Falls
or Moscow?
Moscow, yeah.
No, there's Idaho Falls and Twin Falls.
Pullman.
East Pullman.
There you go.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah. Northern Idaho. So is that Coeur d'Alene? Is that up in the
Coeur
north?
d'Alene is north. Yep.
Yep.
Some say there's a lot of cultural similarities between Coeur d'Alene and the southeast.
Is that right?
Not the good ones.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure Laura Pope 8720. Oh, Lewiston. Yep. I've heard
Lewiston.
of Lewiston.
Okay, yeah, Lewiston. All right. I get down with Lewiston.
Not to be confused with Clewiston, Florida. So that's south of Moscow, from what I'm seeing, which makes that southeast Pullman, I guess. Or northeast Walla Walla, I suppose.
I have a friend of mine that went to school in Walla Walla.
Is that right?
His finance degree.
Idaho geography is an absolute mess.
There's only you have the east-west freeway that runs across. You've got the north-south one that takes you through Pocatello and Rexburg, and then you have your north-south that you would use to get up to the Panhandle, as it were.
The problem is even the east-west highway isn't really at all east-west.
No. It is east insofar as it originates in Oregon and terminates in Wyoming.
But see, that's part of the problem. Is it's still a northwest-southeast kind of thing.
Sure.
And then the highways that spur off of that and go north actually curl around. So you basically have this big bowl-shaped highway that runs through Idaho.
Yep.
And into Montana. I don't know. The whole thing. Oh, speaking of Montana, Mountain Mama, excuse me. Mountain Mama 629, cheering for AE victory. Watching from Montana. Hopefully it's Missoula.
No. No. We're out on Missoula.
That can't be right.
Out on Missoula. In on Bozeman. Partially in on Billings.
What about Helena?
I didn't really like Helena that much.
Is Helena the least useful state capital in the country?
Yes. Yes.
It feels
I mean,
right.
Sacramento's close, but in
Yeah.
Salem, Salem's not great either.
Jefferson, Missouri.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a toss-up between Jefferson, Missouri and Helena.
Yep.
Man, you guys forget about Juneau so easily.
I mean, Juneau, no.
I
That's
don't
a
think so.
substantial.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Paul?
literally the only thing.
St. Paul is
hitting
half
there.
of a large metro. St. Paul, by virtue of being in a different county, does feel substantially different in layout to Hennepin County, though.
Montpelier, Vermont, the only state capital without a McDonald's.
Wow.
Learned that recently. Yeah.
Do other states, and this is like a California thing, do other states have a long line of state capitals that moved repeatedly?
Ooh.
Because California does, let me tell you.
Yeah, sure.
Like, basically every city in the Bay Area was once the state capital, TM.
Is there a thing like you're not allowed to go back to them if they already had it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Working this full course yellow, by the way, while they recover the which do we get a car number on
64?
It was 64. Okay.
It is the V8 BMW. And they already have their backup car running, so I don't know if there's another backup car.
What happened to the other not backup car?
Well, so there's a white car in the back that there's been some discussion about. Has the paint been on the car long enough to put stickers on it and not peel the paint off?
Right.
So there's that, and then they have the blue one up there also. So there are 2 additional race cars up in the open throttle paddock space.
Yeah, because they brought out the 69 as well.
Yes.
By the way, we've just had a pit stop from ACP Tangerine. TCB number 282 had already been in the lap before. That margin under yellow is 37 seconds in the fight for the GTO race lead. That'll be something closer to 12 or 15 when we go back to green. AE Victory number 119 has also pitted.
I think somebody accidentally discharged the fire extinguisher for a moment in the open throttle pits.
That does happen. Yeah, it does
happen. The bed of a pickup. It's like an official vehicle for the course.
4048 comes back out on pit lane.
No takers. All right.
Also, this is kind of important for general production.
Yep.
For a lot of the cars, this could be your final stop.
Yes.
And under yellow.
I think it's I think comfortably it would be the final stop.
Interestingly, PC did not pit.
Fascinating. Well, they're hosed now. There's no opportunity.
Yeah.
Because that car's already cleared.
Ginger did. El Diablo did.
El Diablo, no strangers to the pit lane today.
No, but they're still 4th. Well, no, they just had the 1 penalty that kind of caught us off.
Nah, they had another one during one of the during one of the interviews that they came in when they probably shouldn't have.
Well, they had the fire bottle one, and then they had the driving of the down the middle pit lane.
Oh,
so not
okay.
using the fast lane.
All right, green flag is out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this one pans out for PC Racing. They were last in at 194. I'm not sure they can do an hour 24 plus 14 laps.
Yeah,
that's a long way to go.
That's a long time. In a GP1 car, yes.
Yeah.
In a GP2 car, I'm like, you're
Maybe,
marginal.
Palomar says, that's easy. We could do nearly 2.
Disappointed that S Collective has fallen right down the order.
Yeah, they haven't had the same strong afternoon as they did this morning.
I mean, neither has the Triple Light. They haven't had a strong run today either.
No, again, new car, new track. It's a little bit less surprising.
Sure.
Timer in the upper left will update here shortly.
There we go.
Yeah.
Your wish is its command.
That's correct.
.119 still hammer down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's work to be done here. It's not likely they're going to go catch the 282, but the 678 is a car that's got pace.
Right.
And being, basically half a lap behind, 2/3 of a lap behind, whatever that number is you've got to keep eyes forward here.
Trouble in turn 6. The AOA MX-5 has come to a halt.
That car they had to replace the engine.
Yes, that's why they left, was because they heard the engine was about ready to go. Unfortunately.
Ready to go as in basically done.
Yes.
Right, yeah, okay.
So that car is now stopped in broadly the same place the open throttle car was stopped. Is this going to bail out PC Racing from their bad decision to not pit? Are they going to get a freebie? One free redo?
I wonder if the gamble was they were hoping Edge would be in long enough that they were able to get the lap back.
But it doesn't really matter. Right? In Code 35 situations, not being on the lead lap, I mean, yes, you can get a red flag, and when you come back from that, you get a safety car. Like, those things are all correct, but it doesn't really make a difference, all things being what we expect them to be. And anyway, with Code 35, you just kind of have to run your race.
I mean, it's going to depend if you're able to get out of the pits while it's still yellow. If you're stuck when it's going green, it could definitely impact your strategy.
All right, and we're going to get the double yellow here.
Yeah, which is why you need to be in early.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Commit to this strategy. Hey, if we get frankly, it's any Code 35, but if we get a Code 35 in this window, then we're going to pit. I can't imagine that window is not now.
It's got to be close at a minimum, They're sitting the safety truck from the pit lane, so there is going to be some time.
Yeah. I also wouldn't be surprised here to see a handful of GTO cars back in to top off.
Yeah.
I think if it was marginal that they were going to make it from the last stop, I think this one should probably put them there.
I think it's still marginal. I think this opens up your ability to maybe take a splash at the end if you.
Well, they were already going to need the splash, but I think you just continue to top off.
Yeah.
And I mean, with a bit of fuel save here, I think you'd get close.
It's a long ways.
It
an hour
is,
20.
but if we go back to, I think that we only had one full green flag run this morning. And if we go back to where that was, I think the number 2 did 50. No, they were in at 13. Yeah, 46 laps, it looks like, from ACP. Oh, I know how we can look. That doesn't function at all the way.
Is that not working the way you thought it would?
No.
All right, well.
Yeah. More feedback here. Let me take a look at it here.
Rapscallion going to pull in for another pit stop.
The longest...
There's PC. There you go.
Yeah, okay. You see a 57-lap stint from number 2? A long way. That can't be right.
Minute
Right?
20
That's an hour
laps?
and a half.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's a no from me, dog.
Yeah, the 47 is a lot more believable. 44, 47. These numbers don't make any sense.
All right, AOA now being flat-toed.
What we need are the old IMSA pit notes.
Yes.
Where you have somebody down there with like 10 pit stalls assigned to them, and they're just everything that happens in those pit stalls gets put onto a website.
Yes.
All of this Code 35 running as well does stall a little bit the progress of both Ginger Racing and El Diablo trying to catch the PC Racing number 43, and also the 119 AE Victory Racing Supra trying to catch TCB.
El Diablo stopped again.
Yeah, not surprising. Interestingly, the GTO cars did not, which actually does just suggest to me that they're good. I know it's a big number.
I don't know, man.
Let's not forget we did get 2 laps of Code 35 at the end of the last one, and we're probably going to get these 2-ish here. I just can't imagine you wouldn't pit to top off if you didn't think you were good.
Yeah.
Why risk that?
Why risk not topping off? Why not risk putting half of a can in the car?
Come in and fill it up. Like, if you think it's
you
at
lose
all
1 second. You lose 1 second. Who cares?
Right,
You'll lose that
exactly.
trying to save fuel if you get to the end and go, oh, we're not going to make it.
Easily.
And I don't think an hour and 20 is an easy margin. I think.
But that's what we don't exactly know, right? If all these
I know,
teams...
Brendan. I've been watching this for like 8 years.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, if I have grown to trust the teams. When it comes to fuel numbers, I have.
One of the winningest teams in series history routinely ran out of fuel.
Except for round 3. They're the exception. Yeah, that Porsche was stopped like 3 too many times for me to trust their fuel numbers. But just about everybody else, like Jason Marks wouldn't have pitted the 282 if he wasn't 100% sure they were good to go to the end, right? Oh, he did pit the 282.
He did, yeah.
Ah, wow.
See?
Yeah. Oh, and here comes the 119.
A little late.
I think it'll be all right. I actually don't... I think this is their first time past the pit lane as well.
Oh, is it? Have they just been on that?
It might be.
Oh,
it might
okay.
be, yeah.
All right.
It should be quick, just gas and go. Splash and dash.
Splash and dash.
Yep.
That has to have been
Jordan's
from NASCAR
favorite.
Thunder. That's got to be a NASCAR Thunder thing. There's not very many things NASCAR that you and I would both know that wouldn't come directly from
Should that be our NASCAR podcast?
NASCAR Thunder.
Splash
and dash.
Splash and Dash podcast. The Splash and Dash Hour.
Nice.
Good stuff. Not a pit stop from the number 2, by the way.
Oh, this is a decision.
It was caught behind the rear wheel. It went under the... There we
go. All right.
Yeah, it got caught underneath the car and stuck behind the rear axle. That was really lucky.
Yeah, that could have been problematic.
Yeah.
That's a big old truck to be pulling on in semi-auto like that.
Yeah.
So JT does not think that Back Me Out is dead.
No, why would we think that?
Well, as discussed earlier on the air, there's lots of interest around GR Cup and Spec Boxster. It seems like the SM fields are dwindling.
They are. I mean, they are dwindling. Say they're down probably 30 to 40%.
They're surging.
Yeah.
I mean, I would also argue a lot of that has to do with what had been the price inflation for competitive SM.
Yeah,
well, the price inflation is there because there's fewer of them around because they are getting old. Hot take: SM should be a historics class. Get it out of the SCCA.
No,
it's
still way too many cars for that.
Yeah.
You can't have 3 E-production cars and then turn away the 44 Spec Miatas. You can't do that.
When you're spending, 10 grand on a motor.
Yeah, that's what we. Yeah.
It's not going to be sustainable, especially when you start to look at other series where, okay, for just a little bit more, you're going to get probably better coverage in terms of a ladder system.
Isn't that the whole point of SSM?
SSM has been dead for a long time. It's a regional only class.
But that would make more sense than running regular Spec Miata and having people spin themselves into oblivion. Like, how much was an SSM motor?
Way too deep in that rabbit hole.
All right.
This is potentially a problem here, by the way.
Yeah.
The tow truck and the number 851 stopped on the way in. I think they're having issues towing this car.
Yeah, is it maybe a bad location of the tow hook and it keeps getting caught under the wheel or something?
Yeah, either that or the 851 isn't dragging the brakes up, like...
Oh, yeah, you can see right here.
Oh, that...
Yeah, that's why, right there.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just going slack and then getting taut again, but when it goes slack, it wraps around bodywork or an axle or something.
There's no axles in the front of a
you know what I mean.
Miata.
Suspension, whatever. I do just kind of wonder if that's a matter of circumstance as much as it is anything else. It has drawn out our full course yellow by an extra couple of minutes here as well.
Okay, now we're in the window. Now people might have been able to make it. I would feel less confident about that.
But this was just it, right? We've done half a lap since you...
Yeah. Yeah.
And
green flag.
We need to keep an eye on PC Racing and Ginger Racing. That gap about 2.5 seconds under yellow. And there they are, right there within the 4048 MP01, directly between the two cars.
Muted myself trying to call that. Yep, right behind 4048. Unbelievable. Now nose to tail with just about 3 or 4 car lengths to choose between them in through turn 15. And Ginger Racing number 46 sets their sights on the blue rear bumper of that PC Racing E46.
We should have cameras for this now. Turn 1 up to turn 3.
Ooh, 46 a little bit off the apex there. At turn number 1, car protested as it tried to get rotated down the hill.
Oh, we should have the one in between this. I reset it and everything. Oh, all right.
That Laguna Tick circulating again? I think it is.
Yes.
779 leads this duet. El Diablo is the other car that's been involved in this here. It lost time.
I think they had just tripped the timing already. Well,
no, they had a long stop at lap 207, whereas a normal lap under code 35 is 347. Their stop was 551. So I mean, in race trim, that's still probably only 40 or 50 seconds, but that's kind of a long time.
Yeah, they are. There we go, minute and 6 seconds.
Yeah. So I don't know what's happened there, but it's cost them a big chunk of time they really couldn't afford. Especially if Ginger is going to be surging here. I don't know that I see PC Racing going slowly, and Ginger Racing has got the hammer down. Not time they could afford to give up. 678 scoots up the inside of the final corner. Is just going to allow the number 46 a little bit cleaner run onto the front straightaway as they go past Ryan West's vantage point there at the start
They
finish.
do. Not close enough to do anything.
No, and turn 1's not really a great passing opportunity in class anyway.
Yeah.
Just not a slow enough corner with a long enough braking zone, but
But it looks sick.
It does. Yeah, it's still there about 3 car lengths. 44 gets a good exit. They're going to have the Toyota Supra from AE Victory Racing catch the back of them. Should be a clean pass down into turn number 5 here. Oh, well, yeah, the 44 gets through on the AOA BMW. The Supra not able to quite clear the number 46, so that is advantage. That is tilted, but very artsy. A fan of that.
Is that the advantage?
I think so. Definitely not affiliated with Aston Martin anymore.
I haven't seen anything from them in a while.
They do post occasionally.
I think we got decent bumps when I would send them the link for this. I'm probably going to start doing that again.
I posted in the r/WEC Discord today.
Oh, I'm also part of that.
Yeah. The OG DriversEye Live fan club.
I was going to say, is there anybody in the r/WEC Discord that knows who we are anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's been some time.
Chris Washer, the guy that was was the Reddit guy when we did Thunderhill. Yeah, he's like, what did he say? Long time no see. IRC, you're one of the commentators. Yeah, nice. Man.
I see their flag every time I go to Sebring.
Oh, nice.
They camp right next to us.
So you didn't go to preload in for Sebring, JT?
I did not.
Preload in?
I did not get to the track a full month before the week starts.
So I imagine you also saw the post about there was people waiting in line a day in advance for preload in.
Yes, and it was causing issues on the highway. So they're like, yeah, we have to open early because there's issues on the highway.
Right. And now there's, yeah.
Imagine spending an extra week in Sebring.
I mean, it's not a horrible place.
Go to Dimitri's.
Hell yeah.
I'm trying to rally support around, I've already laid the groundwork for, but I'm trying to rally support around WRL going to the high school football game on Friday.
Ryan, when I was there for, now I don't remember if it was SCC or PCA. I think it was for PCA. The high school football stadium parking lot was like the town fair.
Ooh.
They had a Ferris wheel. They had fair food. They had little kiddie rides. It was. I had no idea it was a thing.
Well, most towns do have a town fair.
I did not. Yes, but I wouldn't. I guess you do have to put Sebrings in January.
They tailgate well.
Yeah.
It was well attended, I have to say.
That's good. I think WRL will be going to Sebring too late in the football season.
No, it's October this year. It's been moved up.
Isn't it late October, though?
No, it's middle of October. It was the old Watkins Glen weekend.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah. So they've actually moved it back.
High school football.
Or moved up, sorry.
Schedule.
Yep. I don't know that they post their football schedules this far in advance.
I do want to point out after our back-to-back Code 35s here, HC Autosport, the 455 did move up into second in GP2, currently with about a 33-second gap back to the 986 from Fast Track Racing and Eagles Canyon Raceway. Or no, that is the 989, that's the Eagles Canyon one.
So, there is an observation to be made here. Some of it's lap time based and some of it is just purely theoretical. But when you take young drivers that maybe don't have a lot of experience or that you're getting into wheel-to-wheel racing, and particularly endurance wheel-to-wheel racing, that is so reliant. Correct. That is so reliant on rhythm and consistency that when you break up that rhythm with these Code 35s, you wonder how long it takes the driver to get back into it. Right? It's not like you press the button and for a driver that's never done this before, you're just bang back on the pace. Right? If there is still some nervousness or trepidation or lack of confidence there, you can have to build back up to that. And I think that's potentially what we're seeing in the lap times out of the 986. Lap times were down in the 40s a little bit earlier on, even the mid to high 40s. And since these Code 35s have started to cycle through, it's been, low 50s. And I do just wonder if that's actually hurting the 986 here rather than helping them. And it does potentially open the door for the 216 to make a run at them as well for third place on the podium. Keep an eye on that. That 216 GR Cup is able to string a couple of good laps together here. But anyway, it's good on HC Autosport. Those are a bunch of really good laps over this last stint or so to get themselves up into second place in GP2. Okay, yes, 3 laps off the back of the 989 Eagles Canyon with fast track racing entry, but you've got to take the opportunities that are presented to you. Take what the defense is giving you,
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what they've done here. The battle between PC Racing and Ginger Racing, the scrap for second place in GP1, actually stretched out a little bit here. PC Racing has found just a little bit of pace in that number 43, and instead of being 4 car lengths, the margin is 4 seconds. 139.795 was the last lap for PC Racing, now at 139.9. Ginger Racing is down in the 140s. So this is good response here after those code 35s. Oh, that is El Diablo. Is that dropping fluid? Center rear coming out of turn number 8?
That fluid has been there for some time, Brendan.
Okay, well.
The fluid that was on the ground already.
No. Wait,
no.
What?
There's fluid on the ground on that camera. That's been there for a while.
Then it's either kicking up fluid. If it's not dropping new fluid, it's kicking up fluid that's been there.
Got it.
But it was exactly center rear on that number 48. If we get an away shot, a good close-up away shot of that car, let's see if we can identify what that is. It didn't look great, I'll be honest with you.
All right. I appreciate your honesty.
Number 26.
I'm going to go with no on that.
All right.
You would see the fluid on the back bumper of that car because of how it's painted.
Yeah.
Jordan, enhance.
When they get back down towards turn 7 and 8, try and get another look at it.
We might. It's very possible.
That's right in behind the number 26, by the way. So they are basically exactly 2 laps down to the class leader.
Yep. And not nearly going fast enough to catch the 46.
No, that's exactly what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
PC Racing has found some pace. Ginger's pace has always kind of been there. But El Diablo just not. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
No, nothing this time.
No.
All right. Just then it's a little fluid there to the outside, or dust or something that it kicked up.
Yep. Well, I think they've, as Brennan would say, unforced errors, which, have kept them out of contention here.
Yeah, I mean, if you walk it back, the drive-through.
Yep.
It's still better than taking the lap penalty, but
sure,
that drive-through under green is a good chunk of the differential here.
The difference maker.
And to be clear, like 4th place in a field of 16 cars is still a really good result after 8 hours. But unfortunately, unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, this battle for second is it's so close. And it's been that way for the last couple of hours that little things like that they are the difference.
Well said.
Lead margin is down to 6.5 seconds with a 139 last time through from ACP Tangerine. That is almost certainly traffic influence, but it's cut that lead in half. Back to that blue Toyota Supra driven by Laura Hayes from TCB Racing.
Do you think they changed their name in response to me overemphasizing the with Chandrine Associates?
They got rid of Associates, too.
I know.
Which might have been a response to us asking if you've ever just associated tangerines.
Right, but that's my point, is have they changed the name because of something we did?
It feels right.
It does feel right.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced Catesby knows who I am, but, you know.
I've met him. I
not.
interviewed him at Road America one year.
Yeah, I have not. Yeah, it's still going to be about 7 seconds here.
With Felix Sabates.
Right.
Extron, Target, Chip Ganassi, Racing,
I mean, that
Telmex.
is among the worst offenders in terms of exceptionally long.
To be clear, I don't like Marshall Pruitt, but I do like that he insisted on having a ridiculously long acronym for it.
Sure.
On all of his articles.
I think Edge Autosports has just dropped a bit of pace here and backed out to bring the car home with 2 laps in hand over PC Racing. Ginger takes a little, last lap anyway, they took a little bit of time out of PC Racing. This most recent time through, it's actually gone out about 0.3. But anyway.
Is Textron the least research-focused aircraft company in the country?
I know very little about them from a corporate perspective.
Well, I know that they've been making the same planes for 35 years.
Yeah, I mean, some of that is, well, the planes they had do just kind of fit the market. Also, their cornerstone aircraft was the Citation, and that is not.
They have changed that.
Exactly, and that was going to be my point. Is
all right.
If you take their flagship product, yeah.
They're not doing a lot with Beechcraft. They're not doing a whole lot with Cessna. We put a new motor in this 75-year-old high wing design. Please buy more of them. Come on, man.
No, I mean the Skyhawk hasn't been upgraded, but it hasn't had to be. Like when your product is already right sized for your market, like what good does reinventing the wheel there do?
Because I imagine their market's being eaten into by like Cirrus and Diamond.
I know
who make cool looking airplanes.
They don't really have any. They don't really have anything in that market, right? Like the Skylane is kind of as close as it got, but it's not anywhere near competitive with the Turbo SR22s.
No,
right?
but
I would
the
say
Turbo one isn't what I'm talking about, though. It's just the SR20 and whatever the entry level Diamond is.
I mean, the SR20 is accessible, but it's not like it's not the heavy hitter in that, you know.
But there used to be nothing, and now there's 2 other competitors.
Correct, but I think you see that to the, well, we're gonna, you know, keep the King Air competitive with the TBM, right?
It's not though.
It is. The 360's competitive. It's a multi-engine, but yeah. They have their, I mean, the line of Sovereigns and Latitudes and the other things in the Citation.
Yeah, no, I guess it is just they've put all the money into Citation.
I also developed a brand new cargo aircraft for FedEx, the Sky Courier.
Isn't that just a Grand Caravan?
It's a twin caravan.
Wow.
It's like somebody made it an ATR
30 years
caravan.
I was going to say, they've invented the Otter. Congrats.
Yeah, faster though.
Okay, all right.
No, it's a good. Oh no, that car. Okay, the 48 is definitely dropping something. No question about it.
No questions.
Yeah, no question about it. You could see it there, entering and exiting the final corner.
All
coming
right.
out of the right rear.
Interesting.
Oh, you know what? That actually might be Cajun Canuck. I might be lying.
Well, Cajun Canuck does have a dirty spot on their bumper.
Yeah,
yes.
that might have been Cajun Canuck. I might have misidentified
that does
car.
have fluid coming out of the back of it.
Imagine misidentifying a chartreuse BMW in this field.
Yeah,
one's old and one's new.
Look quite a bit different.
Yeah, no, that's definitely Cajun Canuck.
All right.
My fault. That's the 2. And that's the 282. This is the battle for the GTO lead. The 2 locks up in a really interesting spot there for a car that's got ABS, by the way, headed down the hill. They'll sweep single file into turns 9 and 10. Oh, a big wiggle from the 282 there as they arced through the second of the 2 apices at the fast chicane there on the backside of the circuit.
They're going to be coming up with some traffic here as well.
I think that 2 is under some pressure here.
Yeah, because it locked up in 5 as well.
Yeah, I think Steve Strymer, if that is still the driver on board that car, is feeling the heat from Laura Hayes here a little bit.
Laura Hayes dialing up the BMW killer mode.
Yep, and this is going to be caught in traffic here behind the Boxster from Kultor Racing. The 2 goes to the inside, but the 282 is able to time the run, not well enough to draw alongside down the front straightaway here.
There'll be nose to tail coming through turn 1 here.
Yeah, Laura gets that super down to the apex at turn number 1 a little bit better than the number 2 does. Tries to set up a wider entry into turn number 2 as we get a spin from the 989.
It's okay, they kept going.
Yep, spinning continue there, climbing the hill nose to tail.
They're going to have to get around the 779 if the 2's going to be able to make it, and no, they decide not to go around the 779. Laura Hayes is going to try to take the car around the outside on the exit of 5, is going to have the run, goes down the middle, and it's going to be a boat race all the way to turn 7. I think the 2 is going to just stretch the advantage here, but I bet Laura Hayes later on the brakes and on the inside indeed is going to come out ahead as we go into turn 7 here. You'll just see them pop out. And there it is.
Super leads BMW. So for the first time in some hours, we have a change in GTO. A really long kind of grinded away stint here from Laura Hayes in that number 282 to first get the lead down and then actually get the pass done. Remember too that the 282 has been into the pit lane more recently than the ACP Tangerine car, so potentially a bit of fuel saving going on board the 2 there as well.
Indeed, and I think the 282 is going to check out here in a big way.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Now, is ACP going to fall enough to get back to AE Victory? Not likely. I also don't think Michael Gilbert is driving the AE Victory car.
No, it does not seem
I just don't think that's accurate.
No, that one is definitely still Sarah Montgomery. Sally Mott is on board the sister car, number 120. And that car is kind of in no woman's land at the moment, I suppose.
Sure.
I wanted to be accurate.
Yeah.
Down in 6th place overall, 5th place in the GTO class. The battle is on, though, for P3, that last step on the podium. AE Victory Racing 119, defending from Stack Racing with Rapscallion. It's 27.4 seconds. And, yeah, okay, might be some traffic involved here, but the Ligier from Rapscallion is, that last time took 5.5 seconds out of Sarah Montgomery.
Yeah, that's the fastest car on track right now.
Yeah.
In a big way. The 119 just now clicks across the start-finish, so they are a ways back.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Ligier is just through 13 and 14 here. So, yeah, it says, what, 30, was that, 27 seconds?
Yep. I think that's probably about right.
Yep. It's going to be less than that here. AE Victory, last lap was a 130 flat. Stack Racing, come on.
Doing all right over there?
Yeah. Again, I have a four. Yep. Playing on the laptop again.
Ginger Racing still 5 seconds behind PC Racing. I think those gaps I expect to kind of settle right where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not been... I said this to JT, you may have been out resetting cameras, but I said it to JT earlier. There really hasn't been the phases, or haven't been the phases of the race today where we've just seen cars taking chunks of time out of each other.
Right.
It's all just been some tenths here, some tenths there, good lap in traffic, bad lap in traffic, but never this, chunk of 25 laps where somebody is taking 2 seconds a lap out of the car ahead of them. It just hasn't happened that way. It's been a more interesting race for it, I think. Dominic Johnson says GR really is an M4 killer, especially in the hands of Weston Workman. I am certain Weston Workman is not running this car at the moment. any of these cars at the moment.
616 is going to return to the track here for some shakedown for tomorrow, I reckon.
Yeah, very good. It's the BRD BMW that led GP1 for a little while at least.
The 54 really forcing the issue against the 119 into turn 5 for two cars that are not remotely racing each other. You're going to take them side by side down into turn 7.
A hot take here. Sunrise lighting is better than sunset lighting.
Disagree.
Man, I think there was a little bit of contact there.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think Sarah left plenty of room at the apex there of turn number 11. Yes, ambitious move to go around the outside, but the 13 just kind of drifted there as the car loaded up, headed up the hill, and pushed it wide just into the door, the right-hand door of the number 119.
Yeah, I don't get the risk on the 13's part.
There's been a lot of interesting calls in that grouping of cars in the last 5 minutes. I flagged the 54 as, having made some decisions. I'm going to try to go 3 wide. 54 is going to take him 3 wide again into turn 5.
That's a big move. Yeah, done by the time they got to the turn-in point, so fair enough. But yeah, is the 54 embroiled in anything at the moment?
No, don't think
really.
So. Yeah, no, nothing. Literally nothing. 46 seemed like they were going slowly. I don't know if that's just letting the S-Collective car by.
Oh, that's a lock up there from the Culto Racing Boxster. Did it come out the other side? There it is.
It's been fun watching GT4 cars pass that little Boxster. Because it just makes the Boxster look so small.
Yeah.
When it's run without a rear wing.
Oh, there goes the 54 past the number 119.
That's a good call. Oh! That was close.
I have a suspicion that Sarah Montgomery has just backed out of this a touch while some of these cars work their way through.
Yeah, that's a big nope.
There's a bit of self-preservation going on.
Yeah, got to drive that car tomorrow and for the rest of the season here.
Exactly, and the problem is that there is pressure on from Kevin Madsen behind, consistently lapping in the mid 1 minute 33s. Sarah's been mostly
she's been
35s.
slow, but she's been embroiled in this big battle.
Yeah, so the other side of this, is we know that car changed tires early.
Yeah.
Have they
that's a
changed
little
tires?
Sideways for the Porsche there.
Porsche, yeah.
I reckon that car's being driven too hard.
Yes,
I think I will.
true.
I think I will say.
And not getting a whole lot of lap time for it, although it did set its PB at a 134.1. Anyway, we saw the 119 change tires earlier. We don't know if it's changed tires since then, which does suggest to me that there's a non-zero chance that car is running on like 5.5 old-hour tires.
Sure.
Which would not be conducive to a whole lot of confidence, particularly at the front end, I think.
I think satisfied with a third place here. If they can just hold off the 678 for another 45 minutes. Which is a long time.
Let's also remember that Sarah advised us that that car is going to be running the rest of the season.
Yep. I mean, so is the 678 in theory.
I mean, probably, potentially, but we know for sure that the 119 and 120 are. So, I mean, you'll take a good points day where you can get it, right?
Right.
It's if you've got this is a flex event, right, where it'll count for either the West Championship, or the East Championship, right? Preserve that third or that fourth place rather than, going hell for leather and risking tumbling down the order. You take the points where you can get them. You're just joining us on this Saturday afternoon. Welcome. Friends, inside the final 45 minutes of racing from Barber Motorsports Park. If you've been with us all day, thanks for your company.
Did the cup race just end, or the truck race just end? Is that why you're suddenly in the... Oh, okay.
No, I think that the parts race is still going.
Oh, the parts race is still going, too.
I believe so, yeah. Is that right?
Wow.
Am I correct in saying that? Yeah,
yes.
The parts race is still on. Yeah, no, thanks for being with us. It's been a lively old chat with a Focused Health 250. Parts choose rule.
Would these be accounts or other descriptions of the sporting event? Do we have express written consent?
I mean, I guess if I move the needle, if DriversEye Live moved the needle enough for NASCAR to ban my Facebook account,
I don't think we're disseminating.
What?
Hey. Focused Health. And good thing we don't have people that sponsor races that are just like consumer focused, right?
Right.
Isn't that cool? Glad that's out of NASCAR.
Isn't Focused Health probably like a healthcare system?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Oh, well, that's consumer facing.
Not really. It's certainly not optional.
Well, anyway.
My point is, it's not something you can
It's not the
just be
Medicare
like,
250, like,
Exactly. No, sure. Sure. What are all those? Never mind.
Part D.
Dominic Johnson in the chat asks where the rest of the GTU classes. Have there been any revisions to the class? No revisions to the class. Some very minor tire change rules.
Yes.
Or tire eligibility rules for that class to make driving them in the wet a little bit easier. But other than that, nope. Just a change in the winds, I suppose. Hope to see more of them as the season wears on here.
Yes.
I think.
My understanding is that there's more than a handful that are sort of biding their time and waiting in the wings.
Yeah. Yeah, much like, I mean, we kind of saw that towards the end of 2024 going into last season, and they all appeared eventually. So, yeah, I'd be interested to see. I do hope they turn back up here. It was kind of an explosive, some might even say unsustainable growth for that class all at once.
Really?
But I think the opportunity will come back around for those cars to pop back into the series here, and I think we'll be all the better for it. As back out onto the back onto the pit lane at least comes the Blitzkrieg racing.
Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, I don't remember where that bit came from and why we've sustained it, but
oh, it was discussed offline.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to figure out. Is this a pit stop? No.
For whom?
The 46.
Oh, that's a good call, JT. Missed that. I don't know. I think they're just... They haven't come back through. They had a 146 flat and then just never came back past start-finish. Oh, there. I think that's. Is that it? Behind the BRD car.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the tow truck coming to recover it. Yeah, I think that is. That is such a shame. There were. You could kind of get a sniff of something like this happening with the chunk of time that PC was able to put on that Ginger Racing number 46. Unfortunate that it went this way, obviously, with less than 40 minutes left on the clock. And by the way, so tight has been the GP1 lead battle that in the short time it's been since that car went missing, it's already down to 6th. Having given the spot up to El Diablo and Open Throttle Racing 62, and now also S Collective.
Well, it's bailed El Diablo out of, I think, a potential bummer to miss out on the podium.
Yeah. Yeah, again, you'll take these spots where you can get them.
Yep.
Sarah Montgomery in the 119 has found the 135s again, so I think that was probably mostly traffic-induced. Unfortunate to give up all that time, especially with the 678 still lapping now in the 133s and 134s. Margins down to 10.5 seconds.
Is it possible that could be a bit of fuel saving as well?
Shouldn't be. That car came in and topped off under the last code 35, but yeah, it is possible. I think it's any number of things, whether it's fuel saving, it's, you know, older tires. Theoretically, the track temperature should be cooling down now. Longer shadows for sure.
Yes. The weather outside genuinely is quite pleasant. It's not humid at all. It's nice.
Yeah. No, like I said to you earlier, Ryan, these 2 days, or these 2 weekends here at Barber and my next weekend out at Road Atlanta, 2 of the best weather weekends we'll have all year.
Road Hotlanta.
Yep. Road Brazelton. Lance Poiselli behind the wheel of the number 48.
Yeah.
Nice that we just know that that's the name. You know, we don't have to go researching for it. Lance B, we just know.
But that's him.
Yeah.
Doing the thing. Used to be heavily sponsored by a different tire.
Indeed.
As a part of getting them into a TV show. I believe they told me that that's what that was all about. That tire company basically paid the bill for them to be on the show, and that was about it.
Am I right? Right in the chat there. I don't remember who it was.
No, it was them. They were in the show.
No, I know, but the tire company.
Oh, it's the one that features heavily in an open wheel series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. The one which recently had some high-profile crashes involving a influencer.
I am not picking up what you're putting down.
Oh, that's okay. JT knows which one I'm talking about. Also influential in DTM pre-GT3.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't get the influencer bit, but I do know the brand now.
Richard Hammond's daughter, who's an influencer
is
now.
That right?
You're
totally destroyed. Not totally destroyed, but definitely damaged heavily a Formula E car.
Oh, right. I did see that. Yeah. I mean, you had to know what you were getting yourself into, right? Yeah.
I mean, you have to think, though, that somebody with her connections would have sat down and been like, listen, this is how you drive one of these.
No,
don't crash it.
No, sorry. What I'm saying is that at the series level.
Oh, sure.
Right, you have to know that if you're inviting a bunch of...
loves it. They love that. They want that to happen.
Yeah.
Not playing on want, but like they love that. Like that's great. That got more eyes on that than anything else.
Probably true.
No, I mean, as the driver of that car, it's like
all you need is a little bit of chaos and controversy to drive viewership.
Yes, 100%.
Something. Cheese curds.
We're gonna start talking about.
Listen, you can't argue with the results.
Do we think that there's anybody in the Wisconsin legislature that knows who we are? Did that come up?
No, I don't know. Maybe probably not.
Did somebody in the Wisconsin Assembly move forward a motion to like
congressman?
At a town hall meeting.
The representative from Elkhart Lake, you have the floor. We can't have these folks. We can't have them back. The tourism. Anyway.
Feeling a bratwurst for dinner. I don't know about you guys.
I probably couldn't find one.
No.
To be honest.
No,
I could get the
No, I think
mediocre
they're
one at
pretty-
Walmart, but
yeah,
like
they're
not a
pretty
good
universal.
one. Not a good one.
Anyway,
as a child, my father taught me how to cook a bratwurst in beer in the microwave.
Sure.
So it's
I have
sort
way
of
more
authentic.
questions than I do answers. Settling in here where I think we've got most of our answers other than...
Yes.
At least obvious answers, other than this... AE Victory has seeded now all of those 10 seconds back to Stack Racing with Rapscallion. We can
And 2's
find
on the
that. Oh, 2 is on the... Okay, so they weren't even close to making it.
Yeah,
Unless
remember when you were
they've
all
got an
super
issue.
confident that like they were going to be able to make it, and I said, I don't know, man. I've been watching this for a long time.
Well, you know what? I think so. I actually don't think this was the. I have questions actually. Here goes to 678. We'll come to that in a second. That's Ligier up the inside of.
Ooh, not
Supra.
quite going to get there.
No, but 678 should have the line here on the way.
and they're going to let him go. I think the 119 lets him go here.
Yeah, just barely.
Yep.
But that Ligier has been charging. That 133s for most of the last stint and a 132.7 on the previous lap. Really, really good lap times there from. Where's the driver name gone? Is that Kevin Madsen still?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
What makes the driver name vanish?
Unclear.
All right.
We're learning.
Everybody's learning.
So that's a change for the final podium position in GTO.
Okay, so now it says that Sarah Montgomery's in the Rapscallion car. Do you think that
No,
because
that's a
Flag
thing.
No. Because Flagtronics knows that the pass has occurred, that it's sending the driver data to the third place?
No.
Here in a minute it'll do you know what I'm saying? Are you feeling what I'm putting down?
I think the issue with that is one that leads back to one of the early issues with the driver ID system, which was it would report. I can't remember how it decided which puck to report, but if you had two cars side by side at near a reporting point, like a what do they call this? The broadcaster poles.
Yep.
Right. Sometimes you would get Cole Lofsgaard in the 70 and Cole Lofsgaard in a GP1 Cayman.
Sure.
And you're like, okay, well, this doesn't make sense. But it was because the reader was picking up the driver's puck from the other car.
Right.
Both readers were picking up that puck. And I wonder if that's kind of the same thing here.
Got it.
I don't know what the filtering is like, and I don't know how it decides what to report or not what to report. But that should be short-lived anyway.
Yeah. Some say there are changes afoot.
Indeed.
People are saying.
Lots of PBs being put in here, by the way. Some of that is having your strong driver finish. Some of that is track temperature coming down, I think.
Probably both.
If you've got nothing to do with your Sunday, the 1st of March, tomorrow morning, we will be back here. Different bat time, but same bat channel.
Yes.
Barber Motorsports Park for the Sunday 7-hour finale here at the WRL Endurance Masters. I really wanted to call this event the Birmingham Endurance Super Prix. After
You should have.
Birmingham Super Prix of the 90s.
Yes.
But I didn't think anybody would have gotten it. So
I don't think anybody gets what it's named right now.
No,
either.
that's a really good point. Nobody gets any of it. It's just branding.
That's cool.
That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, 8 o'clock Central Time. That is, just before that, we'll be live for the roll-off from the grid, the first of 2 pace laps. It'll be right around 8:50, let's call it Eastern Time, 7:50 Central Time. JT winces as I say those numbers out loud. But yeah, back to do it all again for the second race weekend of the 2026 championship season here in the World Racing League. Do join us on the WRL YouTube channel.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends to join us.
And
Like
their
and
friends.
subscribe in the chat.
Tell your friends.
We should start doing the Brian Belansky bit where we count how many people are watching and then say, that's fewer than we have subscribers, or that's more than we have subscribers. If all of you subscribe...
I can't actively shame our viewers.
That is my
into
favorite Brian Belansky thing that he does, is that.
Yeah, sure.
It's no shame. No shame at all. But if you did want to leave us a like and subscribe, nobody would be mad. Nobody would be upset about that. Got to put that into RJ's SLK fund. I think we're going to start a new campaign, which is Get Ryan a Ride on Thursday. We'll have a donation fund for that as well. I'll do a commercial for Dream Machine. That'll be my angle. We'll do a Dream Machine Tech Minute that's like pre-recorded, and it's me driving the car. And then getting out and being like, oh my goodness, this is the craziest thing ever, I love it. Have Paul Tracy spraying silly string in my face.
Sure.
While I drive it around. That happened, right? That's not like a fever dream thing. that there was, I swear it was at like Detroit or something, and Townsend Bell's trying to drive the pace car, and Paul Tracy or somebody is like spraying silly string in his face in the car while they're trying to like do the lap. That sticks out in my head. May or may not have been the same year that they crashed the safety car into the tire barrier. That had to have happened.
That said, we do welcome crypto app sponsorship.
Yeah, there we go. FTX.
That's the big thing these days, yeah?
No, it's AI. No, we're out of crypto. We're into AI.
Your
We're
AI company.
AI sponsorship.
Want to build brand awareness.
If Anthropic wants to come sponsor DriversEye Live.
DriversAI Live.
Yeah, we do not sell your data.
I've got some server space you can use.
What we need is an investor, you know?
Yes.
I think we really just need to find an investor.
I think we need an investor that's going to buy like 30% for a highly, highly inflated value, and then you and I just like move to Bali and are never seen or heard from again.
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, what better way to get more connected to sports car racing?
This one neat trick that Ryan DL doesn't want you to know.
Good reference.
Thank you.
How you can be friends with Farnbacher.
I think it was more the lulz, wasn't it? It was the lulz.
Yes, it was the lulz. They never come out and say that specifically on the podcast, but
right.
yes,
but
yeah.
If you do the math, it doesn't take much mental math. Yeah.
Not at all. Just like going back and re-listening and then them asking who the worst person in the paddock is, and then it's bleeped out, and then they say, yeah, he's got the Red Bull van. That's like, and now having been to Faro, I'm like, yep, yeah, it's probably the same one. Jordan's met him. That's who ruined it, 100%. Brendan.
Who's that?
The director of F4.
Oh, sure.
Is why Jordan didn't want to go to run Farah.
Yeah, I believe that. You know, and I'm sure that Jordan's not the only person who's had an experience or two ruined.
Greg and I were not surprised. Had to explain who he was to Jordan. And it was like, oh, well. Or no, I think we explained, and then Jordan said, yeah, I met him. What a time. I had David Twatty at home. Do you think anybody successfully received the FARA season tickets that Brad McCall was giving away as David Twatty? Do you think that would be honored by anybody at FARA? Or is that too deep of a bit? Brendan's the only person who knows about that bit, and he's not responding, so it's fine.
He stepped away for just a second.
Oh, okay, got it. This is BRB. You didn't see that? That Brad McCall dressed up as David Twatty for Halloween?
I did not.
It was pretty funny. He was giving away FARA season tickets. Good time.
About 7 laps ago or so, HC Autosport did pit from second out of GP2, promoting the 986 Fast Track Racing up into second. That gap has been closing back down by quite a handful this last time through, almost 7 seconds of a difference. So now that gap is at 7.2. So those cars should be nose to tail as we get towards the end of the lap.
Yep.
We see going through shot here. That is the HC Autosport BMW. See coming through here the 986 from Fast Track in just a moment. It's going to be the white GT86 come through, or silver gray maybe going through there. Yep.
I think you'll find it's a GR86, JT.
That's what it is, yeah.
The GT86 was the concept car.
Yes. But good to see Lagunatics back out there as well, coming through shot.
JT, if we go back in time to that moment, whatever that was, 2011, did you think Toyota would actually build that car when that concept came out? I didn't. I'll be honest. I did not think they were going to build it.
It was iffy because that was when they were starting to put like sportier bits on like the Camry and stuff.
Yeah.
So the culture was kind of changing.
Yeah.
I mean, you've definitely seen it over the last decade, though.
No, over the last decade for sure. But whenever that car came out as a thing, like even 2010, 2011, it still wasn't. I don't know. I think that probably predicted the brand shift overall. It was a good-looking concept car, though. I also remember the FT1 concept coming out, which eventually became the Supra, and not believing that they would build that either.
HC is getting very close here, just one car separating from second place. Should be able to get around Palomar coming towards 7 here. Nope, Palomar remains in between the two cars as big lockup from the 989 there. Ooh. Bit of chaos here.
Yeah, I'm just watching as they go through here. Seems like HC just not able to find the right side. Oh, there it is.
It's done.
There it is. It happened. Just as I was about to say, it seems like they weren't able to find the right spot, but they were able to get there. I think well fought there by the Eagles Canyon Raceway Fast Track Racing car, but ultimately probably the right move to let that go for the 986. Still preserves a double podium for the Eagles Canyon cars. It says Maurice Sue in the car in the 986. I almost certainly have information about them. No, I do not. I think that tag is not correct. You see the gap that HC has already been able to eke out on the 986. Zach telling us earlier, of course, that they felt that the tires got better over the course of several hours, and that you were able to get faster times towards the end of the tire life than at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as to why that might be. I don't know that it's actually the tires getting better, although I suppose it's a little bit possible. I think it's likely the track just getting better.
I would... I know that a worn streetcar tire, like just a regular streetcar tire, not a 200 tread wear, not a performance-y thing, does grip better when it's worn because there's more surface area available because you've gotten rid of all the sipes.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how much of that would apply to a track tire.
Sure. No, I guess that makes some sense.
Brendan, you stepped... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you stepped away as I asked my really important question, which was, do you think... No, that's fine. Do you think Brad successfully gave away FARA season tickets?
Was that a thing that was attempting to occur?
Yeah, that was his bit for Halloween. Oh, goodness. Anyway.
Don't
all right.
remember.
That's fine.
Right. Now I remember. Yeah.
Do you think they were actually given away, and do you think anybody actually attempted to redeem them?
I would believe somebody went.
All right.
Yeah. People will do a lot of things if they know it's going to be free.
Like Formula Renault. and World Series by Renault.
Yeah.
Fortunately, IndyCar's not in a position right now where they have to do that. But I think there was a time where that may have worked out better for everybody involved.
Alternatives in the chat there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What other open wheel American series would benefit by the tickets being given away?
I mean, I honestly, a lot of them.
SRO.
I think there's probably a cutoff where it doesn't, like... Trying to think of where the cutoff is to where you'd get more value out of the exposure than you would revenue from the tickets.
I do think it's SRO.
Yeah, like
I think
SRO,
the way
Trans Am.
I think the way SRO runs their events, they're probably not set up to have a bazillion spectators at their standalone events. But that's one that jumps to mind. I think they'd probably benefit.
I think about it in the context of like, okay, so let's take Trans Am at Sebring, right? The people who are going to go to Sebring, I think are just going to go to Sebring regardless of whether or not they have to pay $10 to get through the gate or whatever.
Right.
For the weekend, if you told them, hey, just come out and see, really cool, big
car.
V8 cars, race around Sebring. Like, I don't know that if you told the people that were going to come out anyway that it's going to be free, that you'd get that many more people. Like,
no.
I think the people who were just going to go were going to pay for it anyway. I think Road America is another good example, right?
Yeah, but
where people will just...
Those are the counter examples, though. I think Trans Am at, I don't know, Thompson, like we were talking about earlier, or Trans Am at Sonoma would benefit from free tickets.
Maybe if you think you'd capture a really significant number of local people that don't have to pay to travel in order to be there.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
if you're able to advertise it as a free day out,
yep.
Come hang out at the racetrack for free, drive up from San Francisco or Oakland or, wherever to come hang out in Sonoma for a day. Like, yeah, I think, or come for the morning and go to wine country in the afternoon. Or vice versa, I guess.
There's a huge fascination with wine country amongst the WRL crowd. No one in California cares. So,
interesting.
Like,
yeah. I guess you want what you don't have.
I guess. That's like a fun thing you go do for like a bachelorette party.
I don't know.
We're going to wine country, get the van. And then like, that's it. That's the only time you go.
the Nashville of California?
Yes, it is.
Huh. I believe that. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know that you'd get a huge boost in exposure from just being like, hey, come check out this thing for free.
Right.
Daytona's another good example. Although those are already race-heavy areas.
Do you think that sold a measurable number of additional Clios per year?
The whole Renault thing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or do you think they just did it for the love of the game? It's like that's ultimately how that needs to be measured.
I mean, Renault is like the ultimate example of, yeah, we're going to go do the racing thing because it's going to bring us a bunch of sales. And then, oh no, it didn't bring any sales. And
yeah, the cars are bad. And yeah.
Completely the opposite direction. Right? Like we're seeing it with the Alpine WEC program right now.
Yes, we are. As they give up. I hope they give those cars to Dodge, who also have no money.
I saw a thing recently where apparently, like the locale that they were going to build the new Alpine HQ in, I don't know if they committed money to it or banked on getting the tax revenue from Alpine building their new headquarters there, or their racing headquarters there. But when Alpine decided they're not going to do that thing anymore, they basically threatened legal action against Alpine because they made promises that they're not going to keep. Yeah, it's very French.
I mean, aren't they basically suing the French government at that point? Like,
I guess.
How does that all work?
I don't know what the ownership share in Alpine is from the French government.
Well, it used to be that. I guess it was Peugeot Citroën. Maybe it was Renault too.
By the way, not to turn things back to the race, I don't know if you guys handled this while I was away, but the two did not return. That car went into the pit lane and did not come back. So yes, 282 stayed in the class lead, but it also put Stack Racing with Rapscallion, that Ligier up into second, and it put the AE Victory Racing Supra, number 119, back into third.
Into third, yep.
Yeah, so we kind of missed the follow-up from there. I thought that was just a... GTR into the pits. I thought that was a stop to top off with fuel, but apparently not. Apparently they had been nursing something.
Well, AE Victory is going to come in with a 3-4 and not a 1-2. And obviously we know now that that is Sarah's fault.
Oh, because she said it.
Because she said that they were going to go double podium. Yeah.
Yep. PC, by the way, is charging a bit here on an Edge Autosports car that has backed out, I think, of the pace just to manage the car and bring it home. But the gap is down to a minute and 18, so it's not really going to close before the race itself comes to
Boy, would that be exciting.
Wouldn't it just?
Boy, would that get dynoed.
888 Racing, I think, has picked up a spot on Singler Racing Team number 13. That actually might have been a pit stop for Singler. Yes, it was.
They worked hard for it, man. They were hustling that car.
Yeah.
Got to get every spot.
Let's see what tomorrow morning looks like for that 888 car. Remember on the Sunday back at Eagles Canyon, that car, yeah, it was okay and decent on Saturday, and then Sunday they started off with the heavy hitter in the car, and it really set a pace at the front that it never really relinquished. I wonder if we get the same sort of approach tomorrow.
That's almost what we saw from the 2 today as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the 2 was just able to be more consistent today. Right, I think when you walk back through the race, the 282 had the green flag pit stop early and inside the first 45 minutes that put it on a recovery trajectory from the very beginning. Or have I confused that with the 246? No, it was a green flag stop on lap 23 for TCB. Set it on a recovery trajectory rather than a defense trajectory. The 2 stayed, very much out in front there, whereas the 119, dropped some time in the middle part of the race. GTR was up there, and then they weren't. And the 410. And the 410 took contact early with, from a situation where it really could have contended through, I think, the middle part of the race. So, tomorrow's a new day.
I think it's a tough weekend for the 410 so far.
I mean, yes, but it was really only that one problem. Right, if you take the contact out of it.
They had problems in practice, too.
Okay, sure. I think what I'm saying is that when it comes to that car having been competitive today, it wasn't going to take much more than just don't hit something or someone, and you're probably in with a shout for a podium here.
Nah,
the car's just too quick on raw pace. The G82 in particular is just too quick on raw pace to not be in contention.
Right.
GP1. Yeah, again, we'll see what tomorrow looks like there. Hopefully ASM is able to get their problems resolved. BRD we've already seen back out for a quick shakedown. Harrison Motorsports had issues. They were in contention there in the middle part of the race. Ginger with the late problems. hopefully Heraflight gets their issues sorted as well, but remains to be seen. And in GP2, I mean, wide open, man. I don't know that the 214 is likely to be repaired after their accident early on today, but the 83 is already back out there.
Yep. Christian Vittoris, obviously, also a contender in GP2.
What? Oh,
Christian
sure.
Vittoris.
Yeah. Yeah. TJV so up to. Maybe I don't want the answer to that. I don't know. Anyway, Sunday 7-hour races, like we said back at Eagles Canyon.
Yeah.
Sunday 7-hour races.
Wow.
A bit of a curveball.
669 really threads the needle there going into turn 5.
It's important to do that right now.
Yes.
Obviously.
They're racing for a lot.
Yeah, 119 backs out of that and decides to just let it ride.
Decisions are being made. Decisions are made every day.
What's the plan for your Saturday evening down there in Birmingham, Ryan? Got a plan?
My plan is to go recover the equipment, plug in all the batteries, leave them here. That's another advantage, Brendan, to leaving the batteries here, is that I am able to net plug them in and charge them for longer by about an hour on each end.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Especially when we have the slow charger situation. That helps significantly.
Yeah.
Probably go to dinner, and then go back to the hotel room and sleep. Unclear. Unclear this time.
Going to the
party house?
Podium.
Am I going to the podium? Usually, here it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
If people need to be dynoed and pumped out, yes, I will make it to the podium.
Yeah. It's literally just a question of time with recovering cameras. Yeah, I've been there.
I think I can recover them now that I have placed all of my cameras, because I spent this morning like setting up the placements as well, because it was dark by the time the track was cold. I think I'll be able to put them out in less than an hour comfortably.
Yeah. Mike Anderson in the chat, just real quickly to follow up on our Renault conversation, says, so like Nissan. Which, yes, that is literally exactly the same thing as Renault and Alpine.
It is the same company.
Exactly.
Yeah. Ooh, maybe is that the move?
What?
Is Nissan going to take on the Alpine GTP hypercar program?
Yeah, no, I just can't see that happening, to be honest with you.
It could be fun. It could be a lot of fun.
Who is Darren Turner 3.0? Oh, no, I'm thinking of Darren Cox.
Get Ben Bowlby involved in redesigning the car. I made a drive-by comment as I left earlier about HRC and F1. Did you see that they very publicly have tried to blame Adrian Newey for that?
Amazing. That is such a strong move. That is...
Everything was fine until he got involved, allegedly.
Yeah.
Like, okay, sounds good.
The chassis is supposed to be designed around the engine.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's not what Scott said. Scott said everything flew, for Penske at least, everything flew downhill from Aero. That if they wanted to, that's what he'll tell that story openly. That if Penske NASCAR program wanted to make an Aero change, everybody else had to adjust downstream of that.
There's no way Adrian Newey loses 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah, no.
Without having some kind of power unit problem there, right? Like, that's just not possible.
Yeah, I agree. Or there's, was it Ferrari or Sauber that for a long time had, like, correlation problems and their wind tunnel was messed up and they couldn't get anything useful out of it? Maybe that's what they have going on.
Peugeot did that with the second-gen 908.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was like 5% they were off from CFD to wind tunnel.
Which is wild.
Or it was either CFD to wind tunnel or wind tunnel to track testing.
I think it was wind tunnel to track testing.
Yeah, center of pressure was off 5%.
Seems like a lot.
Hilarious.
BBM has some of those cars now as well. The later 908.
Yeah, sure. As we head into the final 5 minutes of racing here on the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Barber Motorsports Park. World Racing League Endurance Masters.
Presented by Continental Tire.
Well, not quite, but sure. It's basically all as it was here. TCB Racing, Stack Racing with Rapscallion, and AE Victory Racing 119, rounding out your GTO podium.
Yep.
Really haven't talked about GTU today.
No. GTU, it's the 109 is in the lead, followed by the 148.
Kyle Roach, 27 laps clear of James French.
That's a lot of
And 11
a lot of
seconds
laps.
clear of Laura Hayes.
Oh, it's a good point, actually. I haven't kept very much of an eye on the overall running today, but that is a really good point, JT.
Yep. RJ would have lost $1,000.
What? Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a wager that did not come to pass.
Well, yeah.
But was suggested.
We've got a few laps.
Yeah.
Decided drive-through for the 109. I'm kidding.
Edge Autosports leads PC Racing 26 from 43 down there in GP1. When I think back to, the last, let's say, 2 years or so in the World Racing League, maybe even a little bit further than that, Edge Autosports was just kind of that team, that car that was just there, right? It was there on pace, but it didn't have the reliability and the consistency. It would take the fight to, PC Racing and Moorhead Speedworks for, the better part of 4, 5, 6 hours, and then hit its trouble, and
they just didn't want it enough.
Down it went.
They just didn't have the heart.
And now, I think they picked up a win late last year. They're one of their first wins in WRL GP1 competition late last season, and on track to do it again here. The car then is now both quick and reliable. Shouts to BC, by the way, as well, who have found some reliability in that aging E46. Pretty dire straits there in various parts of last year. That car was just tired and did not have either the pace or the reliability. Now it seems to have both, and it's right there with that Edge Autosports number 26, and shouts to El Diablo there as well in third. New track for them, being primarily based out of the West Coast. Max Ocaranza listed against that car. That can't be right. I saw him on a different car.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not correct. Oh man, that is a slow BMW off the final corner, and is that one of the TCB Supras?
With the Supra, I'm not sure.
The 119 stopped again as well.
Oh, they couldn't make it. That was wow.
Huh.
Yeah, big fuel save there from Sarah Montgomery. Does not get that car home.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Who'd have thought?
Yeah, weird.
Who would have thought?
There's nothing to lose here for Sarah by pitting there, obviously, as well. That battle for second was already done. But anyway, maybe that was one of the fast track racing.
The 62 is going pretty slowly.
No. It was the car that went past the 62 out in the grass, came off the final corner fully committed, and had to jump right in order to avoid that slow 62, which I think now is smoking as well. That was really something. Heart in your mouth moment there right at the end of this one. We'll pick up our race leading Roberts Motorsports number 109. That car taking the white flag here yet? It has.
Smoke coming from the 69 there.
Maybe it was the 69, not the 62 then.
No,
possibly both, but definitely not neither. There is the 109. This is going to be close, actually. I don't know if they did. Ryan, is the white flag out at start finish?
I can't see.
Yeah,
I don't think it is.
This is going to be close. I think they're going to
now it's out. And they are going to wave 1 to go here for Roberts.
Okay, yep. So very, very close on time. Like literally within about a second.
1 second, yeah.
No, you're kidding.
That is really tight stuff.
We've over-delivered.
Over-delivered. Hate that so much. Well done from race control to time that white flag. Because, I mean, one checkup in traffic would have had the clock expiring at start-finish.
Yep.
There for the 109. So we begin the final lap of competition here from Barber Motorsports Park. It's Roberts Motorsports in the 109 with 17 seconds in hand now overall from the GTO class leading TCB Racing number 282 Supra. That is a comfortable enough margin here that I think Roberts Motorsports, which, by the way, had a win slip through their hands last year at Sebring. It was
I think so,
put on a silver platter in front of them.
Yep.
And the one thing they couldn't do was make a mistake on their last pit stop, sped in the pit lane, and ended up not being able to the most conservative pass on the way into turn number 9 there. Ended up not being able to take home the trophy on Sunday there at Sebring. I know Shane Roberts kind of beat himself up for it, but able to, through the final sequence of corners here, make good on that. It's not only going to be a class win in GTU for Roberts Motorsports, but also the overall win ahead of arguably one of the best teams and driver combinations we've got in the series at the moment. Through turn 15 comes the maroon Sebaco NPO1 onto the front straightaway, and the checkered flag waves over Roberts Motorsports, who takes the win in the Saturday 8-hour enduro at the WRL Endurance Masters here at Barber Motorsports Park. Tremendous drive, as consistent as we've seen from anybody in the field there from the 109 squad. Great run as well from TCB Racing in the 282 to recover. Got the move done, and yes, a little bit of trouble for the number 2 helped, but man, from being behind the 8 ball less than an hour into this one at the start to taking home the trophy there in GTO is tremendous work. And lest it be overlooked, second place result for the Stack Racing with Rapskelly and Ligier JS2R. Reliable, quick, and able to deliver on pace there right at the end when it mattered. AE Victory Racing is going to round out your GTO podium, as we mentioned there, and it'll be a 3-4 finish for that team's first race weekend with as a 2-car lineup. Also, two females on the podium there with Laura Hayes in the all-female lineup in the 119 as well.
Yep.
A tremendous result. Your top 5 going to be rounded out in GTO by the GTR 99 BMW and the TCB Racing number 246. Down in GP1, Edge Autosports leads home PC Racing, 26 from 43. El Diablo Motorsports in the number 48, 1 minute and 26.7 seconds, the final gap up to PC Racing. So that drive-through, it certainly didn't cost them that much. They would have ended up there in third, regardless of that penalty in the middle stanza of the race. But it's a good podium result for that number 48 team. 62 from Open Throttle Racing. An up and down day, I think, for Mike Gorman's team just in general, but a good 4th place result for them.
Yeah.
It's home the TC Klein Racing number 112 BMW 2 Series. Cajun Canuck also there in that grouping of cars as well, a little bit further back, but finishes P6 in a really strong GP1 field this weekend. GP2, Eagles Canyon with Fast Track Racing gets the win with the number 989.
They get it done.
Leads home the HC Autosport number 455, who capitalized there on a little bit of late drama to get themselves up into the middle of the podium and split the 2 Fast Track Racing cars, with Maurice Sue driving home the number 986.
That is not a name I have listed in their media guide.
Maurice
I don't
Sue?
think that's correct. Yes.
I heard Zach or somebody mention that name out loud earlier.
Oh, okay. It's definitely not in the guide I was given. So
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm fairly sure it's a correct name regardless.
All right.
And rounding out the top 5 in GP2 will be the Skip Barber Racing School number 216. Good day overall for the GR86 Cup, and the AOA Racing number 55 BMW rounds out your top 5 there. Late trouble for the late-ish trouble for the Lagunatech 779. Dropped that car to P6, put them into the clutches of the Palomar number 83.
Boom.
Gentlemen.
Brendan. Guys.
We get to do this all again tomorrow.
We do.
Even more Barber. 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. About 10 minutes prior to that, we'll be live here on the World Racing League YouTube channel with as much pre-race as we can muster, which is about 2 pace laps worth.
Yes.
And then
I'll be less late, so maybe we'll have grid graphics.
Hey.
And keys to success. Fobs to victory.
Fobs to victory, indeed.
Fobs to victory, yep.
So do join us there, just after, not so very long after sunrise there, down at Birmingham, Alabama, for 7 more hours of action. I know it's a busy day tomorrow, but we'll celebrate the 1st of March the best way we know how, which is great WRL racing action from the World Racing League Endurance Masters. In closing thoughts, gentlemen, it's all yours, and then we'll wrap it up and head home.
Good race, mostly clean. Looking forward to seeing it later in the next, 14 hours?
Roughly.
15 hours, something like that? Yep. Looking forward to it. Very excited.
Yeah, Sunday races here are usually quite a bit different.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the quiet hour.
Oh,
the park for me.
Yeah.
So, surprise. So yeah, there's definitely going to be some specific strategy for tomorrow at different points of the race. So it's going to be very interesting to watch. So yeah, join us tomorrow.
Absolutely.
We'll get into the details of the quiet hour as we arrive tomorrow morning. I'm sure we'll have some spare time during some Code 35s. Does throw a little wrinkle and changes our day up a little bit, but never mind. Still flag-to-flag coverage here with Driver's Eye Live on the World Racing League YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us on this fine Saturday from Barber Motorsports Park. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern for the 7-hour finale from the WRL Endurance Masters. Till then, take care.